Spännande. Great. I got a thumbs up, so that means that we are ready to go. Distinguished guests, ministers, all the audience here in Stockholm, but also all the audience that are following us online today. On behalf of Nordic and also the Nordic Council of Ministers, I wish to welcome you to this amazing day that we have ahead of us. The first of its kind, actually, Sustainable Living Summit. Yeah, wow, amazing. We have a fully packed venue, which is really, really, really great to see. My name is Åsa Sandberg. I will be moderating this day today, together also with some other people that will be moderating some of the sessions. Normally, I work with the issue of food loss and waste, which is also a big topic on the sustainable agenda. But now today, we're here to focus on sustainable living and behavior change. And today, we will zoom into some different area of sustainability, different sectors and disciplines. We will include youth. We will talk about education. We will talk about food system. We will talk about gender equality. We will also talk about the Nordic Swan Ecolabel in enabling sustainable living. And you will be listening to speakers from all across these sectors who will enlighten you, and they will present research findings for you. They will showcase solutions. You will hear about policies. You will have hands-on inspiration in all these kind of sectors. And then we will include a cook-along. We will even include a fashion show. Does it sound good? Yeah, good. You seem like a great audience. Perfect. Great energy in this room today. So I'm very, very thrilled to invite first on stage today to open up this session. It's my great honor to invite Sweden's Minister of Climate and the Environment, Romina Pourmokhtari. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me, on behalf of not only Sweden, but also the Nordic Council of Ministers, give you a warm welcome to Stockholm and to the Sustainable Living Summit. This year, Sweden holds the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. And our presidency is guided by the vision of the Nordic region as the most integrated and sustainable region by 2030. We continue efforts to make sure that the Nordic region remains a leader in the efforts that the Nordic region is leading in green transition while being competitive and also socially sustainable. Today you will take part in important discussions on topics that regard sustainable development, a topic that is of course crucial for the future and deeply interconnected also with our daily life. And let me comment on some of the challenges relating sustainable development that are especially crucial. As we all know, global warming is already affecting us with wildfires, droughts, floodings, and loss of biodiversity. Not only Sweden and Europe, but the whole world needs to go fossil-free and carbon neutral.
Can I ask you to sit down, please? Can I ask you to sit down?
Okay, so now we have listened to you. Maybe you can have a seat and we can listen to me for some time. Is that all right? Okay. Your sign is upside down. You're welcome.
Thank you, and we're all here to act for change, so we've heard your message loud and clear. Thank you very much, and can I now ask you please to sit down? So can I get some...
Resign, Romina! Resign, Romina! Resign, Romina! Resign, Romina! Resign, Romina!
So can I get some members of staff to help me with this? And thank you very much for your message. And can you please now sit down so that we can continue with these important discussions today? So I think we can all agree that we've all heard this message now. So can you please sit down? Or otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to move back to the back of the room.
Well, we'll see if it's possible to continue the speech. Of course, this is a topic that engages many people, and I'm quite used to this type of actions during my speeches. But I'm democratically elected by the people of Sweden, and if you don't agree with my policy, you're very welcome to vote for someone else when it's elections and engage yourself in politics in other ways than disturbing, because I'm publicly elected, so I'd very much like to speak. Thank you.
You are allowed to protest, but this is now a closed event, so I have to please ask you to be quiet. We've heard your message, as I said already, so now I think it's please enough to sit down. And let
We'll
Romina
try
continue.
again. Thank you so much. Thank you for your efforts. Today, we will hopefully be able to have important discussions on topics of sustainability, a topic that is crucial for the future and deeply interconnected with our daily lives as well. And as we all know, we're already affected, not only in Sweden and Europe, but the whole world needs to transition to become fossil-free and carbon neutral in only a few decades of time. And our economy is transitioning to become fossil-free. The demand for clean services and clean goods will hopefully increase as we aim to build prosperity and maintain our exporting nations. We must prioritize greater growth and greater economies with zero emissions. We know that this is possible. Since the 1990s, Sweden's emissions have diminished by more than a third, whilst our economy has doubled. And this is an important message to show that there is opportunity for economic growth through the sustainable transition for other countries that might not prioritize economic growth, in front of sustainability when facing difficulties such as poverty and loss of jobs. So we know that an important aspect of climate transition and sustainability is not least to increase circularity in our economy. And earlier this year, I presented the government's renewed take on circular economy issues. Unfortunately, I don't get to discuss these matters as often as I get to discuss climate engagement, so I'm very happy to be able to speak on circular economy matters today. This shift that we're having a look at from the government side, it addresses everything from recycling, reuse, waste management, plastics, chemicals, and textiles. And these topics are both personally important to me and a priority in our environmental policy. It's a window that we see for growth when it comes to Sweden's environmental policy that can shift. Earlier this year, I visited Nairobi for the UN Environmental Conference, and I took some time to visit Gikomba, East Africa's largest second-hand market. And I saw truly the challenges of circular economy implementation. It revealed big issues of textile waste being dumped, underscoring importance of a greater producer responsibility. And I'm happy to say that last night we had long negotiations discussing topics specifically regarding textile waste and plastic waste that is being dumped in other parts of the world. And many ministers raised that we do have a moral responsibility not only for the EU and for the European countries in the context that we're in, but also for the whole world and for the exports that come of the industries that we have. Circular economy is a topic that needs greater attention. There are a lot of misconceptions about what circular economy entails and a big lack of understanding of the opportunities that come for businesses and for industries to transform their production lines and value change to a more sustainable direction. A transition to a circular economy is a critical tool for improving resource efficiency and reducing emissions of pollutants and greenhouse gases. As we know, resource efficiency and a reduction of the amount of clean goods that we take from our planet, it stands for over half of the world's emissions. So it is a big possibility for us to lessen our climate emissions. So transitioning to a circular economy, it truly plays a vital role, but not only in protecting the environment, it also plays a vital role in our transition to net zero emissions by 2045, reducing material reduction or extraction, so to say, and using our resources in a more efficient way. These are truly crucial steps to achieve the goals that we have. And one specific challenge that we're facing globally that is growing and that is quite underestimated by many, I would say, is plastic pollution. Plastic pollution continues to be one of the most prominent global challenges, and there are global negotiations ongoing with the mission to close a global deal that are unique opportunity to manage to put an end to plastic pollution. And every year, huge volumes of plastic pollution is released into the environment, and the rate of plastic pollution is still increasing, very much so. And if we can reduce plastic and start to reuse all of the plastic that we already have in our society, we know that we can also keep the oil in the ground. So there are multiple benefits. We know that there are also very many hazardous and persistent chemicals, such as hormone system disruptors, carcinogens, present in many of our plastic materials. And to secure the safe reuse and recycling of plastics, the best measure is to control the use of such hazardous chemicals in the design phase, so as early on as possible. And this is very interconnected to transitioning to a circular economy. It is interconnected with limiting the use of hazardous chemicals and ending plastic pollution. And this has for a very long time been the view in Sweden, and I know that I have many Nordic colleagues that agree with me, but it is a misconception that sustainability and sustainable development is achieved after making the correct choice between environment and economy. And this is a reoccurring topic during the negotiations that we have globally. We know that in reality, you can't have one without the other. We need to make sure that challenges that we face right now with biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution, these fragmented approaches will never be enough. To address the scale and the complexity of the issues that we are facing, we must cooperate not only across global borders, but also between the global and national levels of governance and the local levels, not least. So here we find a big opportunity in Nordic cooperation. It is fundamental for our success and a beacon of hope for a truly better future. Because I know when I meet my Nordic colleagues and the Nordic Council of Ministers that we can truly cooperate with a lot of the same values and foundational aspects of how to take care of our nature and of our planet. So let's continue to strengthen our ties and work together towards a more prosperous, just and sustainable future. Our efforts cannot stop at national boundaries or be limited to government action alone. We should bring together businesses, civil society, and the international community in one cohesive effort. Nordic cooperation has brought numerous benefits, as you might know. We have an economic growth that has been bettering, we have a social welfare that is well developed, and we do have a level of environmental sustainability that stands out amongst many other countries. And by working together, we have created a region that is known for the high quality of life, innovation, and resilience. Our collaborative efforts in areas such as education and energy and healthcare and technology has truly set global standards and inspired many other regions to follow. The Sustainable Living Programme, funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers and coordinated by Nordic, is a statement and a testament of the power of collective action. We know that it reminds us that sustainable development is not only a goal, but a continuous journey that requires the participation of all sectors in our society to truly achieve its goals. And I think that this program is also an example of how we can foster sustainable lifestyle choices and integrate sustainability into our everyday lives through concrete guidelines and Nordic peer learning. Today, you will get a chance to explore the results and the recommendations of the different projects that are involved. And at the heart of these efforts is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. And the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, they recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health, education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth, all while tackling the climate change and working to preserve our oceans and our forests. So let's continue to strengthen our ties and to work hard together towards a more prosperous, just, and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Romina, so much for this. So I'm going to continue to talk to you now.
Yes, please do so.
So we are here today, all of these people, all here and all online,
Yes.
because we want to speed up the green transition. So can you just explain a little bit, what will the government do more in order to make that happen?
Well, I'm glad for this question. The answer when it comes to speeding up the climate transition and the green transition is, in general, I'd say it's 4 things. Because Sweden is, to start off, I'm not going to make this answer too long now, I'm becoming the politician with the long answer, but I need to start off by, Sweden is facing a bit of a different challenge than many other countries. And the basis of this is our energy systems and our electricity systems. So when I speak to many of my colleagues, they're speaking on how can we get coal, oil and gas out of our energy system and our electricity system? How can we make sure that when we turn on the lights and when we heat up our buildings, we're not doing it on the cost of the planet? So that's a discussion I have with many of my colleagues. But in Sweden, we're not having that fundamental challenge. We do have a close to clean electricity system with hydropower, which electrified our nation, with wind power being 20% in our country now and hopefully growing, and with nuclear power. So we do have a close to clean electricity system. And when it comes to energy, we also make use of a lot of good technologies to not use that much fossil that a lot of other countries do. So what are the true challenges that Sweden is facing? Well, they differ a bit from other countries. I'd say one of the big challenges is to provide the effect and amount of electricity for difficult, hard to abate big industries to not see the big risk of transitioning from fossil to electricity. So 1/3 of Sweden's emission is from industry and another third is from transport sector. So these are 2 vital sectors and they want electricity and they want to be able to rely on electricity to make that jump and that leap towards shifting to a clean industry. And then we have the permitting processes, which is quite a boring topic, but me and my colleagues in the EU, we talk about it a lot because we have very strict environmental legislation that we're very proud of and it's very important, but sometimes it tends to slow down the implementation of changes to industries. And that's a problem because we don't have that amount of time. And then we have the skills. We need to have the skills necessary. For example, when I speak to a lot of the municipalities in Sweden, they say that they want to implement climate adaptation projects. They have the plan, they've developed it, they've made use of the skills from our authority on what should we do in this area, but then they can't find that person to hire to do the actual project. So we need to develop the skills for the green transition. And lastly, it's a matter of infrastructure. And I was a bit confused by this because many companies I spoke to, for example, raised when I asked them, okay, what do you need to be able to make this shift? And they'd say, we need railways, obviously you can understand that, but we also need better roads. And I was a bit confused on what does roads have to do with green transition. But for example, if they are to shift towards a heavy-duty truck that's electric, it has a heavy battery, and the roads can't really handle those types of vehicles. They need to have a lot of shifts that you wouldn't expect. So infrastructure is a bit of a tricky part, and I'm pleased to have a co-worker in Andreas Karlsson providing a big infrastructure proposition now for the 12 coming years, where we've gone as far as the authority says that we can go. So Trafikverket, the Swedish authority in charge, says that we can't get any more, we don't want any more money than this because we can't implement it. So yet again, we need the skills, we need to hire people, we need education to be able to deliver all of the solutions that we need. So Sweden is in a bit of an odd position, I'd say. And then, if I might add one thing, because I know you're discussing circular economy quite a lot, and I know that perhaps a discussion will be on consumer-based emissions. I've tried to bring this into Swedish politics. I have a lot of friends in the parliament from different parties trying to bring in consumer-based emissions into politics. It's very tricky. It's a very tricky discussion right now. How do we count carbon emissions in different countries? And this is a problem because I can always proudly say Sweden, we're lowering our emission, we lower our emissions, and we have done that and we should be proud of it. But also we're not taking into consideration our consumption-based emissions. And they are quite a big part. As you know, Sweden is a very globalized country. We buy a lot of things. If you're, for example, buying a washing machine, it's going to be rare that it's entirely produced in Sweden. So the emissions are somewhere else, and you can blame another country whilst patting yourself on your shoulder, and that's a problem. So I decided on an inquiry, as we say in Sweden, an utredning, to have a look on consumption-based emissions as well as export benefits. So how do Swedish companies contribute to lowering emissions in other places by exporting clean products and services? And how are we also contributing to emissions in other places? And it's been quite a tricky inquiry to make, but you can read about it online if you're very interested, which I'm guessing a few people in this room are.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're actually right. And we will be talking about this. So this was a great segue.
Very good.
You're going to stand here, but I want you to give a big round of applause. Thank you, Romina, for sharing everything that you did. Speaking of action now, we will kick off this day by bringing together Nordic experts and researchers and policymakers. And we will discuss the latest research on policy recommendation. And I want to welcome up, you are standing here ready to go, Marcus Larsson from the Royal Institute of Technology. I know you have a gift here from Romina. Yes, give him a hand over.
Thank you, and thank you, Romina. And please accept this report. It's brand new.
Very
you have
good.
the first copy. We hope you find it useful, and perhaps it will make your work a bit easier.
Very good. Thank you so much for this. And hopefully you might listen to the scientists at least. So that will be good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Romina. Thank you so much. And Marcus, you were going to give us a little bit of a hint here. You have this little clicker there about what you just handed to Romina. I think you will explain, right?
I will.
Perfect. Use the share and take it away here.
The first copy of a report.
Perfect. Just
I continue, Åsa.
yeah, continue on and let's see if that's it. There you go.
Of this report. Policy options for reducing consumption-based emissions, a Nordic survey. It's published by the Nordic Council of Ministers today. Me and colleagues are presenting and analyzing some 100 policies targeting consumption-based emissions in the Nordic countries. Two of my co-authors, Göran Finnveden, Eskil Engström, please raise your hands. They didn't accept to this, but I think they want to talk to you in the coffee break. Do you ask them things? So we're looking at several pollutions to air, but let's start with greenhouse gases. We know that the greenhouse gas emissions have decreased in the Nordic countries over the years. This is a figure showing the emissions from Denmark, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. It shows a decreasing trend over time, but it's decreasing too slow. We know that emissions need to be down to close to zero in a couple of decades from now. And this trend is simply not making it. And hopefully the report will facilitate and accelerating this journey. Actually, the latest statistics from Statistics Sweden shows that Swedish emissions are increasing, and that's simply not good enough. So we have several recommendations, and I try to concentrate a few of them in some general recommendations. One is to sharpen existing policies. There is a need for new ones, but it sometimes can be easier to use the ones we already have. It takes time to introduce new ones. They will perhaps not be accepted. And sharpening existing ones can be to reduce emission limits further. It can be to increase reduction targets. It can be to increase an existing emission tax. And perhaps we think that we already have very high emission taxes in the Nordic countries, but that doesn't seem to be the case. If you go to OECD statistics, all Nordic countries have below average environmental taxes. So there seems to be room to increase those taxes. Use both carrots and sticks, pull and push, to increase the acceptance of the policies. We know that if we combine several policies, they can be more efficient and they can easily be accepted. This can be combining a tax with a subsidy, giving a subsidy to the ones suffering the most from the tax. It can be to combine regulations with information. We know that information as such is a fairly weak policy, but it could be necessary to use information to argue why a tax increase is necessary or to explain a new regulation. And there is a risk of leakage of jobs and emissions if one country alone is introducing strong new policies. So here we ask for Nordic cooperation. Do this together. There is no gain for the Nordic region if jobs or emissions are moving across the border to another country. But if stronger policies are introduced simultaneously in several countries, this will be probably way more efficient. Reduce the number of policies that actually increase emissions. There are policies and reforms that cause emissions. These are expensive and inefficient. We shouldn't support activities that makes it more difficult to reach environmental and climate goals. And also, they are also regressive, that is, that they help the already well off.
Can I ask a question in the middle of your presentation? Is that okay? Or?
Since we have planned this, you may.
Yeah? Perfect. I thought you weren't going to say that, but yeah, okay, this sounds really spontaneous now. All right, I'm just going to stand next to you then. Hi.
It is spontaneous.
Yeah, it's very spontaneous now. Okay, can you tell me then, so do we then actually, based on what you just said, do we actually support organizations and companies that increase our emission? Tell me about that.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, well, thank you. That was not a planned question, not a planned question at all. But you have a slide on it too, but perfect.
Unfortunately, I do. Okay, unfortunately, we have such policies. If we listen to the Swedish Climate Policy Council in a report from before the summer, they say that overall the government allocates more financial resources to reforms that hinder the achievement of climate goals than to efforts that contribute to reaching them. And one example they give is to lower the taxes on diesel and petrol. Another example could be the reduced or a planned reduction of aviation tax. And in Sweden, we have a tax deduction for commuting to work, where it's more profitable to go by car and deduct those expenses than by going by bus or even bike. That's a very those policies could be reformed, to say the least. Okay, you don't read this. Okay. So this report analyzes some 100 policies targeting emissions from consumption. Some are used in one Nordic country and not in the others. Others are not used at all, but have been discussed. Some are good. We call the best ones. Oh, no, we don't say that some are good and some are bad, but we call some are more promising than others. The bad ones, perhaps we should get rid of or at least reform. We don't need counterproductive policies. And why target consumption? Isn't it that the problem is arising in production? But we need both, of course. And there are situations that there might not be a technical solution to target production. Then it could be more efficient to target consumption instead. Could also be that targeting production in one country could lead to more production and consumption moving abroad. And we don't want that. We don't want Swedish travelers to go to Copenhagen to fly somewhere. So we need an even playing field. These policies targeting consumption, they're widely used, they've been used for a while, they're fairly well accepted, but they can be improved. And this report gives plenty of examples on how to improve them, what to introduce, and perhaps a few ones that we don't need. A few take-homes: sharpen existing policies, use carrots and sticks for acceptance, avoid leakage of emissions and jobs, cooperate between the countries, and we need fewer policies and reforms that increase the production. You find the report on this link, and thank you. Åsa.
Thank you, Marcus, so much. I'm going to ask you to, as we have planned, take a seat. Thank you. To follow up this presentation, I will also invite the first panel up on stage. I think you are sitting in the audience. I'm trying to spot you now, but perfect. Here you go. And I want to welcome up on stage, and also, I'm hoping then, joining me back on someone here, and Nora Sanchez-Gassen, who is from Nordic, Katarina Axelsson, who is Senior Policy Fellow at Stockholm Environmental Institute, and Charlotte L. Jensen, who is Senior Advisor from Concito. And behind me here, Eva, I hope you can see me, is Eva Heiskanen, who is professor at University of Helsinki. Please give them a round of applause while I move this table. Thank you so much. There you go. There you go. There we go, and there we go. Let's just see. Eva, can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Good morning,
not be looking that way. I should probably be looking that way. Perfect. First of all of you in this panel, I would like you to just give a quick reflection on the report that you just launched pretty much, and your reflection on that. I know, Eva, you have also been part of a bit of a part of the report, but maybe we should just, Nora, if you want to start.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting report, a very interesting presentation. A lot of things that overlap with our own research that we do at Nordic. So a lot of things I think we can absolutely agree on. Maybe two perspectives just to add. We have done a project at Nordic, and not just a green transition, where we talked to a lot of civil society organizations about this. So in a way, we've taken the other approach. You've asked experts, we've asked civil society, and there we can see some new perspectives perhaps emerging. We talked a lot with these civil society associations, for example, about the role of space and place. As one of our members in the groups said, no one can do everything, but everyone can do something. And to take that into account, that if we have policies, do we need to consider space? A classical example that you also referred to is that, for example, in rural areas, we don't have the same public transport as in cities, so can we place the same demands on people who live in rural areas than as those in the cities? Iceland, it's very difficult to get away from Iceland if you don't fly. Do we need to make distinctions there? The demands and the possibilities we place on people, and you touch upon this in the report, but this is something that we have discussed a lot in our project. And then perhaps also to add that you talk about policy packages and carrots and sticks and all of these aspects. Perhaps also important to add that we should try to really build a consensus around those. make them stable. It doesn't help anyone if we have new elections and then we have radical changes in policies. That's bad for investors, it's bad for innovators, it's not good for companies and people if we constantly have to sort of have a new playing field, have new rules to follow. So to have this, try in all our countries to build more consensus around the packages that we do implement. But overall, yes, absolutely, a great report.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nora, so much. I'll just jump and let Eva share her insights as well. Eva, if you hear me, can you give some reflection on the report as well?
Yes, thanks very much, Marcus and colleagues, for the report. I'm very pleased to see it published. It is very interesting. I have been involved in a similar project indeed in Finland, and I was happy to see that we are aligned in that sense that you have a long list of measures. We also had a long list of measures. So I think this is clearly indicating that there is no silver bullet, that there will be a need for many policy instruments in order for us to reach a more sustainable level of consumption and consumption-based emissions. And what I was particularly pleased about was this notion of dismantling these policies which are actually increasing emissions, and we really need to focus on that. And I think this would be a good Nordic focus area for the future. And then indeed, I think this idea that we need some differentiated policies is also something that we might need to work on more. Is it, for example, possible to devolve responsibility to municipalities as concerns some transport, for example, policies, or even some food-related carbon policies? And would this benefit society and at the same time increase acceptance and fairness of these policy measures? So very interesting discussions starting from this report, which also includes lots of very interesting results.
Thank you so much, Eva. We'll get back to you in a minute. Katarina.
Yes, yeah, very interesting report. Thank you very much. Was very interested to read it. It supports a lot of other work that we have been doing at the Stockholm Environment Institute. We recently published a report looking at the opportunities to promote consumption-based emissions more strongly from the EU level. And as part of that work, we also talked a lot about the importance of having common targets, improve the statistics to enable a better follow-up and monitoring of consumption-based emissions. We do talk more and more about the importance of also addressing the equity perspectives of the transition. And so I was very happy to see that you discussed this as part of your report as well. And clearly the strength of doing this as collective actions is indeed very important. So very much support those findings. And I guess as the next step would be interesting to also discuss how to go from these recommendations to concrete policies and actions that while taxes and regulatory measures that you strongly sort of argue for in this report, I mean, they are indeed extremely important, but we also need to discuss how to move forward on the more softer side of the transition, working with behaviors and norms and things like that. So, but overall, a very interesting and important report.
You hear that it's a very interesting report, so you all have to read it, yeah?
I hear that.
Charlotte.
Thank you. I do also think that it was an interesting report. And in order to not maybe repeat what has already been said, I wanted to kind of stress that the report certainly seems to show, as well as a lot of other research have shown, that dealing with consumption-based emissions and forming effective policies around consumption-based emissions really do requires political courage. And it seems that courage not least has to deal with challenging the prominent commercial and lobbying forces at play. Because it seems that you found that so many interesting and exciting policies and ideas for policies already exist, but the barrier to implementing them really seems to be a lot of lobbying forces. So we need to address that as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Eva, I'm going to just fire off the first question to you. You are a professor at University of Helsinki, and I know that you've been working with policy and consumption-based emission for many, many years. Can you just quickly just give us a brief overview? Like, what have you seen developing since you started working on this? I know we can probably talk about this all day, but if you just give a short answer and overview on this.
Brilliant. Thank you, Åsa. Nice question. And yes, I try to be brief. Yes, I have been working on this since the early 90s. So I have seen the rise of this sort of environmental product policy. And just to give you an example, in the early 90s, I had a slide or transparency actually at that time, where I had printed a study of a life cycle assessment of a sofa. And every time I showed this slide, everybody started laughing and said, well, a sofa doesn't have any, that's not an environmental hazard. So clearly this has changed. We now understand that every product has environmental implications, also the sofas and also the clothing and the shoes and the electronics, etc. So I think this is a good thing. And I would like to argue that the EU Eco-Design Directive, which is now has been recast as the Sustainable Products Regulation, Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, has been an important milestone. We got rid of incandescent lighting, which has reduced lighting consumption since 2000 in the EU by about 25%. It might have reduced it a lot more had we not increased our number of light bulbs. So you can see very big differences in different European countries, which has to do with how much we have then consumed, how much more lighting we consume. So it is possible, nonetheless, in spite of it being a mixed success, I think it's possible to mandate more energy efficient products. And now in the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, we are also mandating more durable, repairable products, spare parts. For example, the upcoming requirements for mobile phones and tablets include durability of the product itself, the batteries, disassembly, spare parts, operating system upgrades, and non-discriminatory access for retailers. So I think this is a big thing that has happened, that we understand that we can and have to influence products, not just production. And via these products, we are also, or have the possibility to change our consumer culture, as can be seen in this drive now for repairability and durability.
And Eva, can I ask you? You're based in Finland, and we're here today because to speak about Nordic collaboration as well. And for a long time, the Nordic countries have been front runners on the sustainability agenda. How do you see the Nordic countries' position today?
Very good question. And we heard already some points from Marcus about government policies that increased emissions. And we also have some government policies here in Finland that increased emissions, unfortunately. So possibly, nonetheless, it is actually fortunate that we are being overtaken by other European countries. I feel especially in this area of product policy, we are being overtaken to some extent by France, for example, which has been very active in preventing destruction of unsold consumer goods, which is now also part of the EU eco-design regulation, focus on textiles and disincentivizing fast fashion, focus on repairability, etc. So I think we need to step up our game if we want to be the leaders again.
Thank you. I'm gonna jump to you in 1 second, but because it was mentioning quite a few times about the EU, Katarina, you obviously have worked on this, and you this summer you published a report at EU level on how the EU can work with consumption-based emission. What was the biggest finding on this report?
Well, first, let me say that we started this project, or we initiated this project against the sort of realization that it is so difficult for many nations, countries, and also municipalities to move forward when it comes to addressing consumption-based emissions. Many countries are sort of hesitating to put in place targets to address consumption-based emissions. So we wanted to explore the opportunities and support for starting to work on this from the EU level instead, putting pressures and providing support to countries to begin monitoring and reporting on this on a regular basis, in parallel, of course, to reports on territorial emissions. So we interviewed a number of policymakers, both at the EU level and in 3 selected case studies, Sweden, France, and Denmark. And well, in short, we found very strong support for the idea to institute consumption-based targets at the EU level, and for putting in place systems to sort of effectively monitor and follow up on these emissions. It's clear that data and standardization methods will be an issue, and this is something we need to continue to work on. But maybe one conclusion from that is to say that there will be a very long time ahead before we have the perfect data and perfect methods to follow up on this, but that I want to say that it's important that we start sort of working with this now and improve as we move forward. And maybe also to add that, there are a lot of important initiatives already at the EU level, as Eva also mentioned. So there is a lot of sort of positive developments to be seen there. However, in our work, our conclusion was, though, that most of these still focus on what is often referred to weaker sustainability measures, talking or focusing on efficiency, sort of how to improve efficiency in production, for instance, rather than looking towards what is often referred to the more stronger policy measures, working to sort of better understand how we can shift consumption patterns, or ultimately perhaps also avoid some of the consumption we are sort of into today. So, but that there overall, we see great potential for the EU to act as a leader here, as a leader for the global level, and also for the member states in supporting them in this sort of transition. We really think that sort of working with consumption-based emissions in parallel to the territorial is really sort of high time that we start doing that now.
Thank you so much. Charlotte, you work for a green think tank based in Denmark, Concito. You mentioned already a few of also Romina, but Katarina has also mentioned that we are a bit afraid to dive into this consumption-based policy and also setting these targets. Why is this, and what is the biggest challenge with setting these targets, would you say?
It's a good question and a difficult question to answer, but I'll try, and bear with me because I have to give a fairly crude example. But at least in Denmark, historically speaking, there's been this tendency to believe in consumer sovereignty, this idea that the consumer is rational and you shouldn't interfere with the consumer's choices, and also the idea of the free market, that the market will just solve everything anything by itself. These are basically myths because there is nothing, we are not rational as consumers, and the markets are not free. This is a black and white depiction of these understandings, but bear with me. Markets are already really, really regulated, and we are regulated as consumers and citizens, mostly in aspects such as health and safety, but not really when it comes to climate change. And that's really weird, right? We have a lot of good examples on how to help a safer society and a more healthy society, and we as consumers and citizens generally accept that. So why not kind of turn that thinking around and then see creating policies based on consumption-based emissions where we take responsibility for the climate impact that we have due to our consumption and way of life. Why not turn that around and see it as a possibility for actually helping us live lives that are sustainable? Because at this moment, we don't actually have the right to live sustainably. And that's really weird, right? So that's a big why, and also
I love when someone starts and then it's a little bit of a, should I or should I not? We should always, okay? Yeah, yeah, perfect. It brings up the energy. This is a long day and we're going to get a lot of insights, so all cheering on is very much welcome. I had a thought on behavior, but I'm going to come back to that when you said about that we're not rational, because I totally agree with that. I work with nudging in my former career, so I agree with this completely. But Nora, I know that you have also you come from Nordic. You have also looked into this with inclusion, and you spoke about this before. Can you tell us a little bit about your Nordic toolbook? Because that's what you've done for green transition for policymakers, and what are your main findings in this toolbox?
Yeah, if I may, I'm going to answer this directly, but just to follow up on what you said, I had one thought. We did a survey as part of our project 2 years ago, so the data is already a bit dated. But we asked people 2 questions. We asked, are you worried about climate change? And 71% of the Nordic population say they are. So there is a worry, people are concerned. I mean, that comes from a lot of surveys, including ours. But we also asked them, do you think we need stricter climate policies, even if it means that we have to increase taxes? So we asked about policies, and we really tried to go in there. Would you agree, even if taxes are increased? We can see that half of the respondents in the Nordic region said yes. Another quarter was undecided. Only 1/4 outrightly said no. And I thought it was quite surprising and also quite encouraging that we often are so afraid to touch our consumption behaviors and our individual behaviors. But sometimes I wonder, are we underestimating ourselves? There seems to be quite some awareness and some willingness to place bigger demands on us. So I'd like to see that question replicated in other surveys and see if we can find the same answers. Because then I think we would have a good reason to actually be a bit more ambitious and be a bit more brave also. But to come back to your original question, on the 5th of November we will launch a toolbox for a just green transition in the Nordic region. We have, as I mentioned before, we've talked to civil society organizations, not so much about how can we get the green transition done, but how can we make sure it is fair and leaves no one behind and is just. And we talked to people about what is perhaps not going so well right now, where do we have to improve, where can we be better, and we asked this question very openly. We didn't ask about consumption behaviors, but almost all focus groups brought this up. Almost all, in all groups, it was discussed. So it was something that the civil society organizations we talked to, they're very aware of this, and they're thinking about it. It was really one of the big topics. And as I said, we almost approached this question from the other side. What are the barriers right now for the consumers? What is hindering us? And based on what we heard, we came up with what can be said with sort of the 4 A's, what we should do. The results were, what we heard is we have to make green products, green services more available. We know, for example, classic example, in the rural areas, public transport is not great, right? If we want people to live greener, we have to make it available for them. We have to make it affordable for them. That starts with ecological food, sustainably produced clothing. We know it's very expensive if you want to buy an electric vehicle, if you want to renovate your home to make it more energy efficient. All of this takes money, and even with subsidies, it can be difficult for some groups to afford. So how do we deal with that? We should make green products and services and green spaces more accessible. We talked with older people, people with disabilities, who have all sorts of challenges being part of this, simply because places are not accessible. Public transport, but there might be problems with that. Digital tools are something people think a lot about. We try to save paper. More and more things are just available online, but it leaves people out who, for example, have a disability and can't use these tools, or they're old and they don't have the competence. So how do we deal with that? And then finally, especially from the youth, there came the strong message, we also have to make the green transition more appealing. We're not very good at communicating this, right? We're not very good at selling this. We always talk about the difficulties and all the things we have to give up and it's going to be so hard. But in reality, the green transition brings a lot of good things. It helps us with the climate. It will lead to a greener environment, better health outcomes, hopefully. It is great if we live in cities with fewer cars and more green spaces and more, space for people. There's a lot of good things happening here. Green jobs is another one. We need to be better also to sell this and make it more appealing and not always just talk about all the difficulties that we have to face. So these were some of the findings we had.
That's perfect. Now I have 3 questions I want to ask at the same time. That's not going to work. So I think, Marcus, I'm going to start with you, but it has to do with taxes. It has to do with the rural areas that, Eva, you mentioned that. You spoke about the differences and the acceptance. So, Marcus, I'll go to you first. With regards to acceptance, would you say, is there an acceptance for these policy changes? You said that, there is 50% in that survey that says that if we increase taxes, it's welcome. But would you say, is it for all of the population? Will, people in the rural areas, for example, protest if we, raise the tax on petrol, for example? Or what would you say?
In general, there is acceptance for change. Change is necessary, and we also need political courage to say that we need this change. There will be losers in the transition. When we increase, if, for example, petrol and diesel prices are increasing, some will lose more than others. And if we want to increase the acceptance, we should compensate the ones losing the most vulnerable, not everyone. If we lower tax on petrol and diesel, it's very expensive. It compensates you and me, and perhaps we don't need that. And preferably, we should compensate with policies that does not increase emission, that does not lower the prices, but with other things. For example, making public transport more accessible, or something else that they want. So yes, there will be protests, and we can gain acceptance among the protesters if we give them something, and preferably we give them something that's not bad for the environment.
Perfect. Eva, you were also onto this, and you spoke to me about the different type of communications that we have to have when we create inclusive policies and differentiated policies. How should we communicate this so that everyone is on board?
Yeah, I think this is a very good question, and until now, very much the communication has been targeted at the front runners, at the people who are really in the forefront of this green transition. And for example, we have given in many countries subsidies to those people who can afford to make an investment, for example, in an electric vehicle, rather than to everybody, which we cannot do. So I think there has been a time of shaping and creating the market and making it interesting and sexy for those who can invest. But now we need to shift our communication focus. There is no inherent logic that the green transition might not be equally good for the countryside and for rural areas as it is for the cities. But it is just now the case that it seems to be, due to the way we have supported middle class people in getting things like electric vehicles, and in the way that it is presented in the media and in communications. There is also a gender aspect to this. So if we think about who will be actually doing many of these things in society, we have a rather gendered division of labor in society. So if you want an installation made in your home, if you want to repair or discuss upgrading your car, or if you repair a product, it is probably men who are doing this. So we need to get men, also middle-aged men, men who are working in manual occupations on board, because they are important communicators about this topic.
Perfect. Thank you, Eva, for that. I want to jump back to the behavior part of the side of thing, and I wrote in my script to you guys that all should answer this. That's not going to happen. So someone can just jump on this if you want. So Charlotte, you said before about the rationality of things. I don't know. Let's do a big like. How many felt rational this morning? Do you make a rational decision? Up, raise your hand. Oh, there's some people that's actually raising their hands. That's perfect. So the rest of you, about 95%, not so rational. Thinking about this, when it comes to policy, there's been a lot of talk, behavioral architecture, behavioral design, behavioral insight, behavioral science, when talking about like implementing that into policy, meaning that we actually create policies based on what we actually think and do, maybe not so rational. Like how do you see that coming into these type of policies? Charlie.
I think it's important to understand and acknowledge that behavior is very much contextualized and situated in a lot of infrastructures. They can be material infrastructures, institutional, social norms. So we need to really address what is enabling our behavior and consumption patterns more than we need to target you and me as an individual consumer, because we don't really have the action, the space for action individually. Of course, we have agency. No one is pushing us up the flight stairs, right? But we are not always able to make decisions or kind of make the green decision completely by ourselves. We need to target the infrastructures around us.
I know, Katarina, we are running a bit out of time, but I'm going to adjust the schedule. So for the people who have the next session, don't worry. You have been involved. Like I think a lot of the time, I think people maybe in this room as well have heard that we need to make it easy to make the right decision, and for us to make this transition happening, you've been involved in something called konsumtionskompassen in Swedish, like the compass for sustainability or consumption, maybe I should say. And it's helping municipalities to estimate consumption-based emission at postcode or zip code and income level. Can you just tell me, like, how has that been helpful, or how has that been received?
Yeah, well, thanks for that question. I'm happy to say that it has been very well received, and it's very encouraging to find that there is a large share of the municipalities in Sweden, as I think across the whole Nordic region, that are very engaged in this topic and wants to take action. They realize that they have a large power of authority to facilitate and support households' transition to more sustainable consumption behaviors, and that they use the tools data to help them, or they input the tools data into current strategies and use it to formulate targets to work towards. And the tool helps them identify hotspots and inform action at the local level. And as part of this work, we have also found that it's quite effective to work at the local level to make this question context specific, because a lot of it is context specific. And it's also interesting to note that this has also been broadly picked up in local media. So the fact that we present consumption-based data at the local and even postcode level has generated a lot of interest, especially among local media. and who has, over the last 2 years, written very insightful and engaging about this topic, sort of contributing to this important discussion and sort of clearly demonstrating that they are also a very important actor in this transition, and that we all need to join forces. It's not only about policymakers or households, but also other actors out there, such as the media and the culture sector, for instance.
And we will have a session on culture later on in the program, which is very good. I'm coming to an end to these questions. I'm going to have just a couple of more here. But you spoke about municipalities now. Like you spoke in your presentation about countries and like the maybe the difficulties or the risk. What are the risks if we apply different rules amongst the Nordic countries? Do you see? You spoke about cross-border trade, etc.
Yeah, and I say that would be the risk in this context, that we increase the tax in one country and consumers go across the border to shop in the neighboring country, or we move production, so we lose both jobs and we actually increase emissions since we increase travel. So if policies were coordinated and strengthened, that would be the best. Did that answer your question?
Yes, that did answer my question. Final questions to the two of you, Nora and Charlotte. So Nora first, like what would you say, like what have you seen? What would be the biggest hurdles? What would stand in the way for the green transition?
Oh, a few things. One thing we haven't talked about here is, or touched upon, reskilling. Romina talked about it this morning. If we really want to get the transition done, we need to change a lot of things in our industries, in our society. We need the skills for that. So we need to give people the opportunity to upskill, reskill regularly in their work life. We have to be much better at that. Also invest much more money on this and offer the right courses, both to give people a chance to be part of this, but also, of course, for the industries. We won't get anything done if we don't have people with the right skills. We have to be better, for example, at assessing impacts of policies. We do like to do financial assessments. Perhaps we do some economic assessment or think about the labor market, maybe. But we have to be much better also to look at how are different groups affected, different communities across space. These are just some of the topics we picked up on. There's quite a few things that we have to work with. But again, I have to stress that I think in our projects, sort of from all sides, from the survey, from the focus group, the spirit we got is that there's a lot of engagement, a lot of interest, a lot of concern. So we really have something we can work with here.
Thank you for that. And Charlotte, finally, I think we are, hopefully, we're all aware in this room that we do need to lower our global citizens' climate footprint. All of us, we all need to make changes. What do you see as the main actions for doing this?
Well, there are lots of things that we need to do very quickly, but one thing I want to stress, which does require a little bit of time and effort, is that we really need to facilitate some democratic processes where we deliberate what we actually would like to have from a sustainable society, much as what you were talking about. What does a sustainable, nice society look like? We actually don't know. We think it's all doom, but it's not necessarily. And looking at climate-oriented citizen assemblies where citizens are actually allowed and invited to have deliberation with knowledge partners, lots of different stakeholders, discussing what is needed, they come up with some really excellent recommendations that are really progressive. So we see that having a democratic deliberation where we talk about what we need, which is not the same as desires, we can talk about how to facilitate. We need to feel a sense of belonging. We need nourishment. We need shelter. We need a lot of stuff. It doesn't have to be the way that we do it today. We can find better ways.
Well, that's beautiful. I love how you're engaged here. Thank you so much. And in fact, later on today, we will actually all experience, I'm not going to give it away how that's going to be done, but we will look into the future a little bit and maybe see how a future what a sustainable future can look like in the future. Does anybody, I'm just going to ask Eva as well, because obviously it's not as easy to wave your hand if you're behind my back. If you have any final words before we conclude?
Thanks. I think Charlotte said it so beautifully that I will not add. I will just say that well said, and I totally agree.
With that said, I want to thank Marcus for launching this report and obviously giving a great, excellent presentation. Eva in Finland, Nora, Katarina, Charlotte for giving us all these insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Exit that way. So I don't know how many of you are aware that 45 minutes is like our attention span. Then we need to do something, otherwise we're just going to lose our focus. And it's enough to stand up or like say hi to your neighbor. So that's what you're going to do now for like 30 seconds. Up, say hi to your neighbor. Maybe say what you had for breakfast or something.
Där ska vi se. Där är den.
Då har vi Sara Bergman. Och precis. Då ska vi ta nummer 9. Jag ska kolla hur batteriet ser ut på den.
Ja. That's a very effective tool. You have a lot of power there, Mats, with your little bell. Amazing. Well done. Perfect. Thank you so much for this. So we will now switch subject and we will speak about something else. We will speak about eco-labeling. And so the Nordic Swan Ecolabel has influenced and helped companies and consumers for 35 years. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Swan or the Nordic Swan Ecolabel. And it's one of the world's toughest eco-labels. And now we will hear on how this label has worked as a tool for the green transition. And I will not moderate this session, but I have someone else that will be doing that. So I'm going to hand over to Anna Linusson, who is the CEO of Eco-Labeling Sweden. Take it away. Anna, give her a warm round.
And remember this. Yes, hello everybody, and it's so nice to be here and so nice to see you all. As you might have heard, my role is to be CEO of the Swedish company that take care of the Nordic Swan Ecolabel. There's one organization in every Nordic country, and we cooperate a lot, which you will soon see. And we've heard so much about consumers and how important it is what we consume, and that a lot of our ecological footprint comes from consuming a lot of different things. And our mission is to make it easy for consumers to do the right choices, but also to make it easy for the companies that actually try to be in the front to communicate what they're doing in a trustworthy way. How many of you know the Nordic Swan? Raise a hand. Yes. I'm not surprised, your representative, 97% in the Nordic know the Nordic Swan Ecolabel. And how many of you are actually, and be honest now, how many of you look for the Nordic Swan Ecolabel when you shop? Well, you are a very good audience. I can see that. Yes, we were founded by the Nordic Council of Ministers in 1989. And this means that we have been influencing, developing, and supporting a greener consumption and production for 35 years. And today we are one of the world's toughest eco-labels. The reason that we are here today is that for the past 4 years, we have been part of an exciting program initiated and funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, the Sustainable Living, a program that is aimed at simplifying climate-friendly living in the Nordic countries and to provide concrete guidelines and tools and inspire behavioral changes. And all this with the objective of contributing to the Nordic Council of Ministers' vision. The Nordic region shall become the most sustainable region in the world. Whoa! They have high goals, and we try the best we can to contribute to them. But speaking of sustainability, we all know that we are facing enormous challenges. As we heard this morning from our environmental minister, we are in the midst of a planetary triple crisis with biodiversity loss, global warming, spread of environmentally harmful chemicals, and this is putting enormous strain on our planet and on all the plants, all the animals, and on us people that inhabit this planet. Sometimes we talk about that we should be nice to the environment, but of all species on this earth, we, the Homo sapiens, are amongst the ones that will be most affected by these crises. So we have strong egoistic reasons to try and change this. We're not being nice, we are being smart and trying to save ourselves. And to mitigate all these crises together, we think is the key word. Everything is connected. The planet's heartbeats resonates in every living cell. All is connected. And just as various crises created by humans collectively affect the planet, we can work together to create and drive development in a different direction. Just as many small and large actions in the wrong direction caused all these crises, a lot of small and large action in the right direction can drive the green transition. So the Nordic region, with our 28 million people, together we can drive change, both right here, right now, on what we do and how we live, but we can also try and be a role model for others. And the choices we make matter, especially when it comes to consumption and production. No good action is too small. So I will light a candle here. This is my only chance of being Christmas host. If you chose a candle labeled with the Nordic Swan Ecolabel, you reduce the climate impact with 60% compared to if you had a paraffin candle. This is a very small action. If all candles consumed in Sweden during a year were to be made of candle wax, it would save emissions from 67,000 cars for an entire year. So consider all the candles we light in the Nordics during this dark autumn and winter, and what difference it could make if they were all Swan labeled. And that is a very small action. And equally important as what we do this, because of the actual impact it has, is also that we show those companies that aim at contributing to the green transition that we value their efforts by choosing their products and services. And later we will also learn how much can be saved from e-commerce logistics. The choices we make truly make a difference, and the more people who make the right choices, the greater the effect. And with 28 million people united in driving change, we can lead the way and set an example. And our action can have a snowball effect, and that is very good for the Nordic to have a snowball effect as well. So now I will invite on stage Karen Dahl Jensen. And you are the... We sit over here.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll bring the candle. Only 2 months to Christmas. Yes, Karen, you are the Nordic Manager of Product Development, meaning that you oversee and lead all the Nordic product and criteria development because we cooperate on this. It's the same in all the Nordic countries. And in this project, your role has been to lead the Nordic Swan Ecolabel into new business areas and have potential and relevance for the climate specifically. So if you were to describe what distinguishes the Nordic Swan Ecolabel from other ecolabels, how would you say that?
Well, first of all, it's very important to know that the Nordic Swan Ecolabel is the Nordic, all the Nordic countries officially recognized ecolabel. When we develop criteria, we have a life cycle perspective and we have a holistic approach. This means that we not only focus on one environmental area, we try to promote circular economy. We have an efficient use of resources. We focus on sparing biodiversity. We also work to ensure reduced climate impact and reduce the amount of harmful chemicals. So that is a holistic approach. When we create our criteria, we do it in a transparent process where we send out the suggested criteria to open consultation. And we have an independent Nordic Eco-labeling board who decides on the criteria. We also have a third-part certification of all licenses that apply for the eco-label, so that we go through all documentation and assure that they live up to the requirements, and we have on-site inspections. So that is a short explanation for a very long, complex work line.
Yeah. I'm happy it was the short one we had here today, since we are out of time before we started even. So how has the participation in this program influenced the work that the Nordic Swan Ecolabel do?
Yeah, well, as you said, for product development part in Nordic Eco-labeling, the participation of this program has resulted in an incredibly enhance in our product portfolio. We have developed 3 new product groups: e-commerce logistics, which we will hear about later, building operations, and also window replacement. And I can tease you with that even more new is coming. We also develop very big expansions of product groups, especially new buildings and renovations, where it's now possible to eco-label offices, clinics, homes for elderlies, so that people can live and work and gather together in eco-label buildings all through their lifetime. In addition to this, we also were able to enhance our speed of strengthening the requirements, especially within climate change and circular economy. And this means that we have an even faster transition for change within our existing licenses.
Yeah, thank you. So, and I think we talk a lot about how you can make the right choice when you consume, but what is the Nordic Swan Ecolabel's best advice for everyday life with if you want to live with less environmental impact?
Well, you must remember that the purchase with the lowest environmental impact is the purchase that you never do. So, in order to avoid consumption, you need to ask yourself if you really need to buy new products. Could you maybe use the ones that you already have? Or could you repair if it's broken or get it repaired? Could you lend or lease products instead? And go through these considerations before you do the purchase. If you then come to a consideration that you must purchase a new product, then try to buy second-hand or buy eco-label products, because then you are sure that you have the lowest environmental impact in your everyday life.
Thank you so much, Karen. I think that is an important message. And now I would like to introduce Anne-Grete and Christian, who are, Anne-Grete is from Norway and Christian from Sweden, and you are both marketing and communication managers in different countries, but you work closely together. And you are here to share some insights about the Nordic consumers, because we have done the largest Nordic consumer study that has been done for a very long time. So tell me, Anne-Grete, what did we find out?
Well, the Nordic Consumer Sustainability Index is one of the largest surveys on consumers and sustainability in the Nordics. And we can start with the good news. And the good news is that the majority of people in the Nordics, they want to have as little impact on the environment as possible. And they are concerned about what they themselves can do to protect nature and the environment. And we find that as much as 85% feel a personal responsibility, and they say that they are willing to change their lifestyle if it can protect nature. Nature is important to people in the Nordics. So, an overwhelming majority say that they want to make more environmentally sound choices, but just as many, almost 8 out of 10, find it difficult.
Oh, why do they find it difficult?
Well, it's not one reason, it's several reasons, but first of all, our economy is still mainly linear. We live in a throwaway society, and goods are often made for use and discard. And if it can be repaired, it's often, very little can be repaired, but if it can be repaired, it's often more costly than buying a new item. And secondly, consumers, they believe, or they say, they find the range of environmentally better products a bit too narrow, and of course become too misleading marketing. It's a jungle of green claims and irregular labeling schemes out there, what we call greenwashing, and that makes it difficult for the consumers to know what the environmentally best choices really are.
So when you mentioned this greenwashing, which misleads consumers and actually lead to that people get tired of everything, green leaves on everything. But how vulnerable are Nordic consumers? Don't we know much better? Are we vulnerable to greenwashing?
Yes, we are. And unfortunately, we now see that trust in green marketing is at an all-time low. Most people, they no longer trust green marketing. And the majority also believes that companies exaggerate how environmentally good their products are. And what we find this year is that they are now getting annoyed, and they want the authorities to act. They want stricter regulations, and they want companies that greenwash to be hit with heavy fines. And to elaborate a little bit, we find that this is gives really good reason for concern, because what if all of those consumers that wants to do the right thing, in kind of getting confused in this green jungle, what if they stop acting because they no longer believe that they can make a difference? What happens then?
So what you're saying is that greenwashing is actually a real obstacle to the green transition?
Yes. It's not just a problem for consumers. How are we going to reach the climate and environmental goals that we have committed to if we don't get the consumers on board? We know that behavioral change is necessary in order to reach our climate goals. And in order to change consumer behavior, the first rule is always to make it, easy and attractive to act in a more sustainable manner. In addition, of course, to the stick we heard about earlier.
So what can a company do if they want to make it easier for consumers and the company itself wants to avoid greenwashing?
First of all, it will become increasingly different to greenwash now, because quite a lot is coming from the EU with the intention of strengthening consumer behavior. And these coming rules, hopefully, they will cover both green claims and eco-labeling schemes. And we welcome stricter regulations, and so does the Nordic consumer. They want clarity, and they want simplicity, and they trust independent eco-labels, like the Nordic Swan Ecolabel. So as we have heard now, the role of the Nordic Swan Ecolabel is to point to the more environmentally friendly solutions and make it easy to act. And as Karin now also mentioned, you know, it's a difficult story to tell. So maybe you can tell us a bit about that, Christian.
Yeah, how did we turn the Nordic Swan's Ecolabel's complex story into something simple and clear, and so we help consumers make
Yeah, that was a true challenge. It's a quite complex task to do so. Initially, all 5 countries need to agree and make our first Nordic communication strategy. We have never had that before. So even though we share the Nordic Swan, we haven't exactly communicated in the same way. So even though we're pretty much alike in the Nordics, we're also quite different. But with the strategy, we found a way on what and how to tell the Nordic Swan story with one voice across all the 5 markets. And from the communication strategy, we could develop an appealing campaign concept with messages that impact the audience, both heart and brain, in that order. Because as we know and told on the stage before, we are not rational. We think with the heart. And we also had a goal to help consumers to act and choose more sustainable products when they buy something and make them feel really good about it.
Yeah, so can you elaborate a bit more? Why is that so?
I can, thank you, Anna, thank you. But to be recognized by the Nordic population with 97%, that is not enough. To be consumers' #1 eco-label, the Nordic Swan need to be liked or maybe even loved. So that's why we need to communicate to the hearts first. So if you win the heart, the brain and actions will follow.
So what did your process look like?
Well, we did this huge consumer survey, which helped us a lot. So the first step was to really dig deep into that research to find the insights about the Nordic consumers' behaviors and attitudes, but not least also to understand the relationship that they have to the Nordic Swan today. And we could also conclude that even if the Nordic Swan is one of the most recognized brands in the Nordics, we really needed to remind them about us and also show and tell what's make the Nordic Swan unique and likable in a trustworthy way. And we also understood that we can't need more pekpinnar, as we say in Sweden.
Yeah, so how did the campaign turn out?
Well, our agency come up with a splendid idea to tell our story through applicants' products who didn't make it, that couldn't meet our tough criteria, and then tell that story in a bitter but very humorous way. And in that way, we could convey our message holistic, life cycle, and also show and communicate that we are found in many, many different product groups. So I think, Linnea, we have some example how the campaign looked like in the Nordics. I hope we will get it.
Jamen, de sagde nej på grund af mine kemikalier.
Så spurte de om emballasjen kan resirkuleres.
Livsfärilsnalkun.
Ne on vaan nörttejä, jotka kyselee liikaa.
Sen är i fashion tänkt att hålla mer än en säsong.
Yeah. Well, how did we succeed with that big goal of being loved?
Yes, I think we reached part of the goal at least. But the assignment from the Nordic Council of Ministers was to position the Nordic Swan Ecolabel as a tool for sustainable lifestyle. But as said before, also a good choice for the climate. And the results from the campaign evaluation that we did shows as many as 80% of the Nordic consumers now regard the Nordic Swan as a good choice for just that, the good choice for the climate. But other, applaud. But other really good results were also increased knowledge of and trust in the Nordic Swan. And also, I like this one, and the spontaneous awareness reached record levels. So we're on top. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, thank you both. And now I think it's time to get some inspiration for green product development and hear from a license holder. So I would like to welcome Isabel Blomqvist, who is Head of Strategy and Sustainability at Scandic Hotel Group. There you are. Please take a seat.
Thank you very much, Anna.
In the almost Christmas sofa.
Oh, nice.
You have had the Nordic Swan Ecolabel for the Scandic hotels for a very long time.
Yes.
And you have you have had to prove over and over again every time we raised our bars that you were getting better and better. And that is really, really well done. So you've had it since 1999. That's a long time, 25 years. But tell me, Isabel, why is eco-labeling important to Scandic?
I think eco-labeling in general is important for many reasons. First of all, we want to be able to guide our guests in making good environmental choices. I think we talked a lot about that already. But it also helps us to structure our sustainability work, which is very helpful. And the Nordic Swan in particular, we have chosen because as far as we have been able to see, it has the toughest third-party validation in the industry. And I think Karen described a little bit about that before. But it also not only requires us to set goals and work towards those within different areas such as water and energy and waste, it also sets absolute boundary conditions that defines what's considered good and what's bad within different areas of sustainability. And that I think is very helpful.
That's really nice to hear, I would say. That is what we aim at doing. But do the customers care? Has this strengthened the Scandic brand?
Yes, I would say being associated with a trusted eco-label, of course, strengthens the Scandic brand. And especially in the Nordics, where the brand awareness is really high. I think you mentioned 97% in the Nordics. But it also brings value in other ways and to other stakeholders. We have our corporate customers, for example, and in the contracting that we do with them, being Swan labeled is often sufficient to satisfy many of their requirements when it comes to environmental sustainability. But also towards other stakeholders, such as our owners, increasing the resource efficiency in our operations, I think makes us more attractive as an investment as well. So it's not just a badge. It definitely brings value and builds a more responsible Scandic brand towards all stakeholders.
That's great. And how have you involved the organization in your sustainability work and to get this certification?
Yeah, good question. So first of all, Scandic is a very values-driven company, and we work a lot with our values. And two of our core values are being caring towards people and the planet, and to be bold and challenge ourselves to do things differently. And I think both those values are important when it comes to sustainability. And then we are the biggest hotel chain in the Nordics. We're on a growth journey. We're evaluating new hotels every day. And I think with that comes a great power and also responsibility. And that responsibility we try to take seriously. And to succeed with this, I think the engagement of our team members, we have 19,000 team members.
That's a lot.
Yes, and that's absolutely crucial. And it's hard to describe, but it's part of our DNA, I would say. It's part of a long legacy. And it's because of their commitment that we continue to develop within this area. Because change is not created from an office. I think we all know that. Yeah. It's created from hard work of many people. So that's important. Yeah. Maybe just one final point on engagement. Yeah. I think when it comes to engagement, it's not only within our organization, it's important. I think we have to look in all parts of the value chain. And we have a long history of working closely together with our suppliers and our landlords, for example, and to make sure that our sustainability agendas are aligned and to develop together.
Yeah, it seems like you have been doing, and we know that you have been doing a very serious job for a long time. What advice would you give to other business leaders who are wondering how they can contribute to the green transition?
I would say, the old good advice, prioritize. There are a lot of areas where we want to make a difference, but in order to achieve impact, I think we need to prioritize. Doing a materiality assessment, for example, is a good starting point, but even within your material areas, I think you need to distinguish where can you drive meaningful change versus where are you already at a good enough level. So that's the first advice. And my second advice would be to set goals, to set clear goals that sort of helps you have a long-term mindset to sustainability, goals that resonates with the organization, that is understandable. And then finally, being here on the couch as well, to make sure to partner with the right organizations. If there's one area we should collaborate with each other within, it's definitely sustainability. So partner with the right organizations to build knowledge and to succeed with your goals.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And we go to the next step. And I think that it's I'm so happy to have you here. And also, one important thing is that you're able to communicate it. This Green Claims Directive that Annegret mentioned before, it will, if it goes through, it's not finished yet, but then it will be so that every company has to have it has to be approved before you say anything. So, but you could have been here anyway because you have the green swan and it is approved. So communication is easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you.
Now we will move over to another set of criteria that we had the possibility to create because of this project. And Sara, welcome on stage. You are the criteria manager for Sweden. And in this project, you will now present for what we had when we developed the Nordic Swan Ecolabel e-commerce logistics. So do you know that have you seen that you can choose the Nordic Swan Ecolabel delivery when you check out if you shop online? Have you seen the little Nordic Swan there? Then this is the project that Sarah will tell you about, but she will not tell you about how to shop online because no one actually needs to know that. She will tell you some brand new data about how the Nordic Swan Ecolabel have impacted e-commerce logistics. So
true.
Please enlighten us.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Nordic Council of Ministers, for this opportunity to talk about one of our latest criteria that we launched to the market in spring last year. And to be able to quantify the climate benefit of this service, we have had an analysis performed, and I'm so happy to share the results with you here. And I will go straight to the point, and then, if we have time, walk backwards to give you some more information of the different parts that make up this whole result. So the analysis showed us that the reduction of greenhouse gases on a Nordic level, and this is quite important, is almost 30%. And of course the results differ within the different Nordic countries, and in Sweden they are as much as 41% actually. But how did we reach this conclusion? Well, the consultant that we assigned began by looking more closely into the different requirements in our criteria and found out that it would be possible in a reliable way to quantify on a Nordic level 3 requirements, and they are the requirements on existing fleet at the time of application, new fleet by annual exchange and purchasing of new vehicles, and then renewable energy, defined as electricity, of course, and renewable liquid and gaseous fuels from sustainable feedstock. And then in order to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions, we needed to compare the criteria level with a fictitious e-commerce logistics company. A fictitious company that is assumed to have a vehicle fleet that corresponds to the different national average and uses national average of renewable energy. And the size of the company is determined by the package volume in each different Nordic country. And then, finally, this fictitious company in Norway and Denmark, Finland and Sweden is aggregated into a single Nordic company. And here you can see this fictitious Nordic company that doesn't exist, of course, with its emission from fleet and fuel illustrated in this donut diagram as 100%. Do we have more time, Anna? Good. Because if we then move backwards and look into the requirement that is like the basis for the analysis, our criteria for Swan Ecolabeled e-commerce logistic consists of 20 requirements divided in 3 main areas. First and foremost, of course, the transport network needs to have a low climate impact thanks to a high degree of fossil-free energy and high energy efficiency. In addition, we put basic social requirements, which is important in this industry. And finally, we have a small number of requirements linked to limitations of the service and also how to communicate with the end consumers, for example, in the checkout. All requirements must be met by the company that becomes the license holder, but also by all its subcontractors. And as I said in the beginning, the climate analysis quantify the requirements circled in blue in this picture. So what were these different results that ended up in this 28% of reduction? Well, this and the next slide illustrates our requirement on new fleet compared to national statistics for newly registered vehicles divided on light and heavy trucks. And as you can see on this picture, for light vehicles, the Swan level is 70%, which is significantly higher than the national average for newly registered vehicles in all Nordic countries. For heavy vehicles, the requirement level is 20%, which is also higher than the national average for all Nordic countries. For Finland, as you can see, the gap is the largest, where only 4% of the new registered vehicles would meet our requirement as of today. And I would like to stress that this requirement is important because it speeds up the technology shift and the introduction of more sustainable vehicles, electric vehicles and vehicles run on biogas. And knowing that, we can conclude that our requirements on both existing but also new fleet are ambitious.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. I think actually this is worth a round of applause because this
Thank you.
This is real action, but how sure can you be?
Do I have one more minute to finish?
Yeah,
okay, thank you. Because the analysis, as you know, also included renewable fuels. And as you can see on this slide, which shows the Swedish numbers, the share of renewable energy in the Swedish transport sector was 29 last year. In our criteria, the share of renewable energy must amount to as much as 75%, which is a significantly higher level. So in order to become a license holder, you really have to invest in electrification, biogas, and switch to renewable fuels like HVO, which allows us to communicate that we are a strong driving force for fossil-free transportation.
Yes, and these are kind of some hypothetical reasoning in this study,
yes,
but how sure are you that we will be a real effect of as much as 30% climate reduction emissions?
Well, it's hard to be, of course, 100% sure, but I'm quite sure, partly because the analysis is made cautious in its assumptions. And as you could see on one of the slides, we have also other requirements that contributes to less climate effect, such as energy efficiency, eco-driving and route optimization, but those were not included in the analysis.
Okay.
But also due to a lot of discussions and dialogue that we have had with different companies within this sector from all Nordic countries.
So it seems we can be quite certain that it will have this effect. That's perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah, for clarifying this for us.
Thank you.
And now we have, for the next round, someone who represents a company that actually made these criteria. So Peter Gisel Ekdahl, the CEO of PostNord Sweden, welcome on stage. Maybe you want to sit here?
Yes, love
in
to.
the, yeah, in the Christmas sofa. And yes, your company was actually the first company to be granted a license from the Nordic Swan Ecolabel for e-commerce logistics. And recently you have been joined by another big player, Bring Sweden. And now we have just learned this in the analysis that Swan Ecolabeled e-commerce services has almost 30% less impact on the climate. What are your thoughts and reactions to this study?
First of all, I mean, it's great, and we need to follow, and I want, of course, us and others to join. So not just Bring and all the other actors to join as well. But what is really great about the Nordic Swan is that you push the licensees to actually improve our climate performance. So it's very much thanks to you driving us. And if we look at PostNord, for instance, thanks to our transition strategy, we are very well positioned to reach beyond the 75% of renewable energy that you demand for 2025, the ones that Sarah just mentioned.
Wow.
And if I look now, when it comes to this year, we are well positioned, so I actually think we will deliver already this year.
Oh, wow, so it's going fast. Why did you start from the beginning to try and get the Nordic Swan Ecolabel for your e-commerce transports?
First of all, PostNord's journey started many years ago, and I'm extremely proud of the climate transition that we have embarked upon. And when one of the most trusted eco-labeling schemes started actually to develop criteria for e-commerce transports, we decided that we wanted to become the first licensee. And by doing this, we would be able to manifest the climate leadership and at the same time create an even better offering for our customers. And that's very, very important.
Yeah.
And then during this journey, it was actually quite tough.
Yeah.
So it was tougher than we expected. So thanks to our colleagues, we worked 7 months, extremely hard. And then back now in September last year, we managed to get the license. And I think that sums up very well to your slogan, actually. It states that it's hard to get and easy to choose. And that says it all.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, and it was a tough journey, but you did a great job. So what impacts has the labeling had on your business and brand so far?
I would like to divide my answer into two. First, the internal impact, and then as well going back to the external impact. But when it comes to the internal impact, it actually sums up and gives a quality stamp on all the hard effort that all our colleagues are doing every day. And it's also sort of giving a stamp on all the investments we're doing into our fleet. And that creates pride within the organization. And pride is important in order for us to continue to develop. So that's very, very important. And then when it comes to our sales force, when we are meeting the customers and as well the consumers, we're able to actually give an additional tool in our portfolio. So when it comes to our external impact, when it comes to our e-commerce customers, the end consumers, they are able to actually get this label both when they get it from an agent or from a parcel locker, or even when it comes to a home delivery, they will get the quality stamp. And all this is actually thanks to our really strong machinery, everyone working with transportation internally, and as well thanks to our subcontractors. So it's all about teamwork.
Oh yeah, that's great. Have you seen anything? Do the customers choose in the checkout?
I mean, today we have more than 400 customers with a Nordic Swan visible in the checkout.
Yeah.
And of course, we are working constantly in order to get more customers to show the Nordic Swan in the checkouts. That's extremely important. And of course, we want all the end consumers, us, making these choices when in the checkouts. And of course, that's driving a behavior, that's driving sales as well. And if you take some of our biggest customers like Kronans Apotek, Selbes, Clas Ohlson, NetOnNet, they are showing the Nordic Swan in the checkout.
Yeah. Do you know if it makes a difference for people's choices? I'm asking you a question that you might not know the answer to.
The answer is I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually, in the end, actually, it starts with us.
Yeah.
we as the ones buying, once we are allowed to buy, we are making the choices, and we need to make more active choices. Today, we are not making enough active choices.
Yeah, that's true. What advice would you give to other business leaders who are wondering how to contribute to the green transition?
To link a little bit to what Scandic presented before, I mean, first of all, you need to prioritize. But I think sort of one thing that is important, do not delay. I mean, you need to start to act, and you need to act fast. And we are now at a truly turning point. There will be a fierce fight for scarce resources, and one that can transition smoothly into the low carbon economy will clearly become the winners in the future. But transition is very complex and costly, and you need to survive through this transition. The transition is not cheap. And therefore, I think the key for all the companies to succeed is actually to work with coalitions and collaboration. And that means you need to collaborate with your customers, you need to collaborate with your suppliers, but as well, you need to collaborate internally within your own organization. So collaboration and coalitions is really key for success.
Do you need to collaborate with your competitors as well, you think? No, maybe not. That's taking it
I was
too
actually
far.
going to answer that later on.
Yeah.
But I think sort of in collaborations, you need to collaborate with all the stakeholders.
Yeah.
So you need to collaborate with competitors as well.
Yeah. Do you think that the Nordic companies in the transport sector can be a role model for EU and for the rest of the world?
Yes, for sure. And then sort of leaning back to the previous answers, you need to build on coalitions and collaborations. That's really key. And then as well, as you asked before, even with competitors, because we need to create a network, and one company will not fix it. So we need to the industries needs to collaborate. And then if we come back to PostNord is doing to lead this transition and to become an example, first of all, the things that we are doing, we're investing heavily in having a fossil-free fleet of vehicles, and that will be followed by emission-free vehicles powered by green electricity is really key. We call our transition program Green by PostNord, and that's something that we are doing, and that will create an example for the rest of the industry. And then as well, we need also to show how important public and private partnerships are. And here again, collaborations, and that will also accelerate the progress in this field. And then clearly, when it comes to infrastructure, we need to collaborate privately and publicly. And then, of course, social sustainability is also important and in this transition. So we need to ensure in our industry that drivers of all nationalities will have a safe and healthy working place. And they need as well to have the correct living wages. And PostNord, we are involved in what's called the Responsible Trucking Initiative. We're implementing the truck transport social guidelines at our terminals is crucial. So this is very important. And then this is sort of an ask for me to the rest of the industry. I want more competitors, more players in the e-commerce field to join bringing ourselves to actually get the license from you. Yeah. That's very, very important, because that will create a playing ground for us as buyers when we are the end consumers, when we are in the checkouts. If more players are sort of licensees, that will drive behavior, and that's so important.
Yeah, for sure. And also when you think about the Nordic countries, we talk about ourselves as not being so big, but when it comes to area, we are big countries.
Yep.
And if we can make transportations so much better, then surely a lot of countries in EU could also be much better.
Agree in full. And we have a saying within PostNord, we don't say if, we say when.
Yeah, sure. So what do you need from Nordic politicians to make the Nordic region this role model for the rest of the world for e-commerce transport? You say you want it, but what do you need? What is your challenge to the politicians?
First of all, it's about coalitions and collaborations. Of course, we need to collaborate with the politicians. And we, as sort of in the industry, we have the responsibility to show the politicians what kind of needs exists. in order to facilitate their decision making. So we have a role to play. We need to help them to take the right decisions. But then, of course, the politicians, they need to understand that developing the infrastructure is key. And that will need support from the politicians, because we need them to help us with investments in infrastructure.
And that was exactly what Romina said in the beginning of the day, that we need to improve infrastructure. So she already knows it.
Good, that's good news. And when it comes to the energy sector and as well to the transport sector, we are so incredibly interlinked. We are so close. And in order to have a truly emission-free or to have a fleet of truly emission-free vehicles, you need to have the charging infrastructures. And there, the politicians, they play a very important role in this play. And then finally, by showing that curbing our carbon emissions and transitioning to clean green transport goes hand in hand with business success, we will become an example to follow, both in the Nordic region and in Europe and in the world as well. So our work is so important.
Yes, it is. And thank you so much. We will end there. And congratulations to being the first to have this license. Thanks. Once again. Yes, and this have been a few examples of what we have been able to achieve thanks to the Nordic Council of Ministers. And I just want to say these are few examples of how many small and big actions can actually sum up to make a difference. You don't think about that when you buy something on the internet, but it's important what e-commerce transport you choose, for instance. And as we can see today, the Nordic Council of Ministers is a powerful tool and force into shaping the transforming of our collective future. And we want to say thank you for the past 4 years. We had not been able to develop these criteria groups without the Nordic Council of Ministers. So we look forward to more collaboration the years ahead. And thank you all for your patience. I know we have been in this room for a very long time with very little exercise. But I think also now some exercise is on the schedule. So thank you all.
Yeah. Anna, thank you so much. Is my microphone on? Yep, perfect. It sounded like I'm gonna do an aerobic thing now. That's not gonna happen, people. So don't get your expectations up. But I'm here with another Åsa, which creates a lot of confusion when we have done this event. Actually, Åsa Hildestrand from Nordic, who is also the senior project manager for this conference. So she's responsible for that you're all here today. So thank you.
Thank you all for being here today. So yes, to be two Åsas makes everything twice as fun, I would say. Anyways, I just wanted to make a little shout out that you have received this on your chairs, and this is actually a little way for us to summarize the 6 different projects that make up the Sustainable Living Program and that are presenting today in different ways. So when you go home and you want to know more about the tools and guidelines and results that come out of this, you just go here and you see the QR code. To be even easier, we also put it on the back side rear side of your name tag. So that's the QR code for this Sustainable Living Hub, as we call it. Another important announcement, you might all want lunch, and we do have lunch for most of you, especially those who signed up early. So if you didn't manage to get your sticker for the lunch and you have signed up for lunch, go see the entrance desk during the coffee break, because that's actually what's going to happen now, right?
That is exactly what's going to happen now. So we're going to have a coffee break, and there is also some more toilets, which is on the, if you haven't visited the upper floor already,
yes.
Then you can do that there,
yes,
right?
And coffee is also upstairs. So now make the ascension to the upper deck for those of you who want coffee and more toilets.
We have a 20 minutes break, so I will ring the bell when it's time to come back.
Yes, enjoy.
Tänker att du ger det här till mig lite käckt. Wow, okay. Yeah. Let's see if you've gotten some coffee and feel a bit energized. And welcome back, I should say, to this summit, Sustainable Living Summit, the first of its kind, hosted by Nordregio and the Nordic Council of Ministers, and also a warm welcome back, of course, to the people following us online. And as you can see now here, I've been joined by some culinary superstars here on stage. So within the Nordic Sustainable Lifestyle Program, one of the projects, Healthy and Sustainable Food Systems, have focused on our food consumption. And it's both for our health and the health of our planet. So the project has released several reports about both food waste and policy recommendation to achieve behavior change and create healthy and sustainable food environments in the Nordic countries. And I was also part of a big conference that also took place under this project, which was called the Nordic Food Waste Summit. Me and Jonathan, who is standing over there, hosted about 200 participants and about, I don't even know how many princesses and ministers and everything that was on stage, but it was so many people that viewed also online. It was almost over 600,000 people, which actually puts a light that sustainability and food loss and waste is an important topic. And so is food as a general. And here we have some beautiful people that are going to talk about food. First of all, Sara in the middle, Sara Begner, who is nutritional therapist and cookbook author and food creator at Coop Sweden. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And basically, Sara called me and said, I need two people who are really interested in food and like cooking. And I said, I know two. So I called Sebastian Hjelm, Director of Food Safety from the Finland's Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And then the second person I called was Madeleine Linis-Mörner, who is the Program Director for Future Food at Axe Foundation. Perfect. I think, Sara, I just need to start with you because obviously you're going to get these beautiful people starting to help you here.
Yes.
So do you mind just sharing what you will be, well, what
we will be cooking?
Yeah,
yes.
What you guys will be cooking, of course. And what, like, obviously, you are doing this recipe based on the nutrition guidelines, from the Nordic nutrition guidelines. So what was your thoughts when you were approached by this query?
I think it's a very interesting way to work with this. I have this. I have to use these things that I really love. Right now we're in the season for the best season, or at least you think it's the best season because you're in it right now. In Sweden we have 4 different seasons, and every season you long for what's growing right now. So we have the mushrooms, especially these ones that you can find out in the forest right now. And I have beetroots that I boiled yesterday, so you don't have to wait for the boiling process today. And we're going to make some mushroom patties served with beetroots and rockets. And maybe some cabbage, because you love the cabbage.
Yes, I do.
And you are all going to get this for lunch, not from me, but from the serving in the building.
They are good, I tell you, they are very good.
I'm not going to be able to share this with all of you, but this is what we're cooking. So it's going to be, and we're going to make a sour cream sauce with it as well, with chives, exactly.
Yeah.
So I will use your competence in this area, and you are relieved just for today.
I actually think that's probably a good idea, because you did a little bit of a poor research, because I have nothing in common with culinary things. I work with the food system, and I'm very passionate about it, but I'm a crap cook.
I googled food and you came up.
But fortunately I have a cold today. So for food safety reasons and perhaps for culinary
other
reasons,
personal reasons as well.
I'm gonna stay a little bit on the side here.
We're happy that you're with us anyway.
Yes, we're very happy. And
you,
Sebastian, how do you feel there? Do you feel very comfortable with your apron and your beetroots?
I feel very comfortable. Yes, I am actually the cook in my family. So
you now?
yeah,
Perfect.
so
Wow.
I normally don't speak while I cook because I'm a Finnish man, but I try to do that as well.
I need you today, so I'm happy that you're a bit more. Okay, but you're very nice to be with you anyway.
Oh, well,
thank you.
What do you normally cook then when you're in your kitchen, not speaking to anybody?
Well, but my wife has been sick now with some weird flu for a week, so we've been cooking soups for a week, and I've almost extinguished my spectrum of soups now. But I, at the same time doing that, I realized that soups are really good, and it's really a good way of approaching the nutrition recommendations because they're usually based on vegetables, and you don't need any meat or fish to put in them.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Well, all right. So in this session, we're going to talk about why food is critical for both the health for us humans, but also the health of the planet. And how can we enable sustainable and healthy consumption while ensuring food security during times of crisis? That's what we will be talking about. But we will also talk about systemic level. I know that, Madeleine, that you're very good at this, and maybe also discuss policy changes needed for healthy and sustainable eating. So you haven't started yet, so I might just kick off with you then, because you feel familiar not doing double work. Okay, perfect. Well, all right. So you, as I mentioned already, you work as a director of food safety of Finland's Ministerial of Agriculture and Forestry. Can you first, what does a director of food safety do?
That's very easy. Basically, I'm responsible for all the legislation, making sure that whatever people or animals put in their mouth is safe and nutritious.
Okay. Perfect. You're a very important person then.
I'm a very important person, but luckily I work in the Nordic countries where food safety has been taken care of for, let's say, more than 50 years. So there's not very much to do on the safety side. So I noticed that during the last years, more and more of my time at work has been spent working with nutrition and getting to people eat more healthy foods. And there is indeed a lot of work to do still.
Definitely a lot of work to do there.
Do you agree, Sarah?
Yeah, I agree that people are maybe not eating exactly what they want to eat. I think people want to eat better than they do, and I think the biggest problem is that they're not creative enough. They're stuck in their routines. They're stuck in their habits, and people want to, especially young people, want to be more sustainable and more healthy, but they don't really know how to make that kind of food. I think they don't have the courage as well. You see it on TikTok, but you don't have the courage to try, I think, many times.
Oh,
I think that's probably right, but I think that there's also another dimension to that problem, and that is it's very hard to be healthy and sustainable when the things that you can buy are not produced in a sustainable and healthy way. So it's a both-way thing.
Exactly, yes.
I've encouraged this amazing crowd that if someone starts clapping, we all need to clap. So that's what's going on right now, just so you know. I agree completely. So what would you say? I'm gonna jump. It almost feels like we should have like some music. It feels very cozy and casual. This. What would you say is one of the biggest challenges here? You normally don't really want to just focus on maybe the consumption side. You want to speak from a broader perspective. What would you say is the biggest challenge here? I mean, it's a massive question, but how will we get sustainable food in our shelves?
Well, first of all, we have to realize that food, if we don't fix food, we can't fix anything. Exactly. Because we can stop flying, in theory, we can stop buying a lot of things that we don't need, but we can never stop eating. So if we don't fix food, we can't fix anything, because food will affect, or affects already, of course, climate change. 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions stems from food production in a wider sense. 80% of biodiversity loss, it uses 70% of fresh water. All these, not challenges, because I don't like the concept of challenge, because it's something, when you say challenge, it implies that it's ahead of us. I would prefer to call it catastrophes, because we're in the middle of them. Okay. And if we don't...
Yes.
If we don't address that, we have serious problems. So that's like the first thing. But I think one of the problems that we have in our part of the world is that we've been too comfortable and too rich. So we don't use, because everything that you produce in an ecosystem will put stress on that system, no matter how you produce it. Even if you're regenerative and if you're organic or whatever, it puts stress on the system. So the least thing that you could ask for is that when you have put that stress to the system and you have produced something, for Christ's sake, use all of it, which we don't. We kind of waste 30%, and that is not just the consumer, because the focus has been very hard on the consumer creating food waste, but the same problem is throughout the entire value chain, all the way back to the farm. So this is one of the big challenges, I would say. We have to use all the things we produce.
Everything we produce, yes.
Thank you for that. Sebastian, we have to use everything that we produce in Finland. How is this looked upon, and what policies are in place to prevent this from happening? Would you say? Do you know? Like, this is not a prepared question, so if
it's not a prepared question.
Yeah.
No, I would say that on a whole, we're quite good at using most of the food. We do throw away a lot of food, but I think that there's a mentality in the Nordic countries, maybe in other countries as well. I mean, old people still remember the war, certainly in Finland, and so there is a mentality that, you know, waste not. So I don't think that is, from my perspective, that is not the big problem. From a sustainability side, maybe yes, but we tend to focus on telling people more sort of what foods they should eat, and for that, obviously, we have the Nordic nutrition recommendations, which were published last year and are now being implemented in all the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries as national dietary guidelines. And we talked earlier about how it's difficult for young people and older people as well to eat healthy and sustainably. And I think the nutrition guidelines actually are they are a goal which says that if you eat like this, this will be healthy and sustainable. And it's very important to realize that in 95%, probably more, of all the cases, when you talk about healthy foods, you're also talking about sustainable foods. They go very much hand in hand. So if you're worried about one thing, you get the bonus of the other one. If you're worried about both things, just follow the guidelines. So I think the guidelines, but people sometimes are afraid about the guidelines. For instance, we say that people should eat less red meat, and people should eat more fruit, and people think that I will never, I can never achieve that, especially middle-aged men like me. But it's actually, it's not meant to be a sort of, this is the rule you have to follow and otherwise you will be doomed. It just says that if you would eat like this, at least in some part, you will be better off than what you are today. So it's something that you should attain to, and maybe future generations will get there. But we don't have to sort of say that you're a bad person if you cannot fulfill all the recommendations. It's just good to have something to work towards, I think.
So you obviously being an inspirational voice for sustainable eating, how can you facilitate to educate people?
Because it's so easy to tell people that you should eat maximum maybe 350 grams of red meat every week, but how do I do that? Every one of us is eating almost 10 kilos of food every week, and only 350 grams of that is supposed to be red meat. And a lot of people are starting their thinking about a meal with, is it chicken, fish, meat, or pasta? And then they think, what kind of carbs do I have to that? And then they think, what kind of vegetables am I serving to that as a side order? So we have to think in another way. Our food culture in the Nordic countries are in that way, but if you go to an Indian restaurant or in a Thai restaurant, they start with a taste or flavor. And then you say, and this is the vegetables, and this is the sauce, and this is everything. And then you can choose what kind of protein you put into that. If we start thinking more in that way when we cook, we get more creative, I think. Start with the flavor and maybe the season. What do I want this to taste? Like now we're longing for food that warm us, that are satisfying, that are a bit, a lot of umami. We want that because it's winter, it's cold, we want to be comfortable. And maybe in the springtime, we'll be longing for fresh food, and we're more longing for fresh herbs and that kind of food. So go with your feelings more. Start with what I feel like, what I want to eat, and what's the flavors I'm longing for, instead of these 7 dishes that you can do on repeat, whatever season it is, over and over again. And most of us are just doing 7 dishes regularly and have a routine for 7 dishes. So the creativity, I think, is the biggest stop to why people don't open up their senses to cooking. We are very much out there when we order food. We eat everything in restaurants, but we don't cook it at home as much. Maybe if we have guests, but not in the everyday life. Yeah, so that's what I think. Open your minds.
Open your minds. Do you have an open mind?
No, I hope so.
Yeah.
No, but I think that Sarah is absolutely right. This is a key thing that we need to fix. But we also need to always keep in mind that it's a system. Again, the consumer or the artist, as in Sarah's case, is at the end of the line. But we have to make sure that the rest of the line is also in check, because right now you are cracking some eggs, and who ever thought about, so there are 6 million laying hens every year that is being slaughtered in Sweden. They are not consumed here. That's kind of interesting. Yes. It's also interesting to think about, so the chicken had feed, which of course is Sebastian's mission and area. What kind of feed did they get? Did our food eat our food? And if our food eats our food, is that actually the best way to deal with things, when our food could eat things that we don't want to eat or that we cannot eat? So you have to, like grass or like insects or like mycoproteins, or there are several different things. We actually we run a test farm north of Stockholm where we try out different kinds of farming systems in the field, and we do all sorts of experiments, and we also have a beautiful big test kitchen, because when we have produced something in the most sustainable way that researchers say that we can, we also need to translate that into something that Sarah and the rest of us would find appealing, and we do that in our test kitchens. And one of my amazing colleagues, because I don't cook, actually created the most fantastic lunch by following the ingredients on a chicken feed package.
Okay. What was it on it?
Corn, soy, wheat.
Okay, so you had what they were having instead.
Yeah, exactly. We had what they were having. Is that the best way for us to use our food? Should our food eat our food? I just think it's...
Yeah, it's interesting. Sebastian, do you have anything to comment on this?
No, I was just thinking that the way the European legislation works is that you cannot give anything to animals which is not safe, which basically means that whatever feed we give to animals has the same standard as our human food needs to have. Which is, in a way, a good thing, obviously, because we don't want... In the old times, we used to give pigs and farm animals all kinds of leftovers, which was a good thing, but there was also always a sort of a risk of the animals getting sick from what we gave them. But the bad thing with this is that we can, for instance, we cannot give them insects, which would be a really good thing, because...
No, we can, though, but it's very slow.
It's very slow, and you basically, in order to... If you want to use insects, let's say, as for chicken feed, you have to grow the insects on animal feed. You cannot put them in a jar of leftover food and say, flies eat this, and then we take the flies out and then we give it to the chickens, which the chicken would love. But the European legislation treats the insects as production animals because they are used for producing our food. So that causes a lot of problems, which makes actually insects not a very sustainable diet. I mean, it's a healthy diet, and in a way, I guess it's more sustainable than other animal foods, but still it doesn't really make sense that in order to feed chicken with insects, you first have to feed the insects with the same chicken feed. So
can I be in opposition now?
Yeah,
am I allowed? I mean, we're having this beautiful time here, but
center here just to keep you two apart. Yeah.
No, we're not in opposition at all, really.
I told you it was good that I called you. Yeah, go on.
We're actually running a really big project now called Future Feed, and we've been in very intense contact with the European legislators, and you are allowed to feed insects waste products from the food industry if they are vegetarian. You can't use meat to feed the insects, but you can use like peels and cores of fruit and vegetables and apples. So we have done exactly that. We got waste from a wholesaler, a fruit and vegetable wholesaler, and took their waste, their trash, and we fed it to the insects, and in 2 weeks they become full of fat and full of protein and are amazing feed. So you don't have to feed them.
I have to correct myself. Obviously, you can do it that way. You could also feed people with the same rejects from the food industry. But you cannot say, let's say we cannot take the takeovers from today's meal, put them in a big vat and put animals to eat that, because probably there will be some animal products in the food, which is generally left over from restaurants. So there's a huge fraction of food waste or leftover food which we cannot use for this, which would be perfect food for those insects. And I don't think there would be any risk to it either, but it's European legislation, so it will probably change over time, but that will be another 5 or 10 years coming before we can actually have flies eating, whatever bio waste there is. Thank you.
So speaking about food waste, which I haven't prepared you for either, but I think you probably can touch upon. Speaking about food waste, we know that we throw away, well, globally, like a huge ton of food that could have been eaten. How does Act Foundation approach that problem? Do you do any projects on that?
Yeah, we're pretty manically interested in waste streams. And we think that the focus, perhaps, if you want to build new businesses and new, to make it economically viable in a longer term, you have to build a business around it. And we think that the best way of doing that is focusing on the food processing part, where they actually produce the food. Because there you have all the waste in one place, and it's in a safe and food regulated area. So, and you've already taken your produce from all these different farms and you brought it to this one place. And then when you create, as you know, of course, that vegetarian dairy has grown very much these last couple of years. For example, oat milk and oat yogurt and all these things, which is amazing and really good. But what many people perhaps don't know is that in that process, when you create the vegetarian dairy, the oat milk, for example, you take the oats, you put liquids to it, and then you press to get the liquid out, and that's what you make the dairy from. But you get a huge amount of waste product, which is called okara, and it's full of fibers, full of proteins, full of lovely nutritious things. This is being, in best cases, fed to pigs, in worst cases thrown away or used as biogas. These are the streams that we are focusing on. Because you only use part of the product when you should use all of the product. So what can we create from okara? What can we create from the pressed residues from the oat dairy industry, for example? So those are the kinds of opportunities that we are looking for, because then you can build a business around it. We are at Act Foundation a non-profit sustainability organization, so it's not for us to make money and business out of it. But if we don't create a solution that someone will make money or save money on, no one's going to use it. That's just the way it is. So that's why we try to think in those terms.
Yeah. And obviously the financial aspect of sustainability is also very important. Yeah. Yes, sir.
We're just working so hard here. I just want to tell you what we're doing.
It smells
sorry,
lovely.
and I'm just talking and it looks amazing.
It smells wonderful.
Yeah,
we have fried the mushroom and onion and garlic, and combine it with chèvre, also goat cheese, and thyme, and eggs. So then you do these patties, and you put them back in the fryer. I'm going to serve this with this very nice sliced beetroots. You're very precise. I really like it.
Yeah, I don't work in a kitchen, so I can take all the time I need.
And that's you look very nice, though. It's nice. And you fry those, and in the same pan, because you only have one pan. You had two. You can use two, and then you serve it with some rockets. So thank you. I will tell you so you know what we're doing, and maybe you shall feel the smell in the
Smells
room.
lovely.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I feel the smell at
Yeah,
least.
good.
That's why I put this apron on.
So you can try.
So I can try it. I'm just going to jump back a little bit to the Nordic nutrition guidelines, which you were speaking about before. Can you just tell me a bit around, like in Finland, for example, how has it been? How is it perceived? Like, do people listen to it? Like, do people adapt to it? What happens?
Yes, thank you. That was a prepared question.
I know. I do that too sometimes.
It's they're actually very well received by the general public. We've had nutrition guidelines in the Nordic countries since 1980, so this is the 6th edition. About every 10 years there is a new guideline coming out. We had new guidelines coming out last year, which were very much improved from the earlier ones. Not only were there new elements looked at, but or nutrients, I should say, but there was also a very strong environmental dimension to it. In earlier guidelines, there has also been talk about the environment, but it was more like a separate chapter that if you're worried about climate change or the environment, consider these things. And then the nutrition recommendations were separate from those. But now we have integrated into sort of so there is a part in the nutrition recommendations which is all about the nutrients, what is good for you, what is less good for you. And then there is the more, I would say for the general public, the more interesting section is then looking at the major 17 food groups that we have. Everything from breastfeeding to fish, meat, chicken, and so forth. And in that section, under each food, there is also a sort of a scientific opinion about the environmental impact of that food. So that means that if you follow those guidelines, then you will actually not only improve your own health, but you will also improve the general condition of the environment. So I think generally it's been well received. There has been some political debate in the Nordic countries, not so much in Finland and Denmark, of some strange reason, because Denmark is a big meat producer, but I believe that in Norway and Sweden especially there has been a lot of pushback from the politicians who see especially the recommendations that we should eat less meat as something which is attacking the farmer. And in a way, of course, it is, because what we are saying and what the ultimate goal is that we should eat less meat, which means that we will have less meat producers. But of course, if this happens over a long period of time, then there should be enough time for the farmers to engage in a transition which is just and good for them as well, and maybe they produce something else instead, let's say, in 10 years or so. So in that sense, I firmly believe in them, and I think it's really a good thing. And it's not enough just having the recommendations. Obviously, it needs to impact in the way that people actually eat. And what happens in the Nordic countries very much is that we have a lot of publicly served food. We eat a lot of lunches at workplaces, at schools during the day. And at least in Finland, and I would imagine in the other Nordic countries as well, we have rules that in order for the schools to get state subsidies, for other institutions to get state subsidies for the lunches that are served, you need to follow the nutrition recommendations. So in that sense, it's a very strong incentive for schools, for example, and kindergartens to actually serve healthy food. And of course, the most important part of the population to affect is the young people, because if they learn to eat healthy foods as kids, then they will continue doing so as in their old age. It's also good if you can impact old white men, but I would say it's more important if you can change the behavior of the young ones.
It's the white man has been on the agenda here for quite.
I just have to say that because meat is the big discussion, right? We eat a lot of red meat in the Nordic countries. We eat about white men like me. Not me, but white men in my age eat more than 1 kilo of red meat per week. And that is way more than the 350 grams which we are now recommending, which would also include all the chicken meat you eat. Yeah. So we really need to fix the way we eat. With younger women it looks much better. And I hate to make this sex segregation here, but it's actually true that women eat far more healthier food than white men or men eat. And men tend to eat a lot of processed meat, sausages, things like that, which we know for a fact that are carcinogenous, and you should eat as little as possible of.
So, so I'm going to stop you talking because otherwise you're not going to chop any. But maybe
I
you're
am
done.
chop-
He's done.
Oh, you're
I'm
done.
done. I can talk
Okay, you
all
can
day.
talk all you want.
I feel
Perfect.
comfortable here.
Okay, no problem. I'm also going to say, do I have two members of staff? Because I think we can also invite the audience here to have some questions. Here comes Åsa and runs after a microphone. Yes, let us just get you a microphone because we have obviously online viewers, so that will not hear you. Sorry. Yeah, that would be very good. If you go down in the middle, and then we'll see if we have someone else here in the meantime. Yes, so we have a question. Mats in the back, do you see there? And if you can say your name and maybe where you're from if you want, and then your question, that would be perfect.
Hello, my name is Anya. I live in England actually, but I'm not English. The question is about fermentation as a way to avoid food waste, and how is it dealt in Nordic countries? Is anyone is it studied in schools? Are there courses? I think it's very important, and fermentation is really a way to go forward. Another question is about ultra-processed foods, and how is it? What's the situation here in Nordic countries, in schools, etc.?
Sorry, what was the other one?
Fermentation.
But the second one.
Ultra-processed foods.
Ultra-processed foods, right.
Ultra-processed food.
Happy to talk about that.
Happy to talk about that. Are you happy to talk about it as well, or would you?
I'm happier to talk about fermentation.
Yeah, please go. On you go.
No, I think you're absolutely right. It's a brilliant way of preserving food. We work a lot with fermentation at the farm because what we have is, sauerkraut, and then we have kimchi as the more modern version of it. But we think that we need to sort of like make the 2.0 version of fermentation and put it out there. And we're trying our best, because especially here in this part of the world where we can't get fresh produce for a big part of the year, we need to preserve what we have, and that is an excellent way. But fermentation is also interesting when you look at, we were talking a little bit about mycoproteins and that sort of thing, and fermentation can come into play even there, and I think that could be a game changer, because when you ferment something, you can sort of like create proteins out of carbohydrates, which is really interesting, and there's a lot of techniques around fermentation that can help with that. So definitely more power to fermentation.
I'll just do a follow-up question, because you were also mentioning about schools. If it's done, if this is educated in school, does anybody know that? Fermentation, you were on to food waste.
I think so. It's a very. I can see they don't teach about fermentation in school. The hushållslära. It's a very small subject. In a very maybe 2 years they have it, and a lot of young people don't know what to do with leftovers. So that I think is a big problem, that they had not been poor enough to be creative enough to use their leftovers yet, because they don't know what to do with it, and they waste more than older people do, because of their frustration. They don't know what to do with it, and in schools there are a lot of food waste, especially if the food isn't appealing to young people. And now they have this new thing I heard on the news today, that they are sorting out, why are you wasting this food? Is it because you don't like it, because you're full, because you are stressed? Why do you throw the food away? And they ask the children. I think that is a way to start. Why are you throwing away the waste? And start realizing that you do, and why you do it in schools.
Yeah. I'm going to let you comment also on that question, and then we have another question.
I would like to comment on the ultra processing, and I know this is not a very popular opinion, but ultra processing is not included in the Nordic nutrition recommendations, because the scientists said that basically there is no science behind ultra processing. Ultra processing can be anything from a highly processed meat product to the ordinary bread or yogurt that you eat every day. So it's not really it's not a useful name for dividing food into healthy and not healthy. It's all about what goes in the product. If you just put healthy ingredients into an ultra-processed product, it will be very healthy. The processing in itself doesn't do anything to the food. Maybe you lose a few vitamins if you process it hard enough, but it's not inherently making the food dangerous or unhealthy in any way. But of course, a lot of the ultra-processed foods that we have are snacks, and which contain a lot of fat, a lot of salt, and they of course are unhealthy. So you should really look at what's in the food. Read the label which is behind every pre-packed food in Europe. See what the label says, and then you can decide whether you want to eat it or not.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see there, yeah?
No, yes.
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to pose this question between women and men and their eating habits. Is it like in Sweden at least, I don't know how it is in the other Nordic countries, but in Sweden, young women perform so much better in school to boys and young men. And I don't know if it's the food, but it might be. Or it's maybe the way of thinking that you are open to new things that makes you more creative and better in.
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
I would say it's the other way around. It's actually that the younger women are better in school, so they become educated, and we know that educated people eat much healthier. So the big problem, from public health perspective is that 1/4 of the population who are not educated, who are not eating healthily, they don't move enough, they smoke, they drink too much. So that is the problematic part of the population, which is actually going to cause a lot of cost in the long run, and that is a really difficult population to reach. Nobody should really worry about educated young women or men, because we know that they will eat rather healthily and they will keep themselves fit for a longer time.
Sebastian, you in Finland, you actually now I really jump, but I just came to think about when we talk about healthy eating, sugar came to mind, and you now have a tax, right, on candy, or is it
sort
also
of
soda?
Tax, yeah.
Okay,
we decided, the government decided that candy should be the highest value-added tax, which in Finland is 25.5%, the same for all goods, but not for foods in general, which is only taxed 14%. The government decided that candies will be a category like tobacco and alcohol, which will be taxed to the full. So in a way, it's a candy tax, but we are happy about it. But obviously, we would have liked to see more. We would have liked to see a tax applied to basically any food of lesser nutritional quality. Any food that people don't really need. It's not only candy, it's obviously snacks and biscuits and stuff like that as well.
I think that's a really good initiative, but again, sort of like we always need to look at the system, because what is creating unhealth and costs for society, if you compare sugar to some other things, sugar isn't that big of a threat. Like the lack of fiber is far worse. I mean, we eat so little fiber, and that creates so many health problems that cost a lot of money for our societies. So again, we need to look at the system.
Yeah, that's actually true. When we did when the nutrition recommendations were made, they actually modeled different diets and looked at what the health impact for people were. And of all the dietary risks in the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries, sort of not eating enough whole grain food was the biggest risk, actually bigger than eating too much meat or eating processed meat or eating too little vegetables. So for me it was very surprising, because I would have bet my money on meat and processed meat being the ones that actually kill us, but it's the lack of fiber.
And that's why it really boggles the mind. The example that I gave before with the okara from the vegetarian dairy industry, you actually throw away the fiber. You know, it's yeah.
Yeah, that's mind-boggling.
So what do we need? What do we need?
But how did you use it? The okara example, for example, how did you come up with that? I mean, you described to me when we spoke earlier that you really work a lot with collaboration in order to solve problems that are, because obviously problems is all across the value chain when it comes to food.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit, like how that works.
Well, in all the projects that we do, and I think as of right now we have 23 or 24 projects running under Future Food at Axe Foundation, and in all the projects we hook up with researchers, with academia, because sustainability is really tricky and food is really tricky, and again, system perspective is paramount. And the best ones to guide you through that trickiness is the scientists. So in every project we have academia with us. But apart from them, we also make sure, because they are the great thinkers, but they are perhaps not the great doers. And we want to make sure that we translate their knowledge into something practical that actually changes something. Because theoretical change, we don't have time for theoretical change. We have to have practical, actual change. So we have the scientist, and then we identify stakeholders or representatives throughout the whole value chain in that particular project. So if it's a project about seafood, you have the fishermen, and you have the processing part. You know, when they take up the fish, what do they do with the fish? Where does it go? So you have the primary producer, the fisherman or the farmer. You have the processing part that takes care of the produce and does something with it. You also have the market. Always have the market with you, because you want them to, at the end of the project, they have been working through all the hoops and hurdles, and at the end of the project say, yeah, sure, we want to use it. So always bring the market, because you also need to be able to, if they are to accept something, it has to come in like maybe what kind of sizes on the packaging, or how big or how small. You know, you have to be practical about it. So we gather all the stakeholders. The only stakeholder I'm still missing that I would really very much like to see in this like circle in our work model is the governments or different regulatory bodies. Yeah, that would be good, because I think there's a change now. But before, I think the governments were more like rule watchers. And they need to start thinking to be part of solving the problem. You know, if we are here and we want to get there, what do we need to do to be able to make that transition? And many times rules and regulations can stand in the way. But of course they can be interpreted, and they can be not twisted. I wouldn't want to say that. Don't twist the rules, but you can kind of work around them if you have
twist the rules
common.
every day.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So no, but that would be very helpful if these bodies saw themselves more as problem solvers than as regulation watchers, I think. But there is, at least in Sweden, I don't know about the other Nordic countries, but there is a movement in that direction, which is very, very positive.
I'm moving closer to the table now, because it looks like you're like having some
it's down here,
beautiful
yes.
plates coming on here. Sarah, what would you say, like you obviously work and handle food every day, and you've been inspiring like I don't even know how many 100,000 people. Like what would you say, now we are coming into autumn, if you would share some inspiration, how should someone eat then, if they want to transition into a little bit of a more healthy or sustainable lifestyle? What's your biggest
I think you
tips?
should eat in season, and all these beetroots and the cabbage and carrots. Use what you have around you, and all the farmers in Sweden to support them, or in the Nordic countries. And it's nice for your senses as well to be in the season, and it makes your life more worthy, I think. Food is the culture of our country, and I think it's so important to make the meal important. To eat together, to eat with your neighbors, to eat with your children, to eat together is the biggest way of eating healthy, I think. It's when you eat alone that you do very bad choices. You eat in the car, or you eat in front of the television, or you eat in front of your computer. And if you eat together, you eat better. So start eating together and start cooking. Cooking is a way to relieve stress. It's a way to be with the people you love. Include people in the cooking. Don't be on your own. Even if you don't cook, you can be on my side.
Oh, but I do cook. I just don't cook very well.
I think it's the way of looking at food we have the problem with. We don't love it. We eat to live instead of eating for a living, or whatever. The Italian people are more romantic about food. We should see this opportunity every day to eat with people you love. It doesn't matter if it's family or friends or whatever. And you should cook together, because then health is coming, I think, especially with young people and teenagers and children. Include them and start talking about what food do to your body and do to your senses. You have to be. It relieves stress to eat together. It relieves stress to know that what you put into your mouth makes you comfortable and full and happy, I think. We see it as something that we should go through as fast as possible, and that's not the way to live. We're living every day. Even a Monday to Tuesday. Yes, yes.
We're living every day. I mean, you are to tell me when this is finished. Just
But
so
this
you
is done now. And this is the way I think as well, that we have to include vegetables into the cooking instead of serving it like a side order. We are first we start cooking and then we take a side order. Yes, we need to have a salad to this, especially when you're talking about fibers. Even if you have the fibers in bread and that kind of fiber, we also have a lot of fibers in this cabbage, in this beetroots and these more heavy vegetables, and we need to get those into our meals in a more obvious way. So instead of having pasta or rice to this dinner, you have beetroots, and you have to eat a lot more vegetables. And to be able to do that, you have to include them into the meals, I think, because it's hard to eat 500 to 800 grams a day if you don't include them in the cooking. So I think that's very important to bring them on to the pan, into the oven, into the stews, into the everything that curries. Start with that kind of cooking. Stews in autumn. Who doesn't love it? We love the stew. Cooking for a long time on the stove at home.
I just wanted to add that you mentioned earlier the Thai and the Asian, the Indian cooking, and I think that's a really good example of sort of how you really, basically you start with the vegetables, and then it's okay to put a little bit of chicken meat and a little bit of red meat or pork meat in it, because nobody's saying that you cannot eat meat. We're just saying that you should try to consume less meat than what you are eating today. But nobody is saying that stop eating meat. And I think that's really important then to try these other cuisines, like Asian cuisines, which normally has as their base a really big vegetable base, maybe some noodles as well, but very little meat. But still they're very good. So experimenting with those, you actually learn how you can make food really tasty without having meat or not much meat.
And start to include the beans. I love lentils and beans, and we don't use it as much as we could do. And we have to flavor those as well. Don't put them straight out from the can. Nobody loves that. You have to cook them and season them and love them. If you just take them out of the can, like in a lunch restaurant, it's not tasty. You have to cook even the vegetables and the vegetarian food with more passion.
Sarah,
yes.
Yes. I see that tagline. You have to love your beans on your
you have to love your beans.
Yes, yes, yes.
And your veggies.
Yeah, we're coming to an end to this discussion, and I just want to see if the panel want to send us off. Well, obviously send us off into lunch. That's one thing. We have a little tiny thing before we do that, but I want to at least conclude this panel and see, like, if you want to send any inspirational words to the audience as a final conclusion of this, like how will we change? What's the next step? What's needed?
Yeah, since we all eat, we can all influence the system. And I'm pretty sure that you guys sitting here are in positions where you can influence even more than just what you decide to put in your basket in the store. You have that power, and my strong recommendation is to use it. Look at the system. Where is the system broken? Use your influence to be part of that solution.
Yeah. Where is the system broken? Use your knowledge and solve it. Thank you.
I only say eat together with people you love and start cooking more often.
Assa.
I just want to bring up the importance of knowing what you're eating, and just to remind you that on every food in Europe there is a näringsdeklaration, nutrition declaration, where you can see all the important stuff about the food. And I know that in Sweden you have nyckelhålet, in Finland we have the heart symbol, and it's a good symbol and you should look for that. But the problem with nyckelhålet is that it only tells you that this is good food, buy this food, but it doesn't say anything about the bad foods. And that's why I want to lift the last thing is that in Central Europe they have a system called Nutri-Score, and there's been a lot of discussion about that, and we've been talking about whether we should introduce it into the Nordic countries as well. I'm a firm believer in this because Nutri-Score is better than nyckelhålet because it tells you on a scale from green A to red E whether it's good for you or not. And basically, I think with this kind of system, if we get that, and I think we are slowly getting there, I think it would be much easier for consumers to make a quick decision on on what you should buy. And I just want to say that there's no magic to Nutri-Score. It basically takes this information which is in the näringsdeklaration, nothing else, and it just puts it into an algorithm and gives it an A, B, C, D, or E. So it's nothing new. It's just easier for the consumer to appreciate what is actually in the food you're buying. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, when you started to put thing into that little box, I actually thought it was kale that you were going to dip, that you were so hungry. But
this is
before I realized what you were doing.
Yeah,
I'll
we're saving for the insects.
It looks amazing. Are we ready to taste this, or what's going to happen? I think maybe we are taking a little photo of it, if that's what's on the agenda.
Save one for the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're saving it. Yeah. That's all good. I'm at least going to conclude. You can please stand and just chill here for a little bit while we give them a big round of applause to start. Of course. And we are getting ready to go for lunch, and you are going to be served what's just been cooked here, not by Sarah, but by other people that have kindly agreed to do your recipe, which was great, of course. And there will be workshops upstairs on the deck over there, and there's, again, I remind you that there is several toilets up there as well, and there is lots of space if you want to just venture up there as well. We will enjoy some conversations during lunch, because sustainability, as you know, is not just external, it's actually also internal. And we have 17 SDGs, the Sustainability Development Goals, but there is also inner sustainability goals. How many people have heard about the inner sustainable goal? Up to your head. Well, you see. There is like almost 50% of the audience, so that's great, right? But Anna, Thas, you're here to introduce it a little bit and explain how these concepts can foster sustainability, growth, and collaboration. And yes, take it away before we enter for lunch.
Thank you. And I'm just going to talk for 3 minutes because we're all hungry and it's been wonderful. And we heard so much about values, about co-creation, collaboration and creativity. And I think that's something we can bring in not only for cooking, but in our lives. So the inner development goals, the 23 of them, they are like skills that we can all be better. And they are like to use your courage or to use your inner skills to actually move forward with sustainability. So I have made a game, the inner sustainability game. It's a dialogue game where we can ask each other questions about our values, about our habits, and how we want to move forward with our own actions. So there will be cards sending around. So on the cards, you will ask one person next to you, hello, my name is Anna, and then you can ask the questions. For 5 minutes, that person has to answer, and then you switch for another 5 minutes, and then you find another person to ask. So this is, for instance, mobilization skills. How do you inspire and mobilize others towards common goals? So that is the question for yourself. And then the 2 second questions is about the larger sustainability agenda. So how do you motivate and bring people together to work towards shared sustainability goals? So that's for the common. And also, can you share an example where you successfully mobilized a group towards a sustainability goal? So there are like 23 different cards. So you will probably have one in beige and one in pink, orange, red, or purple, you could say. So have fun, share with another new person, and maybe you will renew your purpose on sustainability over the lunch break. So see you and have fun.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you to the panel. And yes, now we will break for lunch, and it will be around 40 minutes. So make sure that you, grab some food, have a conversation, go to the workshop, which is upstairs, and we will see you very shortly. And everybody gets lunch. What a joyful news to share to everybody. Ja. Men precis. Ja, nej, och vad skulle jag göra? Jag försökte först säga... So I can't actually start until you all sit. Very intriguing. For you who have joined us just now, I want to wish you a very warm welcome on behalf of Nordregio and Nordic Council of Ministers to this summit, this full-day summit here in Stockholm, Kulturhuset, on Sustainable Living Summit. And I also want to welcome, of course, our viewers online. Very, very happy that you are following us from wherever you are in the Nordic countries, but maybe also in Europe. So now I promised in the very beginning of this event that we would be looking ahead a little bit. We would look into the future, but I didn't say how we would do it, and that's because I'm not going to guide you through this. We will experience something that doesn't normally happen on this type of event, but it is an important illustration on how you can actually work with the IDG, the Inner Development Goals. And I know that you got to test it a bit during lunch, but now there will be another demonstration. So I'm going to invite up on stage again Anna, who was here before, but also Amanda, who is the project coordinator for the Nordic Council of Ministers, who will lead us through this. Anna and Amanda, give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm the coordinator of the project Climate Transition of the Nordics. And before you dive into future meditation, I will kind of give you a short briefing of a vision product that we have had within the vision product for the Nordic Council of Ministers. And So we think that visions are really important. Sociological research shows that visions are really important in managing transformational changes and shifts. So this is why we have focused on visions also in our 4-year project. In this project, we asked some researchers, experts, and also thought leaders about what they will see in the future and how they think that a climate neutral Nordic would look like. Their answers differed a little. Some kind of thought there will be radical changes, and some thought that it might be a society that doesn't look as well, or more similar to the one that we have, but with more sustainable alternatives to choose between. However, we kind of summarized these results and their thoughts in 8 characteristics, and the things that they saw was that a society in social and environmental balance. They also saw a healthier society and with more spare time. And they saw a society with a global mindset, that we care about other people on the earth and the consequences on other places on the earth. They saw a smarter society and a society with strong and local communities. They also saw that they want an inclusive democracy in the Nordic society and with long-term policies, so that we think of the environment always when making those decisions. And also a new and just climate-friendly economy. And we have it all written in a report, small and very easy read report. So please have a look at it in our website. It's called The Nordic Visions of Climate Neutral Society. So you can also see there are QR codes in the back where you can find the report if you would like to have a look at their thoughts further. Also, we have continued these dialogues in the Nordic Democracy Festivals in Almedalen in Gotland, and also in Arendalsuka in Norway, and Folkemødet in Denmark, and also the Regeneration Week in Åland in Finland. And we invited both teenagers, kids, and grown-ups to those events. And we asked them to write down their thoughts on the future on postcards. And we also had this future suitcase. You can see it on in our screen, but also the suitcase is with us here now in the front of this very stage. So we let them write down their thoughts on their postcards and put them in the suitcase. And some kids were actually writing, we want clean air and we want clean water to swim in, and also being able to go to our cabin in the mountains. So anyway, before I give the floor to Anna to guide you through this future meditation, I also would like to ask you to, after you have done the meditation, please take a postcard and have a look in our suitcase, because it also contains some gifts from our participants in panels on those events. We have had the Archbishop from Sweden that has given us his blessing and a climate book, and also there are some concrete which is made from almost fossil-free cement, and you can try and touch it and see all the gifts from our different Nordic members. So please, Anna, go ahead and guide us.
Yes, and I think I will sit down actually. And of course, you can sit and look into your phone, or you can have 5 minutes for yourself. Just breathe and listen. And if you're comfortable with it, you can close your eyes. So let's embark on a time journey together and explore the good life in year 2050. Consider what life would be like in about 25 years, not just for yourself, but for future generations and also for our planet. In just a moment, we will embark on a journey through time. And let's take a moment to imagine the good life in year 2050. So begin to find a comfortable position, and if you wish, close your eyes. So focus on your breath. Inhale deeply through your nose. Fill your belly up with air. Hold for a second, and then slowly exhale through your mouth. Now, we have arrived in year 2050. Picture a green city where buildings are covered in lush plants and cascading vertical gardens. And as you walk, you are surrounded by blooming flowers and buzzing insects. You hear birds singing, children playing, and water gently flowing nearby. And feel the soft, nurturing soil under your feet, and breathe the fresh, clear air. In 2050, we live in harmony with nature, where all waste is reused, and the same with energy, and communities are woven together, where we share skills and stories across generations. And you are part of a circular world, where your home is self-sufficient, like a forest. And imagine peace surrounds you. Now, think of someone you care for and visualize their faces. And imagine them in this world 25 years from now. And what does good life look to them? After all, this is why we're here. So our children and all children of the world can feel and taste and listen to and live the good life also in the future. So take a deep breath and letting hope fill you when you envision the future. And now return to the present and focus on your breath. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. And reflect on how you can contribute to the good life for the future. And you are welcome to write down a message to the future on the postcards in the suitcase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. That was beautiful. I was a bit worried that I was going to not remember to go on stage because I was standing there with my eyes closed. I hope you had a really good, relaxing moment and saw some beautiful green visions in front of you. And thank you for participating. Now, we're going to jump to the next segment. And I don't know about you, but I think that at least in my vision, the future would look a bit boring if we didn't also add culture. And this segment is the segment that we're moving into now. And here to introduce this segment is Linnea, I think you're there, Linnea Evågen Svensson. She's the project manager and co-author of the Nordic Green Roadmap. Hi!
And thank you so much, Åsa, and thank you so much for sharing that meditation. It's good to be hopeful. And now I will introduce someone to you that I hope will inspire you, because we need inspiration for the future. So my name is Linnea Svensson. I have been the project manager of the Nordic Green Roadmap for Cultural Institutions, and I will share more about that in a little bit. But first, I would love to introduce my friend and colleague, Louise Lindén, who is will come up on stage. She's an activist and social entrepreneur, and I hope she will share some more of the future and inspiration for you. Welcome, Louise. Thank you.
Hear me? No? No? Yes? Yes? Okay, great. Thank you. So happy to be here. I'm very sorry for destroying the beautiful vision of a sustainable future with this. I'm supposed to have a pep talk, but I wanted to say first that I find it a bit difficult to have a pep talk right now about sustainability, because we see this everywhere. And every time I see this kind of dystopian, horrible headlines and reports, I try to remind myself that actually, according to recent study, the majority of the people on this earth wants to see climate action. And second of all, we are in the middle of a big transformation, even if it goes slow and it might not always feel like it. So, when I was 18, I was struck by this typical teenage climate anxiety. And my reaction, my way of coping with this, was to quit school and start a music festival, which many grown-ups thought was a very big mistake, because kids are supposed to go to school and get good grades and all. But this happened to be the best mistake of my life, because I had this festival for 8 years. I engaged hundreds of young people in my hometown, and festival-driven transformation is still my job today. So it was a very good mistake by an 18-year-old kid. So why a festival? Well, we have all the facts. We know that we are in a critical situation and we need to make big changes. We don't need more facts and evidence for this. What we need now is action and engagement, right? We need to tell new stories of the transformation we are facing. We need to talk to people's hearts, not only their brain, and we need creativity and imagination. So, I will give you 5 reasons to why the cultural sector has a key role to play in a large-scale sustainable transformation. And let's start with the fact that a festival is kind of a mirror of society. It's a temporary city where we have similar challenges. We have fossil fuel addictions, we have waste management, we have sexism, inequalities, and so on, which makes them a perfect playground for sustainable innovation and new ideas. We can use this place to prototype a different future. And we can try, for example, circular innovation, communication, and art, as you can see on these photos. We can also experiment with green energy, like Coachella's Energy Playground, or maybe some of you have heard about Coldplay's groundbreaking tour, where they actually had kinetic dance floors and bicycles that transformed the audience movements into energy. We can also introduce the food of tomorrow, like we did at Way Out West Festival this summer, where the visitors got to taste 3D printed meat, and meanwhile, experts studied the different attitudes and behaviors of people. So we can see festivals as a living lab to gain data and try things before we upscale the solutions in the real world. So that's number one. Also, there are actually research from Gothenburg University showing that when we visit events, we are more open-minded and curious than usual, and we are more inclined to change traditional behaviors and norms, which is very interesting. And one of the events that the researchers looked at was Way Out West. 2012, they became one of the first all-vegetarian festivals. And they decided actually not to communicate this because they thought people bought tickets for a music program, not a food menu. But this little secret leaked to the press just a few days before the festival. And what happened? Well, people got furious for a little while. And then they went to the festival and they ate the food, and yeah, it was kind of okay. And from year to year, the protests were smaller, and this festival stayed vegetarian. And what can we learn from this? Well, new ideas are always radical the first time we try them, right? But then after just a few years, they can become a norm. Today it's not a strange thing if an event or festival decides to be vegetarian, but back 2012, not a long time ago, this was a very radical idea. And the result from this, as the researchers saw, was that 15% of the audience actually changed their diet permanently after the festival. So they brought this new attitude and behavior back home. Amazing, I think. That was Way Out West, but what do we do at a festival like this? Sweden Rock. That doesn't consist of this young hipster audience as Way Out West, but tens of thousands of middle-aged tattooed men who love beer, meat, and motorcycles. What do we do here? We have to think in a different way, of course. We have to think hållbar hårdrock, sustainable hard rock. So we need to find the kind of actions and communication that relates to this crowd. And we have to make sustainability become like an interesting part of their lifestyle and their identity and their culture. I bet that the hard rock fans would love insects, right? Yeah. So really, really think creatively. And that's the third reason, because cultural passions, they are very, very close to our heart and our identity, and we can really challenge this. This is a researcher at Chalmers, Martin Hultman. He's been studying a lot around ecological masculinity, climate denialism, and so on. And he has identified 3 mechanisms that are like in the way of people embracing this transformation. The first one is economic interests. Like, I make money from business as usual, and therefore I want to protect it. The second one is ideology, like connected to our political and philosophical view of the world. And the third one is identity. What's close to my heart? What do I really care about? And what do I don't want to lose? And this is really good to keep in mind when we work with transformation, because we need to understand the psychology of those we need to bring on board, because we need to bring everyone on board. Number 4, artists. They have a unique position in power because they have not only the attention of thousands or even millions of fans, they also have their engagement and trust. So what they do and say, it really matters. We can see that over and over again. And this was the main insight that made Fridays for Future to the global climate justice movement to reach out to the music industry 2021, because they thought, we have been striking for 4 years now, and we need more people to care about climate justice and to put pressure on the political leaders to act. And maybe artists and concert can help us with this. So, what happens when you let young climate activists organize a music concert? Well, one of the things that did happen was this. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never leave you wrong. Never let you down. Never run around. Desert you. Andreas Magnusson. Yeah, so when everyone thought that Andreas and Greta would have an angry speech, they surprised everyone with a rickroll. You all know what a rickroll is? It's when someone surprises you by playing Rick Astley's "Never Gonna Give You Up" when you least expect it, and it's an internet thing. Yeah. I don't understand it, but this little stunt actually became. It was a very good idea because media across the world loved this, of course, and covered it. And Rick Astley also celebrated you on his Instagram. So sometimes it's also good to bring in the unexpected. In this case, young activists, and let go of the control. If you're working with youth, you should really let them, be in charge, because I would never have this idea. This was your idea, totally. And more importantly, this was the start of Climate Live in Sweden. And since then, we have seen some of the biggest stars, among them Håkan Hellström, for example, First Aid Kit, Lars Winnerbäck, use their platforms to promote climate justice and speak to their fans and talk about system change and a different future. And that's really, really important. It matters a lot. And just the other week, we received actually funding, 6 million from Allmänna arvsfonden, to work with artists and fans in a long-term way to create a bigger movement for climate justice. And last but not least, we can tell stories of a radical, sustainable future. And we need that. The creative sector is experts when it comes to telling stories and make us understand and envision a future. Many scientists talk about the fact that we are not only in a climate crisis, but also imagination crisis. And we need to practice this skill to imagine a different future. But today, most of the stories about the future are like this, right? They're dystopian. We fuck everything up. Like there's a virus that wipes out all of humanity, or we have to colonize different planets, or as in Handmaid's Tale, we fix the climate, but only by oppressing people and tearing down our democracy. And we need other stories, right? We need to tell the story that we do this transformation, and we will fix it and we will have a better future, because that's the truth. If we let go of these unsustainable behaviors and systems, we will have a better future also for us. So let me finish this with some music. Actually, the music from Annika Norlin that made Greta Thunberg start becoming curious of the climate in the first place.
Vi möttes uppe i luften över Atlanten. Myror och isbjörnar, palmerna och jag. Gud, jag kände mig fånig. Hade trott att jag var mer viktig än havet. När oljan slutar rinna stannar bilarna. Flygen full rakt ner och många strök väl med. Och en växt som var någon slags ledare pekar framåt och så ner mot Washington, Washington.
The power of music. Thank you.
Tack. Thank you, Louise. How do you feel now after meditating? Do you feel a bit inspired? Do you think? Yeah. So in order to create change, we need to believe and we need to hope, and we have to feel connected to each other. And we think that through this work, reaching out with culture and connecting people in experiences, this is a way to change, because we have to stop doing something. We have to change our behaviors. Do you agree? Thank you. So, I've been working in sustainability and culture for more than 20 years. I sometimes get the question, Are you still doing the same thing? Well, it's still needed, and of course it's not exactly the same thing as in 2002 when I started doing organic food on a festival in Norway. So this is the Nordic Green Roadmap for cultural institutions. Why do you think we decided on, in the whole experience sector, on cultural institutions? Well, they receive a lot of public funding, right? So it means when the rest of the society are connected to the taxonomy and the EU Green Deal, nobody at the moment are really asking that many questions about the money that leads into the cultural institutions. So for us in the team working behind the roadmap, for us it was logical that that's the way to start working in a pan-Nordic system. So my colleague Ingrid Smerup Sørensen, who regretfully could not join us today, I know she's online, so I'm waving to you, hope you feel well. And also the steering committee consisting of people representing all of the Nordic region, with Gunn Hernes, who's up on the balcony. Oh, you're there! Representing the Nordic House in the Faroe Islands, but also connected to Iceland and Greenland. Tapio Sekinen from the Finnish National Opera and Ballet. Karin Karlsson from Mammalive. Nina Hodneland og Åsa Kringstad from Norwegian Cultural Sector, and Jakob Teilgaard from Kulturens Analyseinstitut in Denmark. So we wanted to inspire and support cultural institutions in this change and making other choices. So we assembled this set of actionable recommendations, but also a map. So it's all about, this is Johan Röksum explaining how everything is growing all the time. We need to grow creativity and not consumption in the same way we have done. So as a part of the whole program of sustainable living, this was connected to the project of cultural experiences, and there has been other actions in this program as well, but I will talk about the roadmap solely. So this is the roadmap as in a timeline that we are looking into, because we are having international goals about cutting emissions by 2030 and 50. And here are 9 steps that we identified in the green transition. And it's about giving somebody a role and actually mandate to take care of it, because we all know what happens when nobody's in charge and, you know, cleaning the kitchen or putting their dirty laundry in the laundry room or actually cleaning the laundry. Somebody has to be in charge, just as at home or in your life. And we all have to be in charge of this, of course, but it helps when somebody has the mandate. Then, of course, we need the strategies, we need the goals, we need to assess what we are doing, we need an action plan, and so on. You get the drift, right? This is the index and the topics that we are discussing. We are going into action points on green transition strategies, energy and water. We heard some examples today. Materials and waste, the Swan label has given us important input on this chapter. We heard some examples earlier today, as well as within materials and waste and food and beverage. Travel and transport are also important areas when transporting a lot of audience, for instance, but also artists. Digital carbon footprint, also looking into carbon calculations and carbon credits, because we need some extra help to achieve the goal when cutting as much as possible. But although this is a mostly green roadmap, we are also looking into the community part of it. So in the energy and water roadmap, a part of the roadmap, we are giving action points, input, but also some background information on how to rig this in your cultural house. Are there any cultural institutions here at the moment running the house? Not that many. So what we see is that funding is mostly given to maybe an exhibition or setting up a play, but it's not given to run actually the house. So the practical details. So when I say it doesn't help if it's raining through the roof, if you have million-kroner lights hanging to light your exhibition or your play. And I often hear people say, yes, it's raining through our roof. And just understanding how we can also invest in these, in the framework of the culture, that's important. And a lot of money to be saved, of course, that can be used instead of paying electricity bills, to be paying artists and cultural workers. Materials and waste, just understanding how we can be circular instead of just consuming endlessly and just throwing things away. We have to assess this and think about the materials being used. Food and beverage, for many, this is maybe the most important area. For some, it's not. So we are investigating a bit about this area. We had this wonderful panel about this topic already. Travel and transport is often connected to the audience, but being situated in often cities as well, there are other transport measures to be taken with the suppliers, but also the artists that you use and activate. In the digital carbon footprint, we don't really think about this often. So we decided to add this as a chapter because we all have a digital footprint. And this means just going into streamlining and optimizing your web page, because they use a lot of energy. Deleting your emails. Do you think about that? Who deletes their emails regularly? Ooh, are you Swedes? Is this like a Swede? Yeah, this woman did this. But also revise your whole life cycle on the devices. How often do you update your hardware? I know that some institutions do this every second year, although the hardware is still functioning and you don't really need it, but you have a budget, and if you don't use it within the year, it will be taken away from you. So you have to buy new things constantly. And that's not, I think, the best way of consuming and using public funding. So revising and reviewing this purchasing politics. Just using a bit of time on this, but also minimizing and borrowing and renting instead of buying. And for the carbon calculations, we looked into several different types. This is just a bit of what's out there, and it's like a forest almost like. But we've been looking into a Nordic tool called Green Producers Club and tool. And just to give you an example, it's specially developed for the experience sector. And here you see a typical event carbon calculations. And it shows that the scope 1, which is the direct emissions, are normally quite low. The energy, the scope 2, is quite low. And the scope 3 is the rest. The indirect emissions are the highest, and this is why cultural engagements is really important, because you have to engage your whole value chain. You have to activate and see how you can make sure that this is a way of reducing your emissions. And it can look like this. This is a calculation. So we're talking a lot about assessing, and this is about putting things into systems that also makes it possible to share. So this is a great tool for that. Then it's a bit of a hard area to discuss because I've been against carbon credits always. You can't pay yourself out of it. It's greenwashing, right? But after being through a process, I see that when we have measured and cut as much as possible, we also have to put economy into reducing and remove and save our emissions. And there is another project going on this area in the Nordics as well. So we need to develop policies that are clear and understandable in this area, so we are able to engage in the whole innovation of this and to make it fair and transparent, right? And to the last chapter in community, we are all a part of this together, unfortunately, or how you look at it, and looking into how we can cooperate in this and how to make it fair and including and safe for everyone. We are discussing this a bit too. So, before I introduce the two last speakers, I just want to share some to-do lists, because many ask me, what can I do? And yes, you can start by starting, but first you have to acknowledge that you should change something. Do you see that? Before you can start doing anything, you have to just internalize that you have to change. You can't continue doing the same thing. So a friend of mine just put the oat milk in front of the normal milk at the bar earlier, and it was tidied back in the back afterwards again. But I think it's about changing our habits, changing some things, and maybe being a bit of like underground actionists sometimes. So I think onboarding the right competences early enough in the process, and also always having this as a part of the whole production, how you run your institution or project from the start. And it doesn't have to be one person in charge of that being a satellite, and like it can be everyone's kind of focus. It does not have to be one person. It should be a part of everybody's role. So also very practical, you can change to rechargeable batteries. Do we have rechargeable batteries in the mics? Yay, thumbs up. Technical people, yeah. And also to check that you have a complete inventory of all of your electronic equipment. Do you have that? Yes, very good. You have tidies, and also tidy and make systems of your belongings. You do that too? Maybe? Not sure, okay. So great, we can have a dialogue about this. But good for us to know they have this they are in charge. They have taken this seriously. And also, if you offer food, make sure that there are vegan or vegetarian options on the top of your menu, and that they are tasty. Make updates of the purchasing policy. We have talked about this earlier. I don't know if the Swan label people are still here, but it's amazing tools. Hello. Amazing tools. Check their webpage. It's a very good way to navigate in all of this. If you know it's a Swan labeled product, it's the best choice. So you don't have to be an expert yourself. Consider also making a no-go list and analyze what is hard or easy, and start with the easy, because there are barriers. And just realizing what your barriers are is also very helpful. So by this, thank you for your attention. Frida, are you ready? So next on stage is a practical person who actually works with this full time. You're a climate coordinator at Riksteatern.
Yeah, National Touring Theatre of Sweden.
And just, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And before we switch, we will just have this as your resting page because you don't have a PowerPoint.
No.
You are presenting like this.
Yeah.
And while she's talking, you can actually download the roadmap on the QR code. So thank you, Frida, for coming and sharing.
And thank you for the roadmap. So as you might imagine, I'm quite alone in Sweden. Well, our cultural institutions, there are not many climate or environmental coordinators employed. So I am super happy whenever it comes a new roadmap or a new network or something happens within our fields. So you might think like culture, we are front runners, we are great at innovation, problem solvers, we are really creativity, you know, everything. But, you know, we are still institutions. So sometimes things can take a little while, especially when it comes to changing how we do art. We are great at making art, we are great at telling stories, and I think also the art sector as a whole, we are responding to the climate crisis, we are telling stories, we are showing pictures, we are making art, manifests, we are activists. It's great, but then when we are institutions or we are bigger theaters, we are also just a normal working place, a normal organization or a company, and we have to do all these boring things as well as hey, IT department, can we make our IT last longer? Do we have to change it every third year? Is it really that big of a security risk to have this new IT things all the time? We also have to have a travel policy, even though, just as you researchers, I know this is an issue with you too, our stuff is so very important, so we have to fly and meet and see each other's art. So this is an issue that the entire cultural sector, and especially maybe stage art, also have to talk about, like how do we change how we meet, how do we talk about what is collaboration, because at least at Riksteatern or the National Touring Theatre, flights are one of our biggest emissions. So of course we have to work with that when we want to tell stories about the climate and the environment. We have to be a sustainable organization. And of course we have to do this for the climate, but if you now, I don't know, sit there at home or here thinking, well, but I'm a cultural institution and I'm not really doing much, then you really have to, because it's not only about the environment. Well, that's the main, we want to survive. It's a crisis, we have to act now, but it's also about being relevant to our stakeholders. Artists that come to Riksteatern now, they may be actors or scenographers or well, anything, directors, people are engaged. We want to work sustainable. No one wants to harm the planet during work hours or at home. So it's very natural that we do something. So I'm not saying that Riksteatern is best. We have a lot of challenges that we are working on, but at least we have started. And for us, it started back in 2016. By people being employed at Riksteatern, being frustrated, but also we were looking at sponsorships, and companies were asking, but we need to have some sort of sustainable policies or something, some kind of proof that you are working with environment. So that is why Riksteatern created a policy on how to reduce our climate impact. And it's basically to follow the same goal as Sweden as a whole. So we want to reach climate neutrality by 2045, which of course we cannot do alone. We need the society to change with us, but we can do a lot of things, the same as any institution can. We can talk to our stakeholders, we can talk to everyone we buy things from. We can try to buy less stuff and use more reused stuff. So a comment to the triangle you saw here before. I've been really trying to look into what's the most sustainable fabric, what's the most sustainable wood or glue or whatever. And of course, there is bad and less bad things to choose from, but to really not take anything more from our earth is the most sustainable thing. And that is also something you can measure. How much reuse did we use in this production or in this art exhibition? So that is a great thing, a little tip. So Riksteatern, we were also a little bit hesitant on starting looking into climate because we are a touring theatre. And we also have some international assignments that we have to collaborate and tour in the world, and we want artists to come to us. So travels we were worried about that. And yes, it is a big thing, but we also spread culture all over Sweden. And I don't know if you know, but Riksteatern, we are not a government institution. We are actually owned by 250 associations across Sweden, and they were also the ones. And I will also say those 250 associations have over 40,000 members or around that, and they were the ones voted that we should have this climate strategy. So it's very well rooted in the organization that this is something that we should work with. Yeah, so when it comes to travels, it's very sensitive. It's the same as in the society. I was at a show yesterday called Omställningsont, the pain of, what's the English word for omställning? Of transition. And yeah, it was a climate activist there who had an amazing picture. She was dressed out as death, saying, "I'm the climate activist. I'm here to take your car and your flights." And that's how it feels sometimes. Like even just implementing a travel policy, saying like you should not go by train if you can be there during a working day, like 8 hours. You take the train, don't fly. It's simple, but people can still be like, but I want to fly. So I think this is something that everyone can recognize. And I think also as cultural institutions or people working in culture, we sometimes think that we are different, but we are not. We are just normal organization, and as such we have to have people like me or consultants who comes in and look at us and assess us and tell us what we can do better. And that's why it's so great with roadmaps and other things. Do you want to add something, Linnea, or questions?
No, just really loved how you share how you actually internalize this and put this into action. And I think it's different stories into this and different ways, paths into this for everyone.
Yeah, it really is. And I also it's a subject you never get done. There is always something new to learn on how to solve things best. But I'm also really happy to see that at least in the field of theater, a lot of things are happening right now.
And you also share. And
yeah, we share and we talk.
In communities.
And so that's really, really good news that the art, even how we create art and how we create stage art, it's changing towards the more sustainable. But we do have a long way to go to be at the 2045 goal, of course.
Yeah.
And also, I forgot, I'm really happy at the roadmap. There's an introduction to the action points that really describes why it is important to work with waste management or why it is important to look at the materials, which I think is really useful because not, even if people know, it's still really good to be reminded and put your own little work into the bigger picture.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you so much for
thank
sharing,
you.
Frida. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So, for the last part of our session, we will meet Dr. Solveig Korum. She's head of climate and youth work, or senior advisor in this area at the Norwegian Kulturtanken. And she has also been in the project group of the whole program, so the program group. So, Dr. Solveig Korum, please come on stage. You did do a PhD, you don't? She hides her doctor title, so I just wanted to promote
no,
that.
you publicly broadcasted it very well. Thank you.
And you will kind of close this off a bit for us. What is going on now, and what is going on with the policies?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the dry part of the session. Maybe you've been given so much inspiration from so many beautiful people. And here I am, the bureaucrat and the researcher, trying to give you like a concise summary of the policy part of it. Okay, so this is the topic where I will start out. Actually, I will talk about two things. I will talk about integrating cultural policy and practice into sustainability, and then at the end, there will be the other way around, how sustainability can be integrated into cultural policy. But this is where I will start. There is a lot of evidence, both lived evidence, but also research evidence on how culture is fundamental to achieving sustainable development. We have heard a lot about climate action today through culture, but in many other fields, there is also a lot of impact on all the sustainability goals by culture. And the newly developed document from the UN called Pact for the Future, it underscores the culture as a vital pillar of the sustainable development. And this is kind of for the first time. There has been some playing in the, like behind the scenes to try to get culture as a goal in itself. But this is kind of the first time that the public documents and the processes in the UN states how cultural shapes individual and collective identities, contributes to social cohesion, environmental responsibility, and inclusive economic growth. There is also another UN document by UNESCO some years back who launched a quite useful document called the Culture 2030 Indicator Suite, which kind of breaks down in details and based on various sources of statistics, different ways that culture contributes to each of the goals. And this is just a very kind of broad overview document. It was a systematic research review conducted by Sheng and others a few years ago that shows the how cultural influences the different goals of sustainable development. I will not spend too much time on this, but if you look at the different colors, the orange, which you can actually see a lot of, marks where there is scientific evidence that culture influences the goal achievement. And the blue marks cases where culture is developed through goal achievement, and in the gray boxes there is a lack of proven correlations in existing research. So you cannot really see. So this is kind of, this gives just a broad overview. And according to this framework, cultural contributions to sustainability can be understood in many ways, and I will go into sorry, I stopped. Okay, I will, because all these colors and all the boxes and all that, it kind of talks about the cultural dimension. And the framework that I will now talk about, it breaks down the different ways of this cultural dimension into the sustainability work. And this first one, you can actually see the different dimensions. You have the social dimension, you have the economic dimension, you have the climate dimension, but this framework also suggests that you have a fourth dimension where cultural
is a sustainability element in itself. This points to the intrinsic value of art and culture and how it fundamentally enriches human lives in terms of promoting both individual and societal collective qualities like creativity, critical thinking, empathy, trust, and mutual respect. And art can also be a democratic eye-opener in this respect, that it kind of, in itself, it enhances societal participation. And this is especially important in the area where I work, with children and youth. And then the second one is kind of art and cultural sector in the middle, and how it kind of can enlighten or work as a glue for all these other areas. It can contextualize, it can reveal connections, it can contribute to innovation in these other areas and bind it together and search for new solutions like Louise talked about in the festival that she has done. And in this last model, you see how culture is basically like encompasses all sectors of society and works as a cross-cutting goals, for example, through education and how it reinforces diversity and integration. So based on this kind of idea of how culture integrates and works into the broader sustainability agenda, I will now share a few recommendations on how this can be done on the policy level. Okay, so recommendation number 1 is basically that do not forget to invite the cultural sector to the table. This is the first time in a big project by the Nordic Council of Ministers that the cultural sector has been invited, both to sit in the steering group, but also to be part of like a broad overall cooperation with other sectors. And I really hope it will not be the last. When you see health, when you see education, food and agriculture sitting at the table, remember also to invite people from the ministries of culture and people who work in the field. It's very easy to deprioritize areas that don't show immediate results when crises grow larger and more frequent, like we see today. But just as you cannot build a solid wall without cement, or if you have a broken shoe, you have to put glue into it, culture is that glue that you need to bind and to make these other things happen. And then I will basically suggest 3 policy recommendations on how we can integrate sustainability into cultural policy and practice. And these are the areas that the project, but also kind of broader research tells that we can work along. The first one would be to reduce CO2 in arts and cultural sector in our operations, like it was talked about in the Nordic Green Roadmap. The other one would be to protect cultural heritage, cultural rights, and I will talk about that a little bit more soon, and then mobilize like Louise and others have talked about. So these are the 3 tracks, and I will just move shortly, but a little bit more deeper into each of the dimensions. To reduce CO2 in the cultural production, we need to, or we can, encourage eco-friendly touring, materials, energy-efficient technologies, welcome Linnea, like you talked about, reduce waste in cultural creations and events, institutions, and promote carbon neutrality in so many ways. And the other recommendation is something that hasn't really been highlighted today, but it's also a very, very important track. To protect cultural heritage helps retain traditional knowledge and sustainable practices that can promote eco-conscious behaviors today. Safeguarding cultural rights ensures equal access to cultural expression and fosters social sustainability. And in terms of this, each of the Nordic countries have signed several international conventions relevant to the protection of cultural heritage and cultural rights, for example, the UNESCO 1972 Convention, UNESCO 2003 Convention, and also the 2005 Convention on the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions. Yes, okay. But I will also like kind of to stress this last one actually, that the climate justice thing, that climate change has disproportionate impact on vulnerable societies, and it's especially important to safeguard the heritage and rights with regards to these vulnerable groups and to get their voices heard. And this one, last one, we have talked about, but we need to integrate it into policy as well. But I need to just emphasize that as policymakers, we shouldn't mess with the content of culture. That's the artist's roles, and we need to be at an arm's length distance of that. But we can facilitate grants, partnership, communication channels, and events to generate knowledge, raise awareness, and catalyze action for low-emission societies.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Solveig, for giving us a brief overview of all of the policies that are out there also coming towards us and what is going on in the international society. So by this, I hope you got inspired, that you got some tools, and that you now can go ahead and start acting even more than you already do. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linnea, and all the culture gang. And now you've been sitting again for 45 minutes, so now it's time to stand up again and just share with your, it's not a break, not a break. Now, if you think it was a break, that was a bit of a cheat, sorry. Now, turn to another neighbor and share something that you have learned already today for a minute. Something that you've learned today, not a whole story now, okay?
Nice. Jag ska animera.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And wow, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great. By these discussions, it sounds like you have learned a ton. And there is more to come. We are not finished yet. So this time, we will move into the space of schools and how we will how we will teach and learn sustainability. And we're going to start with two of the Icelandic youth who were part of the big Icelandic youth conference that took place in 2023. So I'm very happy to give the floor to two students, Margaret Unnur Olafsdotter and Anita Taylor, that will present learnings from the conference and how to become change agents.
Thank you.
On you go.
So, do you hear me? All right. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for having us here.
We are Margret and Anita from Iceland, and we are here to represent all who got the fantastic opportunity to attend the youth summit called Young People and the Future: Education for Sustainable Development, held from the 1st to the 3rd of November of last year in Varmaland in Iceland. I am 22 years old and I'm in my second year as a nursing student at the University of Akureyri in the north of Iceland.
And I am 20 years old. I am an undergraduate bachelor student in geography at the University of Iceland. Yeah, so the conclusions from this very informative weekend we participated in are clear, and the youth from the Nordic countries want knowledge. Knowledge is power, and it is needed to tackle sustainability issues. We also want sustainable changes, and knowledge is required to make such changes. Another important point was that it is necessary to create open and safe spaces for dialogue, to involve the youth in these discussions and to listen what we have to say, as was this conference that we attended.
The big topic discussed during the weekend was the need to better integrate sustainability into education and into the curriculum. Our conclusion was to have a sustainability subject in school, that is, to start a mandatory class about sustainability, as it is an important subject that can and will safeguard our future. We also want to educate the teachers about sustainability because they will need to have a deepened knowledge of these issues to be able to teach the students about the topic. Lastly, it is important to give students more power in deciding the curriculum and involve them in determining how sustainability can be taught.
At the end of the weekend, we were privileged to present our conclusions to the Minister of Education and Children of Iceland, Ásmundur Einar Daðason. We hope that this conference was not only held to make us feel like we can make a change, but that there will be a visible change in how we teach about sustainability and how sustainability is integrated into school curriculums. To have gotten our voices heard and to be given a platform to state our wishes and concerns means so much to us. To know that we are being taken seriously and that we might be able to make just a small change inspires us to keep going every day, working for the change we want to see in the world.
And when we think about the future regarding these matters, we want to see more of that. More platforms and opportunities for young people from all over the world to connect and to get their voices heard. At least we think it's crucial for us young people to be a part of decision being made that is impacting our future. We must get a say in the matters concerning us and our future. Now we will show a video that was made which shows bits and pieces from the conference. Thank you very much.
In November of 2023, 80 young people from the Nordic countries gathered in Iceland to discuss sustainable development. This is what the youth thought about sustainability education.
I think it's important to learn about sustainability because the world we live in right now isn't sustainable.
Like there are people around the world that are actually fleeing their homes because of flooding or environmental changes.
And sustainability is something that is quite complex to understand. And so I think it's incredibly important to educate, especially young people, about sustainability, because we're the ones who have to live with the consequences.
When we hear sustainability, we think like, oh, theme week once a year. And like, yeah, you see some videos online.
Because in my school, it has just been one day where we get someone on stage to say, there's a pollution problem, and then the next day is just a regular day.
I would want sustainability to be integrated into the curriculum, so it's not only theme weeks or workshops, but it's like a mandatory course, and you have to learn about sustainability to graduate.
It's very nice to be here, like around a lot of engaged or active young people.
I feel like I've learned a lot being here just for 2 days.
You get to be a part of changing something, and you get to be a part of learning it in a different way, and you meet other people and you get to travel and you have fun, but you're also learning at the same time.
Wow. I mean, wow. You have nailed it to the point with everything.
Hopefully in the future we will have a meeting where youth and ministers from the Nordic countries meet at the same time. That would be the exact way of working with young people. But it takes small steps to change things.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Margaret and Anita, I think you deserve another round of applause. Now you've gone on stage, but thank you so much for sharing, and thank you for being future change makers, for sure. From students to adult learning, I will now invite our next speaker up on stage, Henrika Nordin from Nordic Network for Adult Learning, and she will share her insights from the latest research. Hi.
Thank you.
And perfect.
Thank you, and also very interesting to be here today. As a lifelong learner, I have got so many insights today when I've been listening to all the contributions and all the projects that's been going on. And it also resonates very well with the two former presentations that we had on culture and on youth, because that's something that we came up in our project also, that we need to listen to the young people, take them in, and we also need to be imaginative. But let's start from the beginning. I'm representing NVL, the Nordic Network of Adult Learning, which is a network organization under the Nordic Council of Ministers, or Nordic Council of Ministers are funding the NVL. And we work with adult learning, so one of the projects has been the ownership of our network. And here on back of me you can see the Nordic vision, and I think NVL puts the Nordic vision into action. Because actually, we don't need more strategies. Maybe we don't need even more policies. We need more action. And I think that's what we are doing in NVL and also in our project. That just had its last meeting 2 weeks ago. So we don't have all the research results yet done, but it will be coming during this fall and also disseminating in the early next year. So here, first of all, we had participants from 4 different Nordic countries and also from very different learning sectors. We had the vocational adult sector, we had the higher education, we had an NGO, we had folk building, and we had also a vocational school. And this was very good because we had a very diverse group. And one of our findings are that to really come up with the solution, we need to work in cross-sectoral and also in groups that are very diverse. We wanted to find out that can we come up with a Nordic model on how to work with sustainable development in our learning institutions or educational institutions. And I have to disappoint you. We don't have a model because a model is too restricted and one model doesn't fit all. So we more believe that it actually has to come from the bottom and up and from the needs in the local institution or the local society or whatever. So there is not one solution or one way of doing things, but we do believe in collaboration. And then the other thing we wanted to look at is how can we involve all the stakeholders in this work? How do we work with the leadership in organization and on organizational level at all? How do we work with the teachers and with the students? And we have the recommendations that we now have done It's more like on a policy level, not so much for how the teachers can work with this. And here is just, I'm not going to go into this more, but as I said, we're going to have different results coming up during this fall and early next year. But okay, the first one I already said something about, the diversity and the cross-sectorial transdisciplinary way of doing things. And that's actually what's happening here today also. We are from different sectors, and that's why it's been so interesting for me to hear what you all have said, because it resonates very well what we are doing in education. But from a different aspect, and that broadens my mind and my view on sustainability and what we have to do in the future. Then we need to talk about systemic thinking. I think, like I always explain the sustainable problem or the problems with the sustainability as a fish net. Like if we go and touch one part of the fish net, it will shake the whole fish net and affect a lot of different things. And that's why systemic thinking is so important, because that's the holistic way of looking at. Everything is relation and connected to each other. So if we pollute the air, or if we get parts of the world that gets underwater, those people will flew from that place and come maybe to the Nordic countries, because we still live quite well here. That will make for us to change and also pressure on our way of living. So that's something that needs to be done also in the education. We can't look at silos in education. We need to have the holistic approach. And what we, of course, as a Nordic project where we had participants from all the Nordic countries, the collaboration between the Nordic countries in education is very important. That's how we learn to understand each other more. And coming up with a global solution, or a solution for a global problem, we need to have a dialogue with each other. Also with the young people, as you heard earlier. Then another thing that came up in the results where we need to give the educational institutions and the teachers more freedom to act. Now we have curriculums that there's probably something said about the sustainable development or how to work with sustainability in the schools, but it's on a paper level. And then we have a curriculum that is filled with a lot of stuff that needs to be done. It's too much. We need to make the whole education sustainable. We need time to sit down and reflect and be critical and involve people from different sectors. Also those who doesn't like the way we are doing things. So that is also very important. And then another thing was that to take the teacher's role of knowing it all to a co-learner. We don't have, as educators, all the answers. And again, when we work with our students, they might have a lot of knowledge that we don't have. And when we put those kind of together, all the knowledge together, then we can come to new insights. And that's what, I was very interested in the cultural aspect of sustainability, because we need a lot of innovative spaces, spaces where we can be creative and imaginative. So maybe our schools could be more, not so formal, but more like a pedagogical laboratory where we can try new things when it comes to sustainability. And then to the last recommendation that we have on our policy paper, which is maybe not so hard to understand in a Nordic level, the Bildung aspect into sustainable education. We have folkbildning in the Nordic countries, so many of us knows how important it is to become a human being. And that's the and I think today it's more about becoming a human being in a planet and live side by side with the nature and with the organism, all the living and not living organisms that we have on this planet. So Bildung here means that kind of that all the knowledge that we have, use the knowledge to make good. No, well, how do you know what is good? Well, that's where we come into the dialogue aspect. We need to have a dialogue with each other. What is good? What is a good life? What is a good sustainable life? And that should be put into our educational institution on all levels. Also the leaders, the head of the organization should get involved in this. And as we call, and many of you know, the whole institution approach, where it's not only sustainable development is not only a technical thing, it's an ethos. It's a value-based thing that engages all the people in the institution. And as a lifelong learner, I see that we have the solutions in the youth, who are the future. We have the solution in culture, because that's kind of the glue, as somebody said, but also in the educational system, because everybody goes through the educational systems during their whole life. And also adult learning is very important, because today we work with the youth, but the adult learning is about the adults learning new things, and adults are the ones who today do the decisions on policy level and on family private level. So I think these are my conclusions. I can see that we are busy to go forward. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Henrika. Is my mic on? Yeah? Perfect. Yes, please sit down in this lovely sofa group, or whatever we should call it, because you will be part of the panel discussion, which is going to commence straight after this, because we will be watching a video, and that video is a video message from Dr. Olafur Patel Jonsson, who is from the University of Iceland, and he will present the results from the Nordic Teachers Survey, which was done 2024. So we will be watching the video, and then after we will have a panel discussion.
The work I am presenting today is part of a larger project, Education for Sustainable Development, which is one of 6 projects that constitute the Sustainable Living Programme of the Nordic Council of Ministers. The aim of the project was to move us closer to sustainability being an integral part of all education for every age from preschool to adult learning. The Nordic countries want all pupils and students in the region to have the knowledge and skills necessary for the enhancement of sustainable development, whether the focus is on sustainable lifestyles, human rights, equal opportunities, culture of peace and global citizenship, as well as the appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable living. The objective of the current work was to create a knowledge base on the situation as it currently is in the Nordic countries. To do this, a group of experts in the field of sustainability education was created, with each country and autonomous area appointing an expert in the field. We also included representatives from teacher unions and teacher students to include the voices of current and future teachers in our work. This was all done to ensure the quality of the research work within the scope of the project. My name is Olafur Patel Jonsson, and I was appointed as the Icelandic expert and was given the responsibility of leading the group of experts. 3 years ago, a group of scholars from the Nordic countries, including myself, completed a work on mapping educational policy and teacher education with respect to sustainability education. The current work took off in a sense where that previous work had stopped. This time we wanted to hear directly what teachers are doing in schools and see how that compared to the international policies and implications from scholarly work regarding sustainability education. The work within the expert group was mainly carried out through online meetings due to the nature of the project, of course. Different points of view have been discussed, good examples of sustainability education from the Nordic region have been presented, and we have exchanged information on the current situation in our respective countries. This has all been done to establish a common understanding of current practices and the challenges that lie ahead. To gather information that could tell us, or at least indicate to us, how the situation is in the Nordic region, we sent out an online survey to teachers in the Nordic region. The survey was sent out in 7 languages through teacher unions in each country. The number of responses, although disappointing, gave us an indication of the current situation. As was expected, we saw both positive and negative things. Perhaps the most positive result is that around 85% of respondents say they are doing sustainability education. This is certainly a high number and is something to be cherished. But what about the 50% that do not consider themselves teaching sustainability? Half of them indicate that they do not do so simply because it's not part of their subject. We find that worrisome. The other half, not engaged in sustainability education, say they lack skills or time. The biggest hindrance to sustainability education was exactly time, due both to curricula that assigns too many tasks to teachers or to other duties that take time from professional development. We have now compiled a research overview, a continuation of the report that was published in 2021, under the title Sustainability Education in the Nordic Countries. The report presents and contextualizes the findings of the expert group. Our findings do, however, not make for a final destination, not an end where we can rest quietly, but must be seen as the first step of understanding what is being done and what hindrances are in the way of moving further towards sustainability. The survey has opened up diverse issues that are highly relevant for continued or even revisioned Nordic perspective on sustainability. Perhaps the only clear conclusion of our work is that it must continue. There are numerous ideas from teachers across the Nordic countries that must be further investigated and distributed. We need to know more about how students are affected by sustainability education, how teaching fast fashion or environmental awareness in schools influences students, consumer patterns, or how a school garden project influences students' food choices later in life. If Nordic countries truly want to be in the lead towards sustainability, we need to understand better what is being done in schools, why things are the way they are, how we can move on, and we need a vision for the future which can guide our ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Jonasson. And now, me and Henrika here will be joined by some very interesting people who will be speaking about the school system. So I'm going to welcome, they're standing in the back here, yeah, please come up. Susanne Hagström Larsson from Nordplus Junior. Robin Smith, who is vice chairman from the Swedish Teacher Union. Welcome, welcome on stage. And Christer Holmlund, who is Secretary General for the Nordic Teachers Council. Please give them a hand of. Perfect. Yeah, do you feel comfortable? Is it good? Yeah, you're not going to get up here. I fear it is the same.
I hope everybody can see me.
It's the same for me, I think. I'm not going to be up. Well, it could be a fun curiosity. I don't know if Åsa wants to share this, but I'm doing that now. This whole sofa arrangement is actually from our project manager, Åsa's living room. So I don't know. Right. Bless you. So yeah, I don't know how you did last night there, but yeah. It was Yes. Yeah, you were working anyway. Perfect. All right. Susanne, I'm going to start with you. You are the main coordinator of Nordplus, which is the educational program of the Nordic Council of Ministers. And could you maybe just briefly explain a little bit the program's goals and its relevance in promoting lifelong learning and sustainability across the Nordics and the Baltic countries?
Yes, I will start. It is aiming for education from early on, preschool, all the way up to higher education, adult education, and it is for cooperation within the the 3 Baltic countries, the 5 Nordic countries, and the autonomous areas, Åland, Faroe Island, and Greenland. So it's all about cooperation within education. And we give fundings for projects and activities. It could be class exchanges, it could be job shadowing for teachers, it could be students attending a course at another university, for instance. And we have several goals. A lot of them are aiming very large in general. It's about giving quality within education. It's about cooperation in the Baltic and Nordic area, as said. And when it comes to cooperation, it's all about enhancing mobility at the one hand, about traveling, of course, meeting each other physically, but also strengthening the digital cooperation. We also have a lot of goals regarding the interest and knowledge of the Nordic language, specifically the Scandinavian language, and we have the interest and knowledge for our cultures in the Nordic and Baltic area. It's inclusive for all, and it could be different topics that you bring on to this subject. But as Henrika, you showed the vision for the Nordic region, that we should become the most sustainable and integrated region, and you had the priorities set that it lies on, with the green priority, the social sustainable priority, and then the competitive priority. And Nordplus works with focus areas. So we promote that the schools, for instance, should work on each of them, either of them. And now we're into the social sustainability part, but as you all know, they're all intertwined when it comes to sustainable development. And it is a global issue. So you should work together, and you should start cooperate, and you should start early on in school, from the youngest children and all the way out. And since I've been working closest within the sub-program Nordplus Junior, which is directed to the school, preschools, and the vocational education, we see that the most popular theme that they choose to work on since 2018 is a green transition, climate change, and sustainable development, by far. We have 67,000 participants each year, and 70 to 80% of them are pupils. So a lot of youth meeting and discussing this and learning more about these questions.
Yeah, because as to clarify, they can actually choose if they want, but what you're saying is that they choose sustainability, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. So, Christer, you are the Secretary General for the Nordic Teacher Council, and when I Google, I was even surprised. It was 16 national organizations, but they represent almost like 600,000 members.
Yep.
Right, from 7 Nordic countries and territories. So, can you tell me a little bit about what your role or what you do in the council?
I'd rather tell a little bit about the organization, because within those 16 organizations, we have 2 from Greenland, 3 from Faroe Islands, 1 from Iceland, 2 from Norway. I think we have 4 from Denmark, 2 from Sweden, and 2 from Finland. So we represent a lot of teachers or the organizations. And we, as Henrika told me, it's about collaboration. It's about sharing information. It's about sharing experiences. And then it's about learning, and learning from others' experience and try to put it into their own context. And we don't only discuss pay and working hours. We discuss education policy as well as teachers' well-being. So, and even sustainability. We have had sustainability as a theme on one of our courses 2 years ago.
And because we are obviously at a Nordic conference. Could you, obviously representing the Nordics in a bit, could you maybe give us a bit of a Nordic perspective? Does the work and resources differ in the Nordic countries when it comes to these topics, learning?
The resources they differ, but they are poor. They are low level in every country. So there's a battle with lack of funding, lack of time, lack of support. So the education areas is under pressure in the Nordic countries. But even though that is under pressure, I think the organizations and work with sustainability as one of their teams. And even though I think that education policy, it's a national matter because it's the governments who decides on curriculum and so on. So it could differ, but it doesn't differ that much. We do it a little bit different in the Nordic countries. Some have sustainability in subject. Somebody has it as a skill, a basic skill, as a pillar or topic or something like that. But I think in every curricula, there's something said about sustainability. And then it's a way of thinking about, is it knowledge? You just teach in order to get young pupils knowledge? Is it to try to get it to a lifestyle? Because I think we should go from good knowledge to become a lifestyle. Sustainability should be a lifestyle for young people and even for me as an older white man, as somebody called us earlier today.
Just bring that up in every of the sessions,
Yeah.
I think, yeah. But, okay, great. Robin, you...
One such guy to another, right?
Well, we're a majority here, I think, so it's all good. So, Robin, you yourself also work as a teacher,
I
right?
do, yes.
But you're also the vice chairman for the Swedish Teacher Union. But can you tell us, in your work as a teacher, what is your view on this today? Krista was obviously saying that it's lacking a bit of support. It's poor. Do you agree, or is there also a positive attitude towards needing to put this in the curriculum, or are you just more frustrated?
Well, I definitely agree with Krista. I would say there's a huge positive kind of attitude from teachers and young learners towards these issues. And I'd like to thank you for allowing me to start on a positive note. I think I'm so impressed with my colleagues and how they work with these issues together with students and the enthusiasm that they have and so on. And I was very impressed when you mentioned Bildung, Henrika, the importance of everybody in society, all ages, in all stages, increasing awareness and sort of making a push for climate action and for issues of sustainability. And I think it's impossible to be a teacher and a parent and not feel a huge responsibility for these issues. And young learners, I would say, are also eager to learn, they're enthusiastic about these things. But I also see that, we've seen so many good examples of students, even at later stages in their student careers, still sort of embracing these issues. But I also see a lot of students as they approach adulthood, how they kind of, when they face the adult world, they don't really see how they can act on the knowledge that they have, how they can transform that into real action without too much sacrifice for themselves or the people around them and so on, without losing a competitive edge against the people who just can't be bothered, And I think it's important that we all make an effort to change society, not, beginning with our youngest learners, but that we all, at all stages, sort of commit to a joint effort. Because otherwise there's a risk that if we try and make schools just like the single change makers, that young people, they get into the habit of knowing what to do and saying all the right things, but that we fail to change behavior on a broad scale, which can lead to feelings of regret, stress, remorse, anxiety even, And that's not where we want to end up. So I think this sort of whole society approach to this issue is crucial.
How do you think the gap that you're kind of mentioning, that when students exit the schools and they go into society and then it's not aligned, what would you say? Can schools do more there, or to like have closer dialogues with parts of the societies in order to bridge that gap further? What do you see?
Schools can definitely try and do more, but not, schools alone, I think. It is kind of unfair to pass the buck to the younger generations and schools alone. And we all need to be part of this effort.
School can't do it alone. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Henrika, you talk a lot that it must be like a bottom up, and with the student being like active in their participation, and the teacher's role turning into more of a co-learner with the student. Like, what would you say? Like, how would that happen in practicality?
Yeah, I think it's like, and I just want to comment on the ACT part here, which also came up in our research, that it's very important as teachers that we also think about not just giving knowledge, but also tools how to act upon it. Otherwise, we will lose hope, because we just want to see, we will just see the very dark side of the problem. But about the co-learner thing, is we saw that it's very good if the students are already, when we are making decision and planning the education or the next school year or so on, involve them in that. And also as a teacher, you can involve your students, even if they are adults or younger adults, to come with their knowledge, because we need to be open for what feels good for the students. Usually we know that, okay, what we should teach them on, but actually we should start from the bottom and see, what do they want to learn? What are they interested in? What are the things they are getting engaged in? If we don't get the engagement of the students, no learning is happening. And we talk a lot about the transformative learning, so that the learning is somehow touching your heart, as somebody told earlier today, that we need to feel something that touches your heart. And to do that, we need some kind of embodied knowledge and learning. If it's through art or if it's through meditation, we had actually a very good meditation earlier today, actually, where you can, it feels in your heart what it's all about. Or go out in the nature. So for the teacher to be more of a co-learner, get rid of your role as the know-it-all. Be open, see your student from where they are coming, what knowledge they have, what engagement they have. Go out in the nature, take other people into your classroom, if it's creative sector or whatever. So there's a lot of different things they can do.
Thank you for that. Susanne, you were obviously mentioning before about the collaboration with students, and that there is a high engagement. How can students actively contribute to or initiate projects within the Nord Plus program, particularly those focused on sustainability and environmental education? Can they initiate themselves, or?
They can't initiate of sorts so that they can apply for funding to do something of themselves, something that they are engaged and interested in. But we have a lot of upper secondary students turning to us directly as an authority, asking for what can we do. We want to volunteer, we want to work on this issue. They're really engaged and they want to go ahead. Unfortunately, we are only funding organizations on that point, on that part. But having said that, of course, if they heard about Nord Plus or other international cooperation programs that supports education, and on this issue particularly, they can also talk to the teachers and the headmasters and invoice that they are interested and let them know that this is available, please check it out, because we have had that way happen as well, that schools eventually comes to us and apply for funding for a project on that regard. Or if you are in higher education and you are a student and you know about Nordplus, and you can go to your international office and ask, hey, do you have scholarships from Nordplus that I could use and go abroad and maybe study a joint study program which regards sustainability, for instance. So there are ways, but they're a little longer approach.
Okay. Before you obviously heard our students, Margaret and Anita, and I thought they were so good that I had an initial idea that I would throw them into the panel, but it just felt a bit too much to just ask them to. But I made them co-moderators with me, so they have a microphone down there now, right? Perfect. Amazing. So we were speaking about breaking the silos before, so now I think we should break those silos straight away. So do you have a question for the panel? Amazing. So you have a microphone there, apparently.
Does
Perfect.
it work? Yes. So, like we mentioned, it is clear that the youth wants a sustainability subject in schools. We wanted to ask if you feel that same necessity for it as the students, and do you think that it is possible to do it on a pan-Nordic level? Yeah.
Anyone want to grab and go, please?
I like the idea of involving youth and students to involve them in sustainability, questions about sustainability. But as a subject or assessment, but because I believe in changing attitudes and actions rather than assessment. So I would like to have a debate about this with you because I don't necessarily believe in assessments regarding sustainability. I rather believe that we should have actions on a school level, on a pupils level or youth level.
And can you develop just a little bit more how those actions could? Do you have an example of that? What that could be, or
There's a lot of things in schools that are not concerned to subjects. For example, the normal living in school, it's a building. How do you use paper, toilet papers? Do you keep it clean? Do you try to save on energy or things like that? There's a lot of things that are not necessarily combined with a subject, more with attitudes and how you do. Try to learn how to do things in practice, sustainability, and keep the sustainability in mind, and so on. Yeah.
Someone else wanted? Yeah, there was two. I think Robin was first, but it doesn't.
Oh,
yeah, you can battle it out. Whoever wants to go first.
You go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I should say that, yes, of course, if you as young people want to, but I will say that can we collaborate and develop that idea? Because I think the problem will still be a problem if it's if it's a subject on its own. Sustainability should be the culture of the educational institution, and it should be value-based, and it's not a task for one teacher, it's the task of everybody in the institution, the teacher, the principal, the students, the one who is in the kitchen, whoever comes into that building. And I think that's why we are failing today. We don't understand that the sustainability is something that goes across everything, and it's more like it's a culture of the organization.
Thank you, Henrika. I think Robin wanted to comment as well.
Well, I knew it was the right move to allow Enrica to go first because she essentially said what I wanted to say. But I do also, I kind of agree because as it is right now, sustainability is part of sort of the general goals of the curriculum. And you know how it is sometimes with everybody's responsibility, nobody's responsibility, right? So we want to go from nobody's responsibility to everybody's responsibility. And just maybe there's something to the idea of at least making it someone's responsibility until we get there. So definitely that's where we want to end up, but maybe that's a way of getting there.
Perfect. Susanne, we spoke about your projects before. Like, do you have an example of maybe a project or something where you know it has advanced sustainability education in what way, or anything that has given concrete results? Maybe, I don't know, involving students, if there is.
I've chosen one because I think it's best to have one really concrete project to talk about, and it's really representative for Northwest Junior. It's a class exchange. It's for upper secondary school, and it was one school in Sweden, here in Stockholm, one in Norway, and one in Denmark collaborating, and they involved 216 participants, mostly of them students, in this collaboration over 3 years. So what they did was take a notice on what the students actually felt. They had a great engagement for climate issues and wanted to make a change. And these were actually change maker schools, for those who knows about them. I won't dive into it because I'm not the expert, but they want to make the world better. that I know. Yeah. And they chose to go about it. So they chose 3 topics. I think it was within the UN goals. They worked on sustainable cities. They worked on youth action for change, and they worked on sea and marine resources, and divided it into these 3 years. And then they had the students work and collaborate in transnational groups. So they worked on solutions on climate issues, and they also came up with ideas for the future. So they were really collaborating, both meeting and through digital devices to come about this. And this was actually during COVID. So they had a struggle. They were supposed to meet physically, but they had to change a lot of it to digital collaboration. And then they finally get to meet, I think, the last exchange that they had. So they did, and the end results was about to be presented or produced digitally. So they made films and so forth on different climate issues and discussed them. And the results of that was, of course, they got to know culture and language, the Nordic languages, and they also got digital competence. They worked on the issues, of course, of climate change and how they were dealt with in the 3 different countries. And then the main thing of it was actually that they learned that they could make a change. They could influence here and now, and they felt empowered by having to think about these solutions and these ideas together with others. And of course, you can do that within your nation with other schools, but it has been said before. It's not only schools maybe collaborating, you might have to use others, resource, you can have universities involved, you can have organizations involved. We have many of you sitting here can be involved collaborating with schools on this issue, because we need to do it together. And they found great result on this particular project involving several students and several classes, of course. But it's one way, and I think what you said about it, you need to create another arena for learning, and just sustainable development is a great way of doing so, because you need to go cross curricula. It's embedded in different ways. It is hard, it's tricky, and the teachers need to get further kind of refill and learn from each other and go to courses and learn more, because it's rapidly changing. It is and it is everybody's responsibility, as you said.
Thank you for that. I'm going to jump to you, but my next question was actually directed also to you, so you can take both if you want. But you kind of mentioned it a little bit as well. What would you say, Robin? What resources are needed? What do you have now even, but what do you need hands-on to do this transition? You mentioned that the resources are not there. What do you need?
The answer is going to be time, but I would like to comment on further training first as well. We asked our members about that in a recent survey, and it turns out that most of them feel that their further training in areas of dealing with sustainability issues mostly comes from the news, the media, documentaries and such. So there's definitely a lot of work to be done in terms of teacher training, but we also have in schools today a highly motivated, highly trained teacher workforce that don't have the time to do their job well, and I think ultimately that is kind of what it comes down for if we're going to set teachers and students free to really grapple with these issues. It's a time issue. And I mean, if you wanted to make a poignant point, you could argue that teachers themselves are caught up in an unsustainable system, which then ironically prevents them from dealing with a larger issue of sustainability.
So I know that we also have on the agenda to. Was there an applause? Yes, good, well done. Yes. We are also going to touch a little bit on the online too, but I just want to check as well if there is someone maybe in the audience that have a question that are sitting. Oh, I really want to ask the panel a question, but I don't know if I'm allowed. You are allowed, but I don't know if there is any questions. I'm just checking. No. 3, 2, 1, as they do and in the auctions. Yeah, just flag if there is anything. So I want to just also touch on the digital era that we are in and the online tools. What you see, like I'm now asking quite openly, and I mean I don't need everybody to answer because we don't have time for that. But would you say online tools makes it easier for adult learning and for teacher, or not? Any views on this, Henrika?
Just like a really concrete example from our project, because this is also a sustainability question, like on climate, when talking about should we meet physically when we are on a Nordic level as teachers, for example, or not. And online is a good tool to use to kind of bring down the climate footprint when we talk about Nordic collaboration or teacher training and so on. But we found out that it's also very important, at least when you start something, when you start to teacher training, for example, to actually meet face to face, because you need to feel those people. You need to not maybe touch them, that could be kind of tricky, but get a mentally touched with the people that you are gonna be in training with, and also that you'll kind of learn who those people are. And after that, you can use any online tool you want because you have the safety and you trust the people that you are in training with. So somehow when we are very into this technical and tools that we have and so on, to remember it's when we say when you need to get in touch with nature, you need to be in nature. If you want to get in touch with people, you need to be with the people physically.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We are going to conclude this panel because it feels that we just started. But can I then maybe ask all of you to vision a little bit, like what do you see? How do you see the role of schools and learning changing within the next 10 years, and what is needed to do so, you think? 1, 2, 3. Who wants to go? And you need to be quiet brief, but quiet quick. So yeah. Yes.
I could start with the thing Robin said. We need time. Teachers need time. I think also the students and the pupils need time just to focus on sustainability because there's a lot of the agenda nowadays. So unfortunately, sustainability isn't on the top. It should be on the top.
Time. Great.
No, and I'd like to echo that and just say that, sort of action really takes time. It's teaching sort of on a more theoretical level based on articles and whatever's in the news. You can do that quite easily, but you don't really get to action then. So and I think that's really something that I'm going to take with me from this panel. It's like the importance of actually doing things, not just talking about them.
Not just talk, act. Perfect.
And I have
Thank you.
If we could get more into slow pedagogy and slow learning, I think that would be a good thing.
And can you just develop what you mean?
Well, that's actually the time question, to really go deep into something. So instead of all the time having to learn more and more, quicker and quicker, we need to learn basic things in life, as, for example, being a good human being in this planet.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Henrika.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Heidi, Susanne?
I can echo time for teachers. I think it will change. We have artificial intelligence entering, it's already here. It's a new struggle to just keep yourself up to date with that. How should we assess? How should we teach in the future? I think in 10 years' time it will be different when it comes to teaching. And but I look positive on the future. Maybe AI will solve some time for the teachers, if I say it like that. So you can do good things straight on. And I also believe that you should go back to more working with basic skills and meeting, and not getting wrapped up with all new things that comes your way. Safeguard the schools and the teachers and what goes on there.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this panel. I'm going to let you sit there a while, but yes, please. Sit here, and thank you so much for enlightening us on future schools. We are about to just break for the last break, but I have just one more person that's going to come up for a few minutes. So Anna Scaramelini from the Northern Association in Sweden. You just wanted, hi, Anna.
Hi.
You have a school program, right? And you also have a table somewhere?
Yes,
Yeah.
just in the back over
Yeah,
there.
perfect. And your association's mission is to raise the voices of the Nordic citizens, which I thought was very cool, and get them more involved in shaping our joint sustainable future. Can you just tell us briefly how you do that? And speaking about schools, do you also have a school program?
Yeah, of course. Well, just a very brief history lesson about our association as a background. The Nordic Association was founded back in 1919 in Sweden, and soon after in all the other Nordic countries. And it was founded by this movement of people that in the aftermath of World War I saw really the vital importance of standing together, united across national borders to face war, to face different crises. And we see, of course, that importance is still with us today, just with different kind of crises. Like climate crisis is one of them, and just to face challenges together, which is really something that we want to foster. Cooperation to face challenges. And one of the challenges that we identified as an association is the one that was raised by so many people here today, the lack of faith in the future. We saw it especially in the youth in all the Nordic countries, actually, and the lack of creativity and the capacity of imagining a bright future, a positive future. As with the Nordic Council of Ministers Vision 2030 as a starting point, we wanted to try and contribute with a solution to that challenge, but also with another challenge that we saw in the Nordic region, which is the growing gap between all of us people living in the Nordics and decision makers. So how do we make, for example, these amazing visions more concrete for all of us living in the Nordics, and especially for children and youth that are most often the voices that are left out in the rooms where decision making happens. So together with teachers and pedagogical experts, I want to mention the Nordic preschool network, Nordisk för skola, and our school platform where we have also teacher experts, Norden i skolan. We have developed in the past 2 years a new material that I hope maybe can answer to some of the questions and needs that we've heard here today. It's material to work in preschool and high school that wants to encourage students both to have deep dialogues about deep topics like sustainability, like safety today, but also wants to encourage them in being creative and creatively express their dreams, hopes, and ideas for the future in the Nordics. A little bit like the postcards that we saw before, but in a lot of different with a lot of different means. So it could be drawings in preschool, but also text and videos in high school. And I just want to mention very briefly the next 2 steps that we work with, which is we collect all of these ideas and thoughts for the future in all these different creative expressions. You can see we get this amazing feed. Well, I don't know how much you see of it, but we have a feed of all these contributions from all the Nordics. So one thing that we really think is important is, of course, you can find creativity and faith in the future in yourself, maybe as we did before with meditation, but we firmly believe that exchange of ideas and perspective across national borders, across cultures, across languages is something that really can help us be more creative, more innovative, and find this new faith in the future. So by creating this kind of feed and collection from children and youth from all the Nordics that is available then for kids, we want them to explore what different young people are thinking and dreaming of all around the region. And we also collect all of these thoughts and present them in our yearly publication, Nordperspektiv, which you'll find at our table. So you're welcome at our table in a few minutes.
Isn't it just very handy that we now then have a break so you can actually go and speak a little bit more with Anna? Well, thank you so much for enlightening us, and you're going to go back to your table. Thank you so much. So, yes. We are going to take a break again, and please stick around because we have two super interesting panels coming up. One definitely focusing on youth. That's going to be very engaging. So coffee you have there. We have a 15 minutes break, and then we'll be back here at 15:20. 15:20, I will ring the clock. Please take a seat. Please take a seat, and we're going to start with a video.
Jag vill se en framtid.
Jag ser för mig att min vision är
där vi genom ansvarsfulla samarbeten hittat sätt att arbeta mot klimatkrisen med unga i spetsen och klimaträttvisa i fokus.
I hverdagen etter den grønne omstillingen så kan jeg sykle til jobb og høre fuglene kvitre og humlene suse. At vi bliver bedre til at tænke over, hvad det egentlig vil sige at leve godt. Jeg håber, at vi i fremtiden bliver bedre til at sætte pris på et stabilt klima, en sprudlende biodiversitet, frisk luft og liv i havene.
Ympäristökriisit aiheuttaa nälänhätää, ääriilmiöitä ja sotia. Mun visio paremmasta huomisesta on maailma ilman näitä.
Ég sé fyrir mér að árið 2050 mun umhverfisvænt daglegt líf einkennast af víðamikilli innleiðingu á endurnýjanlegum orkugjöfum. Hringrásarhagkerfið verður einnig innleitt að mestu leyti och till att minska sóun och hámarka auðlindanotkun. Min fråga till beslutsfattare är: hur planerar ni att genomföra den gröna omställningen på ett ansvarsfullt sätt som tar hänsyn till urfolks rättigheter?
Hvordan vil du sikre at jeg kan leve i en sunn og grønn by?
Me tiedetään, että meidän ympäristötoimet on täysin riittämättömiä parhaankin tieteellisen tiedon valossa. Siispä kysynkin teiltä, miten niin me ei muka voida tehdä tarvittavia toimia maapallon pelastamiseksi?
Beautiful. Yes. This short movie was UN youth delegates who were sharing their vision for the future. Very, very beautiful. And we will now move into the session of youth. It's time to talk about what impacts youth, young people lifestyle choices, and it will be a very inspiring, empowering session. We have a lot of insights packed into this session. So we're going to start with a few short presentations to give us a few stats of the current situation. So without further ado, I want to welcome two of our first speakers up on stage. It is Johanna Göransson, who is an expert on lifestyle and consumer behavior at Ungdomsbarometern, and I will also at the same time welcome up on stage Jimmy Sand, who is analyst at Nordic Information on Gender. Give them a hand, please. Johanna, I think it's you that's going to start. Jimmy, if you want to take a seat here while in the meantime, or wherever you feel comfortable. And I'll leave the floor up to you.
Thank you so much, Åsa. Does everybody hear me all right? Good, perfect. Thank you. And thank you, Åsa, and everyone at Nordic for this fantastic event. I feel so inspired that I sort of lost track about the fact that I was supposed to talk today and what I was supposed to talk about. And I think it's so fantastic that we've been talking so much about young people, because that is my favorite subject, as you might have guessed. I come from Ungdomsbarometern, as we are known in Sweden, or the Swedish Youth Barometer. We do the largest annual youth survey in Sweden with approximately 15,000 respondents each year, where we ask questions about everything from education choices, work-life values, to sort of what would you like to have at for breakfast, or consumption choices, or financial choices, or anything like that. So we have a pretty good idea about what the youth of today think and feel and how they behave, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. So we are, of course, talking about sustainability, and talking about young people and sustainability is actually quite complex and nuanced. I know we have had a lot of speakers here today touching upon the subject of young people and sustainability, and it's quite easy to sort of fall into this characterization that this next generation or the young generation is sort of the saviors of our time, that they are more sustainable, they value sustainability more, and they act more sustainable. And I think this is something that we have to have sort of a reality check on. We know, of course, that young people care a lot about sustainability today. About half of young people worry about having a sustainable lifestyle every week. So it's a topic that is has very high awareness among young people today. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's something that changes their consumer behavior, or that it takes up a lot of space in their consumer behavior today. And I wanted to showcase this, what I mean, with sort of a concrete example. We've touched a little bit upon it today, and it's, of course, ultra fast fashion, or these low cost players in the e-commerce field like Shein and Temu. I'm sure you all know of them. Last year in our survey, we asked young people, how would you describe your attitude towards these low cost e-commerce players like Shein, Temu, Amazon, Wish? And as you see here, we have quite negative attitudes towards these low cost players. We've asked follow-up questions to those who have these negative attitudes, and what we hear is that there are a lot of concerns about their practices. The young people feel like they are not environmental, that they have a high climate impact. There are also a lot of concerns about the ethical standards that they operate with. There's a concern about child labor. However, what we see here on the left is the share of people who have ordered from a low-price website. So what we have here is quite clearly an attitude-behavior gap, where we see that young people are concerned about the ethical and the environmental problems of these players in the e-commerce field, but we also see that they choose to shop from them, even if they have these attitudes. So how does this work? What are the drivers that create this gap between attitude and behavior? And what we see increasingly is driving young consumer behavior right now is affordability. There's a huge focus on price among young consumer, and right now we see that price is sort of taking over sustainability in how young people make their consumer choices. And of course, this is sort of a wet blanket on the discussions that we've had today, but it's very important to not make assumptions about how young consumers behave, to know where we are starting at. And to explain this, or to understand what sort of context this is happening in, we need to look at the interests of young people. We need to look at what their concerns are, what are they worrying about right now. If we look at the graphs behind me here, we see the interest for environmental and climate issues, and we see the interest for fashion and clothes among young people, and we see how that development has been over almost the last 20 years. Looking at the climate interest, we see a peak here in around 2018. Does anyone think they can find an explanation for that, or know what happened in around 2018? We've talked about it on the stage here before. We of course call it the Greta effect, and when Greta came around, a lot of people wanted to talk about Generation Z, as we call them, as Generation Greta. But since then, something has happened. We've seen that the interest for climate issues has started to decline among young people today, and that isn't unnatural. A lot of things has happened in our society over the last couple of years. We've had a global pandemic. we've had wars broken out, we've had an economic stability. So when we look about what young people are concerned about today, they are concerned about the climate crisis, they are concerned about having a sustainable lifestyle, but more people today, and becoming more and more, are concerned about their finances. And that's what's taking a bigger role in their consumer behavior today. We've also had a lot of people on this stage talking about culture and culture's role in our society today, and the role of culture in driving the green transition. So I wanted to touch a little bit of what is creating culture, or the cultural context that young people are influenced by today. And of course, a huge chunk of young people's media consumption is social media. It happens on social media, and we do ask questions in our survey about what aspects of life young people feel social media affects. And what we see at the top here is what I buy. That is the #1 effect that social media has on young people. And this sort of tells the story about what kind of culture that young people live in. And it's quite easy to call it a culture of consumption. And consumption really has become a form of entertainment today. When you go on social media, there is of course news, there is of course a lot of funny videos, animal videos, but there's also a lot of content that is about showcasing what you consume or encouraging other people to consume things. And that has taken a much larger role of the kind of what young people are exposed to today. And that, of course, also plays a huge role in informing consumer behavior. We also know that 6 out of 10 young people follow brands on social media. So brands have a very direct access to young people today. They have very direct access to encouraging them to consume things. Of course, there are brands and people who reach out who also have positive things to say and have a positive impact on sustainable consumption behaviors. But we know that the platform that young people consume media on is very consumer focused. I wanted to finish this very short insight into young consumer behavior today with talking a little bit about brands and what young people see as a sustainable brand today. So the 2 graphs that I have behind me is to the left, the brands that young people would like to collaborate with if they were an influencer. So you could sort of call that young people's favorite brands or brands that they would like to associate themselves with. To the right, we have the brands that young people, when they are asked spontaneously, can you say something, a brand that feels sustainable to you? Those are the brands that we see. And it's very interesting that the top 3 brands, ICA, Nike, and Apple, when asked to mention sustainable brands, are not brands that most people would probably say, oh, this is the most sustainable brand that I know. So it sort of tells us that young people's understanding or perception of what a sustainable commercial player is also quite it's created on a superficial level. So maybe Nike feels sustainable because they do a lot of work with social justice, which of course is very important. They are also very connected to sports and therefore have a strong association to health, which also feels sustainable. ICA is a big commercial player in the food sector, and food is very closely tied to sustainability, so they also feel sustainable. Apple is very closely related to technological innovation, and that also feels sustainable. So that is sort of the basis of what young people perceive to be sustainable consumer behavior. It's also very interesting to note the similarities between these 2 graphs, that the brands that young people like and that they would like to associate themselves with, it's also the brands that they perceive to be sustainable. And this sort of, this is something that you can very easily see in when you do a lot of surveys, that people want to think that the choices that they make are good choices and sustainable choices are good choices. But it also tells us that, sort of speaks to the expectations young people have on companies today. They think that if they like a company, that company must be good and that company must be sustainable, and then you're maybe not prone to do more research or do a deeper thought process into what you're buying. But it also, when we speak to young people, we do not only surveys, but we do a lot of focus groups and in-depth interviews in the work that we do. And we also hear young people talking about sustainability and sort of pushing the responsibility away from themselves as individual consumers and onto companies and political systems, saying that if something is so bad, then why am I able to buy it? Why hasn't the system fixed it? Why is the responsibility on me to make this choice when there are organizations with a lot more power to make change in this environment? I think I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Johanna. Why don't you sit down next to me and we will listen to our next speaker, Jimmy, who will, you have the clicker there, right? There we go.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Åsa, and thank you, Johanna, for your interesting presentation. My name is Jimmy Sand. I work at NIC, Nordic Information on Gender, which is a cooperation body under the Nordic Council of Ministers and the gender equality and LGBTI sector. And I will present some results from the project that we have been working on as a part of the Sustainable Living Program. And our first output was a research overview with gender analysis on sustainable on lifestyles and consumption, which was released 2 years ago. And thereafter, we compiled results from some previous projects of ours related to green jobs and the green transition last year. And now, more recently, we did a study together with Nordic of young people's engagement in sustainability, which was released this August. And starting with the latter, since Johanna has already talked a lot about the engagement among young people, I'm not going to go into this so much. Just have this idea from a couple of years ago of Generation Z as Generation Greta, at least here in Sweden we talked about it in that way. And besides the engagement among young people on a general level, we can also see, just as for adults, patterns where more girls and young women are active in these movements than boys and young men. And a small group of young people not only uninterested but also opposing measures for sustainable development consist mainly of boys or young men, which has been seen, for example, in a study by the Swedish School Inspectorate when they have interviewed teachers and pupils and headmasters also. And in our study, with interviews and a survey of people engaged in youth organizations, we can see these patterns of more women or girls being engaged in these organizations, and specifically concerning climate change. But we also see more people studying social sciences, which are mainly women, and then other disciplines in higher education or in vocational education. So we can see some kind of interaction between gender and education, as well as other categories. For different reasons, it also seems harder to engage young people outside of cities or from minorities. And what the reasons for this, we have seen some of it, but I'm not going to go into it so much now. But as one focus group participant in this youth study put it, the lower representation of boys and young men probably has a lot to do with social norms of masculinity. And I'm not going to read this quote, but you know about big petrol-driven cars, eating meat, and also, as this participant said, we need to show alternatives for men and to encourage emotions. Which brings us to our research overview. And as have been mentioned earlier, we can see greater impact from the lifestyle patterns of men on group level compared to that of women, which to a large degree has to do with meat consumption. But studies also indicate that social norms around masculinity and femininity can explain much of this, as those men who think it's important to be viewed as real men, for example, to a greater degree eat meat. And we have also in some cases, or many cases perhaps, feminine body ideals which promote smaller portions or lesser calories, which could be in effect be good for the climate, but perhaps not so healthy. So it's more complex than we can see on the group level. And as a group, men get to work by car more often than women. But a large part of this can be explained by carrying responsibilities, those who drop off and pick up children at preschool and school, plan and shop for family meals, and may also work part-time, which we know is the fact for more women than men. Also have different mobility patterns than those who only get to and from work and work full-time, and they can also work farther from home because they don't pick up or drop off children. And also, women are more willing to make behavioral changes, and in studies of households who try to be more sustainable, it is often women who are the initiators, and those cases where it's men, it is also men who, to a greater degree than other men, have taken the more caring responsibility. And from an early age, we are taught that technology is masculine. For men are more interested in investments, often of technological nature. Which brings us to our report on green jobs. And as we have seen in studies of climate policy, measures that generate jobs often generate more jobs in male-dominated sectors. We talk about green jobs in industry, but we don't as often talk about welfare work as green jobs, but it's most important for social sustainability, of course. And it also increases the burden of individuals, which we know also women take more amount of the unpaid household work. And I think I'm going to skip this. And these also I have already mentioned. And this kind of welfare and care work, which is mostly carried out by women, is also less paid. So if you want to have let's say a battery factory in Skellefteå, you also need a lot of people working in care and welfare, but those kinds of jobs aren't talked about as green jobs. So we have these norms around the gender segregated labor market also. And I think I'm just going to leave this here. It's a kind of a summary of all this as a conclusion. It's the kind of patterns of engagement related to gender and education, for example, and that the ideal of caregiving and the responsibility for care work has a lot to do with how involved we are in sustainability as well, and this of course affects young people as well. And we have the gender labeling of technology and care. which is very important to consider as well. I think that's all from me.
Thank you, Jimmy, so much. Johanna, Jimmy, thank you so much. You can stay there if you want, but there will be an enormous panel that's going to come and sit on your lap if you're going to stay there. So we thank you so much and give them another round. That's not what's coming next. So how do I do this? So I think there's well, here we go. There we go. Perfect. Amazing. So now we are going to engage in a very great panel, which I think they are just taking up the whole backstage area. Please come up while I introduce you so we save some time. So we have Marie Nordén, who is the co-founder of Fabrik. We have, not in that order, but give them a round of applause. We have Gürkin Bakircioglu, who is climate justice and sustainable advocate. Thank you very much. Sit down, please. We have Seva Lukashenok, who is a there we are, perfect. Who is a security coordinator and a program officer and youth, it's a long title, program officer and youth peace and security coordinator at the YWCA YMCA of Sweden. That's the longest title so far, I think. We have Ari Sigurdarsson, who is a representative for youth participating in sustainable development, a UN Student Association of Norway. And finally, we have also Amelie Du, who is a student and SDG Youth Ambassador at the UNA Sweden. I think we should just do this again. Perfect. This is a well, I think I'm going to just jump in here in the middle. Thank you very much. Perfect. Wow. I feel very empowered sitting here. Great. So I'm just going to start with Seva, if that's okay. Seva, well, we're all very engaged and passionate about youth engagement here. And I know that you're also passionate about the involvement of youth and the exclusion that otherwise happen if they're not involved. What is your opinion that can be done to ensure youth empowerment? What do you think is missing?
Of course. Well, first and foremost, hello, and nice to see so many of you still sticking around for the late part of this day. Well, I'd like to start with, why is it so important? Just a short notice, and that is because youth are today a great, huge generation. There's so many young people, and in some countries in the world, they consist, or they are the majority of the population. So if we don't include youth, if we don't not only include but have meaningful participation of young people, the processes, the decision making is more or less illegitimate. What do we have to do? Well, there's tons of different answers, and today we've heard a lot of things about involving young people, which is great to hear, but sometimes it almost becomes a cliche. Oh, it's so important, but what's happening? Not so sure. My advice is for the duty bearers, as I call them, the governments, politicians, and so on, to actually go to the experts of youth inclusion, which is a youth organization. In the world, in Sweden, wherever you are in the Nordic countries, I represent a youth organization myself, and in the sport clubs, in the choirs, in where young people are by themselves, those are the safe spaces where youth wants to go to. So instead of writing saying, oh, young people, please come and give your opinion, change it, switch it around, and go to where young people already are to ask for their opinions.
So I think that sounds great. What should they, how should that be done practically? Should they call a youth organization and say, I want to come? Or I think there is at least some representatives out there that could potentially do that.
I mean, of course, yes. Frankly, what's missing in youth organizations today, it's the resources, the financing, funding for the work that we've already been doing for hundreds of years and will continue doing, notwithstanding the situation. So yes, please reach out to us, to other spaces where young people already are, and make yourself available rather than expecting that young people will make them available for the platforms that you set up. Because quite often when big organizations like UN or when politicians invite young people, those rooms, those spaces are not safe spaces. You have to know things, and there are great young leaders who know how to do that. We've talked about Greta, for example, but then you miss out on huge portion of youth generation that aren't, they don't know how to behave in those areas, but they are still as important.
Brilliant. And let's keep the applause coming because it's late in the afternoon. You guys have been here for the whole time, so have you guys. So it's good to keep the energy in the room. Thank you. I know that when we spoke, both you and Seva were touching on the subject of youth washing, which I thought was interesting. Basically, well, you can explain a little bit what that is. Like, let's not make me do it.
So, similar to the concept of greenwashing, which has been mentioned earlier, and which is a very important concept as well, youth washing is kind of the tokenism, the symbolism of involving young people without actually involving them properly. That means that you would invite a young person, for example, to sit on this stage, but kind of not necessarily care about their opinion or not let them actually have that space that they could have had if they would have been an older person. And I think I think there's often a willingness to involve young people, but the question you should rather ask is there a willingness to involve them properly? Is there a willingness to involve them in kind of decision-making processes when it's uncomfortable to hear their opinions, when we can actually disagree? Because oftentimes, like, you can involve as many people as you want, you can involve marginalized groups, but if you don't listen to what they have to say, then it is youth washing.
And what do you, how can we make sure that this doesn't happen? I mean, you mentioned like conferences like this or other organizations. How can we make sure that youth really are a part, that they are really listened to and really contributing to set the agenda?
So I think I have an experience with this as well. I was myself at the UN. It's a very interesting place to be. You can learn a lot, but you can also feel very small there. And I think that's also a bit of what they're trying to do often, right? You shouldn't grow too big because this is a world, right? This is all the world leaders coming together. But I was working with the State Secretary, Björk Sandskjær, who's on development in my home country of Norway. And we had talked already, and I told her that it was so important for me that if I am to be here, I want to be here properly. I want to be here because you want me actually to be here and participate fully. And then she did one thing that I thought was so brilliant, because we had talked about that I'm kind of sick and tired of talking about or justifying my own existence in a room. And then instead of me having to do that, she did that. She talked about why I am here, why I should be here. She spent 2 out of her 5-minute speech talking about the importance of having young people there. So I freed up my time to talk about the things that I care about as well, which sustainable development is one of the core aspects that I think is so important, but I never get to actually speak about it, right? Because I oftentimes end up just speaking about why I am here, right? And why it's important that the next person after me gets to be there, right? But I want to talk about the uncomfortable topics. I want to show that I can also be an expert. I have my Nordic colleagues, youth delegates as well, there in the front row, and we've talked about this the whole trip and here in Stockholm, that we want to be experts, right? We want to talk about more than just youth participation. And I think that is one of the key takeaways I hope really that everyone here thinks about further. Yeah.
Getting a high five from the back of the room there. Perfect. That was really powerful. Thank you. And I really hope that you that are listening both here and online takes that actually with them. That's very important. Amelie, you are a UN ambassador and you were part of the Nordic and Baltic youth meeting in Stockholm, right? Where you produced a youth polity statement linked to climate justice and Agenda 2030. What did this policy document involve, and what are you hoping that it will achieve?
Yes, so together with UNA Iceland, Finland, and Estonia, and Sweden, of course, we created this policy paper for climate justice, and there are 4 points that we are, or 4 demands more that we created. The first one is end use of fossil fuels, ensure the realization of human rights and meaningful participation, invest in preventive measures and necessary adaptation, recognize the unequal impact of climate change. And in this policy paper, we wanted to bring attention to youth's voices, but also make it accessible for others that are not maybe directly engaged in organizations to take part in this change. And hopefully with enough people who also wants to sign this paper, we are hoping to hand it over to the Swedish delegation that are going to COP29 that is taking place in November.
Perfect. And you, I love this. Perfect. Yeah, Emily, you also meet many fellow youth. How do you see their engagement today? We heard Johanna's presentation here before about climate engagement amongst youth and so on. Can you feel that that's true, or are you just by fellow people that actually are as passionate as you?
Yeah. Of course, when you're with your fellow UNA organizations, we are all very engaged and are motivated to change or drive change. And I think the definition of being engaged also can differ. Is it passive by just signing a policy paper, or is it going out and demonstrating? It doesn't matter as long as you're engaged. And I feel like, or if I'm allowed to speculate, that young people are interested, but I believe that you have to show young people by example. If decision makers and policymakers are not showing by examples or priorities or giving incentives for us to also contribute to the change. Yeah.
Perfect. And we have examples both here and here, so I'll move there first and then I'll jump to you. Marie, you come from Fabrik, and you are a living example actually that you can really make a change. Can you please tell us a little bit what you guys do?
Yeah.
It's very inspiring.
I'm from a clothing company that doesn't produce any new fabrics. We teach people how to sew on social media, mainly through our Instagram account and also through our app. And basically, we try to make it as fun as possible. We try to make it as fun as possible to have like good time with clothing, that it doesn't have to be so serious, and it doesn't have to destroy the planet. You can sew from leftover, like you can sew from thrifted fabrics, or you can sew from leftover fabrics from the fashion industry, because let's face it, there is so much left from the fashion industry. We don't ever need to buy new clothes.
I'm going to come back to you. Again, you are also an example. You are an inspiration in social media, amongst many other things that you do. And you've been on television, and you speak in. So you're an advocate for this. So how important do you think that people like yourself are as good examples for young people to be engaged or change behaviors?
I'm still a disappointment to my dad, so.
Not to us.
Well, I don't know how to put this, but I think like when you create a following, often you create a cult, and I'm very. I would, if I could like leave people with something, is that like please unfollow influencers. I don't know what the majority of them are doing, because we have this hyper individualistic. We have individualism in Europe, but Sweden and Norway, we are more extreme than that. So we tend to look at like yoga girl. What is she eating now? Oh no, she's eating meat. Oh, maybe I should do as well. She used to be vegan. Now I should change as well. So we look to the one in the top of our social hierarchy, and we think that maybe that person knows better than me, but truth is no. And I think it's more important that we create, of course, individual actions create cultural norms, and we create new ideas through that. But the most important thing is system change. Like if I would to follow influencer, it would be like some of the people today being very active here and trying to say that, hello, listen up, our government is under like wrong path. We should do something about it, and we are worried about it. I would like to see that people follow people from Extinction Rebellion in the same way as they follow Kenza or Swedish bloggers. I don't know. So I'm very, and I would encourage people to unfollow me as well. Just like follow the news, follow science. Why do we look at people? Why do we look at the chimpanzee on the top all the time? This is very frustrating for me. Like we are truly chimpanzees. Don't look at like everyone at the top is not. They don't know what they are doing.
Well,
they do not know what they are doing. Follow science. So what I tend to do, I'm trying to compensate my bad behavior, because they even made a documentary on Swedish television about this, and I sometimes I'm like, oh no, maybe they shouldn't. Like, it's just to make people to engage in system change instead of, don't look at what I'm eating. Yes, I'm vegan. I don't fly. Who gives a shit? Sorry for me expressing it like this, but we should instead join a movement. That like be radical. Of course I would love people if people choose plant-based, if they choose kidney beans instead of a kidney from an animal, that would be great. But at the same time, I think that and we need to try not to be like little polluters ourselves, so that we can demand accountability when we when we're angry at oil companies or politicians. So of course we need to lead by example, live as we learn, but the most important thing is not what are you doing, what are you eating, what are you like, how are you traveling, because we change all the time. Of course train influencers, I love them, but it comes a day when they fly to Thailand and their followers they're like, oh no, why? I trusted you. Oh, you're disappointed to me now. I'm depressed. And then they give up hope. But I think the thing that gives me hope is the movement. Like the people that are truly into the work that demands system change.
So you speak about movement. So how do you guys think here as well? Like, how can we get more youths involved in this? You were speaking about politicians coming to maybe visit, you know, your platform where there's choirs or basket, whatnot. How can we get the message out? These stats that we're showing that, you know, maybe they're more focused on price, for example. I know, Marie, you're obviously, you know, educating in your way, but how should we get them on board?
I think my takeaway from Johanna's presentation earlier is that even though there are big gaps between, you know, what we know and what we do, at the basis of it, I think Johanna said it, that young people still know the end goal, I would call it. You know, they know that some companies are doing bad and some kind of companies maybe are doing better, and they have this vision of wanting to do good. What young people are lacking right now is partnerships with the actors that may provide tools and resources to them to create and to go and to achieve that vision. And this is what I mentioned that earlier, that we need to we need YouTubers and decision makers to come down and meet those young people. And in my movement, if going back to movements, we've tried to do small pilot projects where there is a partnership of youth who contribute with their ideas and their willingness and their actions. We have experts that would help those young people, guide them, and to act as a as we call it in Swedish, bollplank, basically a person who can say, well, this is bad, this is less good. Yep. And then the youth organization that is or has always acted as a platform for these young people to practice their voice, to practice their space. And in the best scenario, this is where a YouTuber or a decision maker comes in and makes that pilot project, that small idea maybe, that just implemented in this regional basketball hall or anywhere, to make that idea into reality and to make that idea more sustainable by providing resources or a political decision.
Someone more want to comment on this? Otherwise, I'm going to jump back to you. I saw that you
yeah.
kind of were just
I think something that we maybe haven't touched enough on kind of also is the privilege it is to be able to choose a sustainable product or a sustainable solution. And I think, I mean, I'm now living in South Africa for the time being. And the amount of inequality that I'm witnessing there, and which we're very lucky to not have the same extreme lengths of in the Nordic countries, but that we still see, for example, with young people not having the same money to buy products that are going to be sustainable. Because oftentimes, I mean, it's a system problem, right? It's not cheaper to buy the most or the best products for this planet, right? It's going to be cheaper for me to take a plane from Oslo to Stockholm than to take the train. It's going to take me more time as well to take the train. So why would I choose to do something that would not benefit me, right? We're talking about rational choice. We're talking about kind of, are we smart enough to do the best thing that we could do? But it's not always about like, are we smart enough, but do we actually have the opportunity to do so, right? I don't necessarily, as a student, living on a student loan as well and having a part-time job and trying my best to make ends meet, I don't necessarily have that extra money to be able to actually choose without that having to be like then having to prioritize that and deprioritizing something else, right? We don't have unlimited funds as young people, marginalized groups don't have that, and we need to acknowledge the inherent privilege of sustainable development and kind of like, or sustainability in products and in the system as it is.
Just this whole panel is just applause. It's very good. Marie, we were speaking about the importance of price before, which has shown clearly in the survey. And we're then familiar with the opposite trends, that with the ultra fashion trends that was on the screen there. And I guess it's just easy to go online and buy a T-shirt for 10 kroners or something like that, right? How do you see it as being an entrepreneur in Norway, really trying to get this movement and advocate for something more circular or sustainable? How do you see that we should break this pattern? And can we, in some way, can you also educate parents if you're not already doing that? What do you see?
Yeah. In terms of who we educate, I know we're talking about youths here today, but it's a fact, sewing has no age. We had a festival early September or mid-September where we had a festival just outside Oslo, and we had a sewing course for 800 people. Yeah, we sewed a shirt together, and the youngest participant, she was 9 years old, and the oldest were 87. So we have everything in between. Sewing has no age. But what we see in like the more of the structural change, what we would really like is that it's two things. Is that it gets cheaper to buy secondhand, so that, for example, we could, take away the mums or the VAT, because it's already been paid, right? Take away the mums, and that would make it more incentive for us to open more of the donated clothing in Norway. Like, I think around 3% of everything we donate each year, which is like 30,000 tons of clothing, is just 3% that are opened and sold on the secondhand market. And there's a huge market there. And to see like more incentives to make the repair and second-hand market, thrive, that could really help. And to make, a second-hand first choice, which is, I think, Vestiaire or something, the second-hand collective, they have this as their slogan. It's really beautiful. And secondly, I would really love to see higher taxes on import. So everything that we ship into the country, we should take care of the shit. And if that's crap that we're bringing in, then we don't want that there. Like right now, like I said, 97% of donated clothing are just shipped abroad. And we don't know where it goes. And that's also really unfair, because we just ship it somewhere. Maybe it ends up in a desert in Ghana. And more, when these clothes come from Shein or Temu, they're too bad for the second-hand market. We don't even want them. So it's a huge problem, and we should really incentivize for a stronger second-hand market before it's too late.
I'm going to conclude this with two questions, one for you and one for you. Amelie, what do you see? You're obviously part of a Nordic network. Like, how often do you meet, or are you in dialogue with Nordic youth?
Yes. So this far we've had a project called the Nordic 030 project, which is to show or exchange ideas between the Nordic and Baltic youth organizations. And what I see is that it's very inspiring to meet the other youth organizations, because you really see a commitment beyond national borders. And we also have a somewhat understanding that, speaking about climate justice, that our countries are prosperous enough we have the means to change and bring climate justice, in short, but we need powerful political initiatives to do so.
We need political courage. We've heard it now, and we heard it earlier today. Gergen, if you were to conclude this and send a message, what would you want to send to young people listening today?
I really don't know which message I can send, because I was one of them that thought that we were going to have Generation Greta, but we had another generation, so the kids are not all right, they are alt-right. So I don't know how to address that. I'm depressed about it, but the kids used to be cool. But they should be angry. They are now angry at the wrong things. They listen to Jordan B. Peterson, Andrew Tate. They should be angry at the right things. Focus on structural changes. They should be angry at what we are doing. Why are we destroying this rock that we are living on? That's the right thing to be angry. They should also be afraid, but not afraid of like Somalis in hijab. They should be afraid of weird policies that can actually destroy your life and your future, and it takes away your future. So I think I have no more message than I have no real call to action. The most common call to action is please choose the right ketchup. If you go to your ICA or Hemköp or Coop, you have 7 ketchups. Please choose the right one. But we should have a society where we don't promote 7 different ketchups. And I know this is not popular when I say it, but we don't need a climate minister that said that shames influencers for promoting wrong products when they are promoting the wrong products themselves. So get involved. That's my call to action. Get involved.
Thank you, Gergen. Anybody else that have a final call to action?
Start sewing.
Sewing, very
It
concrete.
feels
Very
great.
concrete. yeah.
Or knitting, yeah.
Amelie, do you have a final message?
Invite young people to the political arena.
Invite young people. Perfect.
I think you wouldn't ask an adult if they want to take part in the change. Why would you ask a young people the same thing, right?
And final.
Yes, I've been thinking while sitting here that we've been compiled to one panel.
Yeah, I know. So
and a
strange.
feedback to the organizers of this day is that we should have been on all of the other panels instead of checking us in the box here.
Good feedback, good thought. Thank you for really strong messages. Thank you for taking part and really enlightening us, and also sending important messages back to people that are going to take them hopefully back to their workplaces tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much, all of you. Give them a massive round of applause. Thank you very much. With that said, I am stepping off the stage, and I'm inviting you on the stage. Now it's two double Åsas on stage. It's not really, that's quite rare that happens. But
pretty rare.
But today it happened.
Today it happened.
And now we're going to talk about change, right?
Yes, now we're going to talk about change. And one thing first is just a message that, if Mari didn't make it super clear, that to try the sewing with Fabrik, you can go upstairs. After this panel, we have, the after work is coming up with also talk show and other things, fashion show. But in between, you get a chance to sew a bit with Fabrik and the team upstairs. So you can do that. And another important announcement, there is an ice bear. How many of you have seen the beautiful bronze ice bear? Do you wonder why it's here? Do we have any recollection of the connection between climate and ice bears? You probably do, right? So this is a project between Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, and the Scandinavian Art Gallery, who've actually developed this fantastic ice bear who's called Ymer. And that will be on sale for companies who really walk the talk. And there will be super strict measurements to see that they do walk the talk before they can buy that ice bear. In that way, pay for some climate work that's happening within Worldwide Fund for Nature. So go and look it into the eyes, okay? It's called Eyes of Consciousness. So don't miss the ice bear. Okay, that was that announcement. And thank you, Åsa.
I'm moving off.
And yes, big applause to Åsa, Super Åsa. Yes. And with that, how many of you have been here since the morning? Hands up. Woo! Everyone! Oh my God, this is amazing, amazing, amazing. And do you recall that we launched a report? It was some while ago, right? It was about steering tools and emission and how do we lower those emissions. We heard emissions are going down, but not like that, but more like, and it's not good enough, right? So, but we also learned the good news that there are so many tools to use out there. These researchers, they checked and they found about 100 different steering tools, and they did an in-depth analysis about 21 of them, right? So there are things to do. And with this panel, we're going to look at the nitty-gritty of how to get things done, right? And we talk to leaders in this field. And we have leaders from municipalities, in this case, Copenhagen, Denmark, who is really a climate leader, right? So we'll hear very soon from Caroline Samson. But we've also invited representatives from business, from national government, from Finnish parliament, from the biggest Nordic business daily, and also, yeah, that's it. That's the panel coming up soon. But first, over to you, Caroline Samson. You are a researcher and a municipality worker. So what you're trying to do is now implement some of the research you've done on human behavior and how it can really be impacted by smart city planning.
Yes.
Over to you.
Yay, thank you. And yes, thank you. It's so great to see so many of you, despite it's past 4 o'clock and we're all a bit tired from all this great knowledge. But thank you for this lovely conference, and I feel so enlightened. But as Åsa said, my name is Caroline Samson, and I finished my PhD this summer at Aalborg University in collaboration with University of Copenhagen. But I'm now employed in Copenhagen municipality, so I'm cut in half of like a researcher, but also a practitioner. And in my work in Copenhagen or in city of Copenhagen is with waste behavior, and I'm going to talk more about that later. But this is the front page and the title of my PhD. So it's called Practice in Place Enabling Climate-Friendly Changes. And this was my roommate at that time in front of my house and our bicycle. But the point of this title is kind of twofolded. One is that I am taking the understanding of practice and merging it into the understanding of place. And by doing that, my argument is that I am somehow placing or situating practice for enabling climate-friendly changes. And when I say practices, I mean behavior or everyday life, but it's a theoretical discussion that we can always take. Yes. So my research was on everyday life, and to capture everyday life, I talked with young adults. And the reason why I looked at everyday life was because we know that food, mobility, and housing stands for a majority of our research or consumption emissions. So instead of just looking into one silo, one domain, I was looking across. And I got to see that in everyday life. And these are some of the photos that my participants took during my research. And I was talking with young adults. That means people in between 25 and 35 years old. And they were all in a transition of moving. So I interviewed them when they lived in one of the 4 biggest cities in Denmark at first, and then a year later after they moved somewhere else. Could be in the cities or somewhere else. And I did this for many reasons. Of course, you know, a PhD is a big book, so there are many reasons of why we did stuff and all of that. But the reason why I looked at transition was because we know from research that when you are in transition, you are more likely to talk about your changes. You are more likely to reflect upon what you want or what you don't want, and so on. So by looking at people in transition, we could get them to articulate why they were doing stuff. And why 25 to 35 years old was because this group of people is, in this age group, you have a tendency to move in with a partner, you settle down, you have your first or second child, and it has a big impact on your future life. Because from other research, we know that the house you buy at that point is the place you stay for a very long time, even after the kids move away, or perhaps a partner passes away, or you live by yourself. So this investment you do at this point is quite important for the rest of your life. So of course we want to impact this group of people, this age group, because they have an important role to play to create some good routines and habits for the rest of their life. And when I looked at everyday life, I saw that food, mobility, and housing does not always stand as silos that are not interconnected, but they merge. And what we do that could seem food related might be mobility related or housing related. So by looking only at domains, consumption domains, we don't see the nuances of everyday life and this big impact we have from our consumption practices. And one example of this, how they intersect, is related to waste, which is what I'm working with now in the city of Copenhagen. Because we know that waste, or as an example, is something you can do in your home, in your kitchen, while you're doing a food-related practice, say cooking. And then to do your waste management, it's something you do on the go when you go to work, going into your garden or whatsoever. So by looking at waste, we're looking at a practice instead of the individual behavior, but we're looking at the practice, and we get to see a practice that is related to all consumption domains. And we want to target all of the consumption domains for enabling a transition. And another aspect of my PhD was the whole place element. So I aim to merge this kind of knowledge with this intersection of sections into place. And this was to enable a change, not just to show how complex everyday life was, but to show how can we enable change. And I think that when we look at place, we get to understand that it's a place where you can enable change, or that means the actors who are creating places. For instance, me now in City of Copenhagen, we have a big role to play for enabling these changes. And this is because a part of what I see in my research, and I think most of you can relate to as well, is that the practices we do are highly place specific. So the waste management that is being done here is different from the one over here. Or if I put myself in the same position, I do my waste management in one way in Copenhagen, and I do it differently here in Stockholm. And despite this is me, the same person doing it, I have different practices, so we are not rational human beings, as Charlotte said this morning. And I aim to, so that was my research, and now with the other side of my body being Copenhagen municipality, I aim to work highly research-based in my current job. And that is, when I say aim, by the way, I mean really aim, because I've been working there for less than 2 months, so please bear with me. But in my job, the goal is to create a city where not only can we support less waste being generated, but also how can we make use of all the resources in our waste. So make sure that we sort our waste into the right fractions so we can, yeah, as I said, get most of the resources as possible to be used. And to do this, I think a lot about the connection of place and practices. And, you know, being a researcher, you're inspired by theory and all of that. But I think that if I try to grasp these two elements, practice and place, that are words that I have been using a lot, so bear with me if I'm saying it too fast or so. But some of the similarities they have is that the materials that are embedded in places and the meanings that are embedded in places are the same as in practices. For instance, say Copenhagen. If we have a meaning that in Copenhagen, that's a place where you sort your waste. We share a common understanding that this is a place where we sort our waste. But to do so, we need the materials, the physical entities to do so. We need the bins, garbage trucks, waste bags, whatsoever, in the homes, but also in the urban. And of course, we need the know-how to do it as well. We need the skills to do so. So I think that to enable a change, we need to understand not only the complexity of everyday life, but you also need to understand the connection between place and practices, because they share a lot. And if we use that knowledge, I think we can enable a change. And very quickly, because I know that my time is running, but I made this model because, you know, research and all of that. But we know that planning...
Concrete terms, yes.
Yes.
To be very concrete,
yeah.
yes.
Because planning impacts practice. So, of course, the input in planning should be practices so we can enable this change. And I think that the cities, the municipalities are essential to do that. And I am looking forward to be a part of that.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes. Full stop. Thank you, Carolina. And I think the bottom line here is something we're going to talk about later in the talk show, that people are in general quite lazy. How many of you feel that you're actually quite lazy when it comes to practice? Oh, you're also an honest crowd. I love that. I'm also lazy, so we need to make things super easy, right? And fun and all that. So I think that's making waste fun, maybe gamification or something else, or, you know, just making it super easy so it cannot be avoided. That's the way to go. Now, let's hear from the rest of our panel how they see our steering tools. So let's welcome on stage, we have Krista Mikkonen from the Green Party in Finland. Are you all ready down there? Oh, you're coming up there. Fantastic. Hi, Krista. Applause. You are also the former Minister of Climate and Environment in Finland. Perfect. You hey, take a stand. And then we have Beatrice Rindevall. You're the chair of Naturskyddsföreningen, Sweden's largest environmental organization. We have Helena Storkenfeldt, Moderate Party, Moderaterna Sverige, the government party in Sweden. You're also part of the member of parliament and klimat- och miljö- och jordbruksutskottet, environment and the Agricultural Committee. And last but not least, Peter Fällman, you're editor-in-chief of Dagens Industri, the biggest business daily in the Nordics. And you can remove the chairs if you feel like they are in the way, like it looks like. And of course, oh my God, last but not least, Elina Brinkberg, you're the climate and environmental manager of Nudie Jeans, and you are actually really spearheading a circular business model in a business that we talked about earlier, the fashion business, which is sort of intrinsically, you know, difficult in terms of fast fashion. So we'll hear from you now what you think, and you also, of course, heard Carolina's introduction here, and you all need some water, and that's also very sustainable, so good on you. What is your vision? I thought we had a little green vision meditation here over lunch or just after lunch. So I thought just, you know, to start out, something, an element of that future society, or what do you think is missing today that you want to see in that future society that's a little bit, you know, more sustainable than today? You all look very eagerly to respond. I start with you, Krista.
Thank you. Well, I thought that we kind of heard everything already today.
Okay, so you can repeat something.
Yeah,
it's fine.
But I think which is the most important that we understand that the level what we are doing the consumption is too high, and we really need to less the consumption, and we have a lot of different tools to make it happen. And of course the circular economy is one of the answer, but still we can't just think that we take a renewable energy or we just take the circular economy and new technology and then continue as we used to. We need to understand the level that the consumption is too high, and we need to have a nice, even nicer life maybe with the less consumption.
Less consumption. Do you think less growth? Yeah. Applause. Always nice with an applause there. Yeah, we can also actually, that's a segue to you, Peter. What do you think? Does that mean or sound like more of a degrowth society, or do you think, what is your vision from this hardcore business point of view?
Yeah, this is what I feel, because, okay, in the other good panel that was before here, everybody agreed. So I think also it would be good to mix up. So now I'm going to be the journalist here and be a little bit against something. I always think this is the easy way to say we will need to be less consumption, less growth, and then we will all be happy and live happily forever after in a sustainable world. I don't think so. I think, as you said before, we are all lazy overall. We like to have a comfortable life, even the young ones, most of them. But I think we can connect that with a sustainable life. And what's happening now, actually right now, 5 a.m., the biggest investor in the big two companies or projects that's being done in north of Sweden, Northvolt and the steel project is just on the limit. Is this going to work or not? And he is writing a column that we publish in 20 minutes that now it's time for Sweden to decide, do we really want to be a front runner in a sustainable world and we are the ones developing fossil-free steel and so forth. Then we can be that, and I think that this is a huge opportunity for us, and it's really important that we in Sweden and Nordics in Europe do that, and not only in China or somewhere else. So I think this is, and it's right now when money is actually coming into the sustainable area in this kind of amount, then real change is possible to happen. I don't think any investor, hardly any investor today, would invest in anything that doesn't have a good sustainable future. So, and I think it's the panel before here that are driving the change, and these people, they understand that.
Yes, and it's great that you listened to that panel, because as they said, it was also a bit weird that we had collected all of them. It was to hear their strength and their words in one collected message. But you're here to respond now to what they said. And I just
respond one thing, because she was so much talking about sewing. My wife is really, and I myself, not so much knitting, and I know the Norwegians are really ahead there too. So
yeah, more sewing and knitting, and also sustainable business development. Yes, and then of course I look at you, Elina. How do you see that? Do you get investors into your jeans business because you're sustainable?
We're still a private company, so we don't have like external investors. But I totally agree on that we need to reduce consumption and overproduction, because we see, as we also talked about today, like the amount of garment that are produced and are ending up in the garbage directly or after just a few uses. So, I mean, from a textile industry perspective, that is like the first thing that we need to see, but we also need to see a increased demand and availability of recycled fibers. Because we are living in a world where we have consumption, and there will still be people who buy clothes, so we need to produce them in a sustainable way. And we also need to increase the availability of recycled natural fiber, not only sort of getting stuck in the synthetical fibers. And also, again, from a sort of the industry side, we need to see an increased responsibility on having a transparent supply chain, because if we as brand are going to say that we do take responsibility for our products and production, we need to know exactly where they are made. We need to have visited the suppliers, we need to make orders, we need to make follow-ups, we need to create relationships with them, because otherwise we have no idea how it looks in the production, and then we can never say that we take responsibility. So more transparency, more responsibility from the brand side, because we can't rely on or like guarantee that the consumer can take that responsibility. It has to be us who do that.
So you'll work on that. Okay, an applause for that. Maybe that's a good segue over to you. You've just run a campaign, 5. It's easy to remember, right? We all know we have 5 fingers, so it's a good thing. What about the 5?
Yeah, max 5 newly produced garments a year. I think Åsa, the moderator, has maybe maxed that today, but I don't think that they were newly produced. So
I'm sure they were not.
Yeah. But talking about the vision should be, I think we all can agree that we need well-being within planetary boundaries. And well-being, pretty much everyone agrees in some way of what that will be, but within the planetary boundaries. How will we get there? And not all are actually investing in only green stuff. Not even our government is only investing in green stuff. We actually have a lot of fossil fuel subsidies right now, as an example. So we have a long way to get there still, and a lot of politics that needs to be set in motion to actually be there.
And that's the perfect segue, of course.
Yes,
applause to that. And the perfect segue over to you, Helena. And you're actually representing the moderate party, is actually, heading the Swedish government. So what do you see as your main task or responsibility in terms of enabling policies for the future?
Well, first, I, of course, just have to leave a comment on the fuel subsidies, because that all boils down to how we produce our food here in Sweden, and how much self-sufficiency do we want to have here in Sweden. Right now, it is a large, we have a long ways to go when it comes to turning over our agriculture to becoming more completely green and clean. But when we look on the global scale, our Swedish agriculture is actually very good. But when I saw that we would get this question about a vision, I decided to close my eyes and see, what do I see? And I pictured a city, people milling about, talking to each other. The streets are full of cafes and restaurants. There's not a car in sight, but that doesn't mean that people didn't take the car there. They are parked in a very smart way. Of course, they are run on electricity, and the electricity is green. They also shop, but it's not a statement to shop secondhand. They're doing it because that store is actually cool and they want to go there, and shopping secondhand is their first choice. That was my vision when I took a step back and saw what do I see in the future.
And maybe then lowering the VAT on second-hand clothing would be a way forward to also
Absolutely.
enhance demand.
I wrote that down.
You wrote that down. Great message from the previous panel. So, Carolina, you didn't get to say. Well, you envision things here, but maybe also something concrete from you.
Yeah, well, I think that what you said was planetary boundaries and human needs, and I think that we need to meet those equally. So human needs and planetary boundaries should be equally met. And I can also go down to earth and think about less cars and only green renewable energy and low meat consumption, but I think on a big picture, we need to consider the planetary boundaries together with the human needs equally. Yes.
Yes, let's do that. It's still a bit tricky, so maybe Peter, you will develop this further. How do we make it happen with using the economy or building on the economy that we have? Because it's hard to change the system altogether, right? So, or at once at least. So how do we make that work, an economy that works within the planetary boundaries? What do you see in terms of trends from your angle?
It's a big challenge, and we are at not such a great spot right now. And I hear that we have the big discussion also who is going to pay for the sustainability costs that we in the West is living fine with, because we have been polluting before, and now we say that no one should do that. The other countries that are not so developed, and I think that we, from the industrialized world, should pay more so they can get faster to also without burning coal and so forth. But I really think that we shouldn't underestimate what we humans can do when we really put us up to something. So we really need to do this together, but it's always acute, urgent. It's always a difficult task with we see the world right now. So it feels like, and it is in a way, the situation in Ukraine, the situation in Middle East, the situation between the US and China, all these wars and things happening. We really would need to be able to leave that and start to work with this urgent issue more.
Exactly, we're getting sidetracked all the time.
But it always gets sidetracked because it's so difficult to show it. This is as urgent. You just cannot see it right now in front of you. So it's a big challenge. But I think that more and more, especially the companies and the industry and what we work with and report from and discuss with, everybody sees this, and people are, and companies are not stupid. They understand that if we are not more sustainable in 5 years, we won't exist.
So we think that the actually acknowledgement of this fact of
Yes,
life and
yes.
the climate crisis is actually growing. I think over to you, Krista, from a Finnish perspective, what have you done to, because you're also in a slightly similar government situation as in Sweden in terms of who's leading. How do you do to, so you work from the opposition side, but to try and also get everyone on board in the green transition and also handle the polarization, which is another thing that's happening now. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, well, I think it's very important to get everyone involved, and that's what we have been talking today as well. But I think the politician has a lot of tools, but we need have more courage to use them. For example, the price for the CO2 emissions on the European level, it has made a big change. We can see that the countries are getting rid of the fossil fuels and trying to develop an investment on the green options. But then at the same time, still our government and your government and other governments are paying subsidies for the fossil industry. And that's the first thing we need to get rid of. And then I think it should be always easier and cheaper to buy the environment friendly. And that's we need to have a price for all the harm for the nature and for the fossils. And that's which make the big change. And
sticks and carrots at the same time. And
and also we could have more stricter legislation. For example, today we talk about that the young people actually are thinking that how it's possible that they can buy something from Temu or Shine even though they know it's not good, but it's so cheap. So can't we just prohibit that, what the France is planning to do, and just make this strict legislation that we don't need that kind of things, because we can show here in Stockholm or in Sweden or in Nordic countries.
Yeah. Maybe you have a comment on that as well. Yes, an applause to that. Beatrice, maybe you have a comment on that as well in terms of what kind of steering tools do you think that the government should be using more of to get to this point and also maybe get sort of more everyone on board?
Well, of course, removing the fossil fuel subsidies, the polluters pay principle must be leading the politics. We also have public procurement, which is a lot of money that goes into different contexts, and that could be much more contributing to environmentally friendly stuff than contrary. So
guidelines.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Helena, what do you think from your end? What would you do now next to get also more people involved and make it more affordable to be sustainable?
I like what Beatrice brought up with public procurement. That's a really important part, but I think another thing is making sure that our companies that are making these big investments in order to be more sustainable actually are able to do so. We have so many regulations that are putting a stop to many of these investments that would and could make a huge impact. So a big part of it is just making it easier for those that are doing the right thing. It needs to be easier and easier for the companies to make the right choice.
You are running the country, so you can change it.
Yeah,
exactly. I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, we trust you, Elena, to get the snowball rolling. Elina, from your end, what do you see in terms of demand for the services? We could also tell you've started a sewing business, you could say. We talked a lot about sewing here today, so I think Fabrik has done a good job to get sewing on the agenda. And you do a lot of sewing in terms of mending jeans.
Exactly.
And that's your new business, right?
Yeah, we do scale this up at the moment, but we have for like more than 10 years offered free repairs on all nudie jeans as a way to make it more easy for the customers to do sustainable choices, because as we all know, we are lazy and sometimes...
You don't need to do your mending yourself, you just bring your jeans to the nudie store and they mend it for you.
Exactly. Yeah. And that demand is increasing a lot the more we communicate about it and the more we spread the word about that we do this. So right now we are looking at finding the appropriate external partners to help us with this, because we have done all the repairing in stores stores before, but now the demand is growing so much that we can't really handle the pressure. So now we are finding the right partners for this. But what we also do, which is important to say, I think, is that if you have all new jeans, you can turn them into our stores and you get a 20% discount on a new pair, because we don't want our customers to throw the jeans in the garbage, because we know that there is such a high value in this fabric, but also as a first step to sell them again and to make the life even longer on the garment. So we're also trying to scale up our second-hand business. And as someone said here earlier, we are trying now to integrate it within, sort of together with our new produced garments. Before we've had like a part of the store that has been secondhand. Now we're really trying to integrate it to normalize the secondhand jeans, but also to centralize the stock and the supply for each store to be able to sort of fill up their stock in the way that is most appropriate to sell them. So we're really trying to push that part of the business. And all the jeans that we do not sell, we also recycle them. So it's really about seeing like the full circle here.
And can you honestly say that you're not concerned as much anymore of selling more new jeans every year?
I mean, we are selling more new jeans, but we have a goal in our climate action plan to sell 100,000 second-hand jeans by 2030. That is a very ambitious goal, and for us to be able to reach that, we also need to increase the inflow of jeans. So we need to continue to spread the word that we do collect jeans in our stores. So it's really about like finding the ways to reach this goal, but we are focusing a lot on that.
And maybe you can also inspire other fashion companies, but that's a whole seminar in itself, I think. I have another question, but I think first of all, do you have any questions to this fantastic panel? Because there is a mic, Mr. Mats, take a chance. No? Don't be shy. It's showtime. No? Anyway, I have a question. Why do you think that meat has become a holy cow for us in the Nordics? Why are people so obsessed with eating meat? Some people, maybe not. You're so not representative here today, okay? But I love that hard rock. What Louise Lindén talked about when we go to hard rock concerts, and we meet a different crowd. But it's a lot of people who really like to keep the meat on their plate every day. Why do you think the meat has become this symbol? What do you think?
I don't really know if I have a good answer to that. I think that we have a really close relationship to meat. We've had it for many years. We also have companies that are very much producing, what's it called? Trying to sell meat.
Well, the meat industry or the meat production and also farmers, of course.
Yeah, it is a part of our culture, but it's a part of like all cultures in the countries. So I don't know.
What do you think, Carolina?
I think it's because it's the normal way of eating. So it's you don't challenge any norms or anything by eating meat. That's what majority of people are doing, what they talked about on stage earlier today as well. So we consider our food practices or the food we eat. The first thing we have in mind is meat, because it's normal to eat meat. So we should, like, if we are thinking about enabling changes, we should normalize the opposite. We should have it normal to just eat plant-based food. So meat can be an add-on if you really feel like you need it. So I think the issue is that it's just normal to do it, and we know how to do it.
And how do we change that norm? Peter?
I think we are changing the norm, and I think it's no question that it is changing, and it's been changed for a while, and we have all plant-based substitutes that are as good, you don't even recognize the difference. But of course, you always, when you are changing something long term, you get a motstånd, like it's going to be a movement against this. But I think that will fade out. I think in the long run, we will consume more and more plant-based food
really
and beef.
So?
Yeah,
How
I
do you
really
see
so. And
your
I'm
role?
actually coming from my father and his brothers had a big butchery in meat producer and sausage producer in Finland. So that's what I grew up with. But I think there's no question about it that this will happen. In the long trend is going towards that direction. It's just nothing is going straight up and down.
But and how do you see your role in media as your power to actually question and change norms? How, and how do you use that power?
We have, for example, at DI, we have different teams, but one thing that I feel is the strongest thing we are doing, that we need to pick up more efficiently again. We started 2 years ago to set a index on every listed company, how they are doing with sustainable. So they get a sustainability index and we compare them with the peers. It's shown all the time. So they all know that we are doing worse than the other one. We want to be better, and that we need to be like a fire in the butt to drive this change.
Eld i baken, ja, yes. Great. Okay.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
Because I think the issue, can I say, is that plant-based food shouldn't be a substitute to meat. It should be the default.
Yep.
So we shouldn't have meat substitute. We should have meat and we should have plant-based food. So we shouldn't have substitutes in the ideal world, in the vision.
It will change. It was like 15 years ago, it was me helping my wife to clean. That's not the way it is anymore.
Yeah.
She's helping me now and then.
That's good.
So it's changing. But
it is, but too slow, sadly.
Yeah. Too slow. Yes. All right. Sorry, I don't know. You were first, I think, then Helena.
Yeah, it's inevitable. I can't talk today, but it will have to change because we still work within these planetary boundaries, and climate change are affecting our agriculture much already today. Like the last 6 years, 160,000 people have lost their jobs in the Moroccan agriculture because of drought. So this is happening all over the world right now, and it will only get worse. We have to change.
But what do we say to the meat industry that wants to keep on producing these sausages? What do you think, Helena?
Well, what I would say is when I'm here in Stockholm, I rarely eat meat. Then again, I eat a lot of meat when I'm at home because I hunt my own meat. So I feel like meat in itself is a big part of our culture for several reasons. One, everyone once upon a time comes from a farm. And on the other hand, we have a very strong hunting culture in Sweden as well. And as we know, wild meat or venison or wild boar is the most climate neutral protein that you can get. So it just happened to become a thing for me that I eat what we have at home in our freezer to make sure that we take care of every last piece and be grateful for what nature is able to give us, but also that it's not become this sort of big, what would you call it? Like, it's not a statement from me. So I think many Swedes feel that when you say don't eat red meat, they feel attacked because they might not eat only the bad red meat.
So we should distinguish this, and we should also remind everyone. Also, we all saw the cook-along, and although that was a vegetarian dish, of course, a main message is that it's not about you can never eat meat. It's about eating less meat. That we eat a lot of meat today, right? So we just reduce the meat consumption, and then we might all feel a little better as well, live longer or something. Peter, what do you think?
I just want to shortly answer. You said, what should we say to the meat industry? Of course, we cannot, the meat industry are producing meat as long as we are buying. We should instead invest in the plant-based, we should eat the plant-based, and then the meat industry can sell so much meat and then they will produce less. So it has to be, it's much better to work with demand and what people want and to work on that side instead of stopping everything all the time.
We're soon about to wrap up. Carolina.
I just wanted to add that I think that the government or public workplaces have a big role to play if they show the good picture. If they only have plant-based food in the cantinas or at schools, I'm just brainstorming here. But the government, the people that are like the official people from a country, and if they show the good way, and the good way is to eat plant-based, then maybe the rest can be on board of that.
I think that's a perfect, yes. Perfect way to start a final round here before we wrap up the program. So, and that's again procurement, and it's making a change where you are, and all of us work at different places, so we can start where we work, right? And if you happen to represent a company or a municipality, you can of course do even more on that side. So we start from here. What do you think?
Yeah.
What would be your last takeaway or action point that you would take?
Well, if you are discussing procurement, then I can add like environmental labels, such as Swanen and Bra Miljöval, which is our label, is very handy in those situations because it's very hard to know all the details in all the sectors. So that is one takeaway to get.
Great. Choose Swanen or Bra Miljöval when you procure next time, and then you don't have to look into the details yourself, right? Because they've already done it for you. Yes, we learned that. It's hard to get, but easy to choose, right? Elina, what do you think? What's your main takeaway?
Well, to use your garment as long as you can and to repair them and to use even longer and buy secondhand to start with. But also the sustainability labels also for garment. I know that there is sort of a jungle out there with a lot of different labels, but there is also coming regulations on green claims, which I think will be very, very good for the textile industry. So buy garments that are GOTS, GOTS certified, also something that sort of looks through the whole supply chain and put requirements on all suppliers. So try to make good choices when you have to buy new stuff, but don't buy new stuff, buy secondhand stuff.
All right. Clear message. Helena, go hunting, eat more boar. We need to kill off some boars anyway, so that's a good thing. But do you have anything to add to that?
Eat more boar and give your jeans to Nudie.
Yay, great idea. Thank you. And Krista?
Put pressure on the decision makers, on the municipality level, on the national level, on the EU level, because they need more courage to do more decision to get rid of the fossils and put a price for the harmful act.
Super important. Push pressure on your decision makers. And you have two live and kicking here on stage. And they're actually real people. They're normal people. And we should also remember what my dear colleague Nora said in the first panel. 73% of Nordic people say they are very worried about climate change, right? And we have the lowest rate of climate deniers all over Europe in Sweden. So it's not that no one wants to change anything, right? We just keep that in mind. Super important. Peter. Last.
Shortly, okay, thank you. I want to connect to this, and I think to the guy, if I understood it correctly, who was in the panel before, get Greta and her crew back on track.
Oh,
I think it's it's a pity that this strong environmental movement has spread into all political areas, so suddenly the power is disappearing. If we just, because it really forced things to happen, and if they just continue in that track and be focused on environmental questions, it's have a huge impact. So get her and them in
get
Greta
Greta back on track. That's exactly the last message. Big applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you now, dear audience, because this was actually the final words, famous last words of the most, of the formal program today. So now I'll say bye-bye also to all of you listening online. It's been fantastic to have so many people online today as well. And of course, all of you here in the room. And before we say even more goodbye, let's have Åsa back on stage and give her a big hand for taking care of us today. Woo! And another, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You should always have an Åsa on your side. I can tell you, it's a very, very, very good feeling around you. Yes, and I'm getting hooked on you now.
Thank you so much.
Coming up next is DJs over there and wine and alcohol-free, ecological, of course, in the bar. And we'll meet back here. Resume in about 10 minutes. You have time to get that wine, chit-chat a little bit, and then we'll start with comedian Marcus Johansson from Oslipat in Malmö, and we will start speaking Swedish, which I don't even know how to do anymore, but anyways. Så det blir på svenska och det blir talkshow, Mattias Goldman, Lisa Pelling, Marie von Frabier fabrik, Waxo Cheo som är fashion designer och sen, last but not least, at 6 o'clock, Redesign Fashion Show. Don't miss out, okej? Men först får ni lite vin. Tack för idag!